Okay, so our girl is at a fancy gala, and two powerful dudes are clearly vying for her attention. Everyone's whispering. Apparently, both of these guys want Princess Hynel as their bride. No way! Meet Cheddar, Count of Sal, and Lutz, the Imperial Prince of Tricas, both total catches, honestly. Lutz and Cheddar are standing side by side, looking all intense and ready to compete for Hynel's hand. This dude Lutz straight up declares he's cherished Hynel for ages, and asks for the king's blessing to marry her. The king asks if he should choose among the 5 princesses. But Lutz isn't playing that game. He just says, if that's the case, then I want her, pointing right at Hynel. So bold! The crowd murmurs, and you can feel the tension rising. Hynel's about to be a hot commodity. Someone whispers that both Cheddar and Lutz are competing for her, and honestly, the drama is delicious. Lutz is giving the king a side eye, like I'm the prince, I get what I want, and it's kind of iconic. Turns out, the Count has been crushing on Hynel for a hot minute, and everyone knows it. He's got a reputation as a hopeless romantic, like seriously devoted. But things are complicated. Our girl's nation tried to invade Tricas, and it went horribly wrong, leaving them in debt. The king offered one of his daughters as a peace offering, plus war reparations. Talk about a tough situation. Hynel wonders who the king will offer up, and honestly, it's a stressful moment for her. But then Lutz cuts in, and he's already knows the answer to that question. Smooth move, your highness. He and Cheddar are facing each other, and it's clear this isn't just a polite competition anymore. Hynel's long golden hair cascades down, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Lutz is staring intently at Cheddar while Hynel looks on. This is about to get interesting. It's a standoff, and our girl is caught right in the middle. No way this ends well. Hynel's carriage is jolting across a snowy landscape. This journey is rough for a pregnant woman. Suddenly, the carriage hits a bump and Hynel cries out, clutching her stomach. Major alarm bells are ringing. Cheddar immediately rushes to her side, concern etched on his face. This dude is surprisingly attentive. Hynel assures him she's fine, but then drops a bombshell she doesn't want to give birth in his family. Cheddar's guard is stunned, and Hynel doubles down. She's had it with his mistresses and their influence. She's straight up refusing to raise a child in a home filled with infidelity, and honestly, good for her. Hynel makes it clear she wants her child to have a different father. This is a power move, y'all. Cheddar's expression is unreadable, but the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. The carriage keeps moving, but Hynel's words hang in the air. She's completely rewritten the rules of this engagement. This is wild. She's basically saying she's open to another alliance, and Cheddar knows it. Hynel is laying it all out. She's grateful for the child, but with this baby, she's changing everything. She's clearly making a statement, and Cheddar's hands clench. This is getting intense. But before Cheddar can respond, a man barges in, demanding they both leave. Talk about bad timing. A second man storms in, looking furious. Hynel's about to be caught in the middle of a full-blown feud. Cheddar's guard steps forward, ready to defend them, but Hynel stops him. She's handling this herself. Hynel calmly asks the intruder what's going on, and he reveals a shocking secret: the child isn't Cheddar's. Cheddar is livid, demanding to know the truth. This dude is about to explode. The intruder explains he's the child's real father, and Cheddar's guard is ready to strike him down. But Hynel stops him again, declaring she knew all along. She's playing a dangerous game. Cheddar is speechless, absolutely floored by the reveal, and honestly, our girl is a master manipulator. Cheddar moves to grab Hynel, insisting she come with him, but she's not having it, straight up refusing to go. Hynel demands to know why Cheddar wants her to stay behind, and her expression is ice cold. She's not backing down. She drops a bomb. She's carrying his child, and Cheddar looks completely stunned, like he's been slapped. Cheddar's guard tries to attack the other man, but Hynel stops him, maintaining control of the chaotic situation. Hynel's words hit Cheddar hard. She claims she knew the truth all along, and this dude is reeling. Cheddar is losing it, demanding to know if the other man is actually the father, and honestly, the tension is insane. The man confirms he is the father, and Cheddar's guard is about to strike. But Hynel intervenes again. She declares she knew the truth, and Cheddar is just speechless, completely floored by the reveal. Our girl is a savage. Cheddar assures her he hasn't forgotten she's carrying a child, but his voice is tight with barely contained fury. But before he can say more, Hynel whips him across the face. No way. She's making it clear she won't be controlled, and she regrets ever hoping for a different outcome. Hainale's voice cracks with emotion as she reveals this is Cheter's child. She's laying it all out there. Cheter grabs her arm, demanding to know what she's doing here, but she doesn't flinch. Our girl is fearless. He yanks her forward, a tight grip on her arm, and she's visibly shocked by the force, but still defiant. Cheter explains Isabel wants to take her place as his lawful wife, and he has no choice. Seriously, the nerve of this dude. He starts to pull her away, but Hainale isn't going without a fight, digging her heels in and refusing to move. The ground cracks under Cheter's boot as he drags her, and honestly, this is getting intense. Hainale's face is a mask of shock and pain, but she's still staring right at Cheter. She won't break. Cheter continues dragging her, and she's clearly struggling, but still manages to look him in the eye. She's being pulled along, and you can see the desperation in her expression. She's playing a dangerous game. But Cheter's grip tightens and she's left with nowhere to go. This is a total power play. Cheter straight up tells Hainale and their child to leave. Can you believe the audacity? Hainale's about to fall off a cliff, but this mysterious man reaches for her, looking seriously concerned. Hainale's totally shocked by something. Her eyes are wide with disbelief, but before we can figure out what's happening, Hainale lets out a startled yell. It's Hainale's mother's birthday banquet, and our girl is there, looking stunning as always. She's clearly thinking about something else though, specifically, Lord Cheter, the enemy prince. Hainale starts to cut into the cake, but her mother straight up stops her, asking what she's even talking about. Hainale stammers, pretending she was just rambling, but her mom is not buying it for a second. The mother is icy, reminding Hainale she came to celebrate her birthday, not daydream about some man. She demands Hainale hand over the cake, revealing she once served as a maid in the palace. Things are getting tense, but it turns out, Hainale's mother had a complicated past, being summoned to the king's chambers for her beauty. She bore the king a child and secured her position as a concubine, but honestly, she lived a stifled life. Hainale then casually drops that she was actually talking about Lord Cheter, and expects a proposal any day now. No way! She's playing with fire, and her mother is clearly not amused. This is gonna be good. Hainale's mother reveals she also thought Prince Lutz was a good match, despite sharing blood with her husband. She admits she was overjoyed when he proposed, grateful even. But things have clearly changed. Now that she knows what Lutz is capable of, she's seriously rethinking everything, and the mood is icy. We get a flashback of her being pushed off a cliff, and she's clutching her stomach. She was pregnant. Back in the present, she's gripping the arms of her throne, absolutely furious with Lutz. Our girl is determined to secure a proposal from Prince Lutz, one way or another, and her expression is intense. She stares off into the distance, plotting her next move. This is getting serious. Two guards stand by the doors, and Hainale refers to them as a bloodthirsty warhound, which is a choice. Hainale's mother is clearly done playing games and is making some serious plans. But bro, this isn't over. Hainale is about to shake things up and get what she wants. Hainale realizes today is her mother's birthday, and it hits her. Something terrible happened the day after her mother's last birthday. She remembers a past life where Prince Lutz straight up killed someone within the palace walls, and she's absolutely horrified. Hainale vows her child will have a different father, and this time, she's determined to make it happen no matter what. Suddenly, a guard bursts in, begging her pardon, clearly interrupting some serious scheming. Hainale is still lost in thought, remembering a past life, while the guard looks increasingly confused. She's replaying everything. Her mother, Lutz, the looming danger, and it's clear she's making a plan. Hainale's mother is still focused on securing an alliance, and this dude thinks she's okay with the current situation. But Hainale is not okay. She's had enough, and is ready to make a move, whatever the cost. Her mother is clearly not thrilled with Hainale's attitude, but our girl is standing firm, determined to change her fate. Hainale stares into the distance, plotting her next move. She's ready to rewrite history, and it's about to get wild. Okay, so Hainale and her mother are cornered, and the commander is accusing someone of theft. It's a small embroidered almoner, a keepsake with a goddess on it, and this dude is claiming it was stolen. The almoner has inlaid amethysts set as eyes, and Hainale's mother is trying to figure out what's going on. She has no clue how the thief got the almoner, but she knows he took it from someone important. The commander demands to know where it is, and Hainale's mother just says he has it now, doesn't he? The commander looks absolutely horrified, and honestly, we can see why. Hainale realizes this almoner is connected to her past life, and things are starting to click for her. She remembers this almoner being given to Lutz's first wife, and it's a major plot point from her previous life. But now, in this life, Hinale is determined to use this knowledge to change fate itself. She's got a plan brewing, and she's smiling, which can only mean trouble for everyone involved. Hinale straight up decides she's going to tell the commander she found the almoner herself. But she's thinking he won't even mention her name when he reports it. Talk about being overlooked. She swallows hard, trying to act confident, and bows deeply before the commander. The commander reaches for the almoner, and Hinale is totally focused on it. She's completely mesmerized. It's even more beautiful than she remembers, and she's clutching it tightly. Hinale thinks she did it, but then she sees someone standing in the shadows. No way! She's never seen the almoner's caretaker up close before, and this is a total surprise. The caretaker is shrouded in a hood, but Hinale's clearly captivated by the almoner's detail. She's lost in thought, admiring the exquisite craftsmanship, and it's clear this keepsake means a lot to her. Hinale's got a plan, and it's all about changing her fate, one stolen almoner at a time. Hinale is thinking big. She wants to catch the prince's eye, and maybe even score a proposal. She's calculating how to get close, and it's all about leveraging this almoner. But the caretaker suddenly grabs her arm, and she flinches. Talk about a surprise attack. This dude is straight up questioning why a princess would protect a criminal, and Hinale is turning away. She's clearly rattled, but trying to play it cool. A princess doesn't show fear, right? However, Hinale is already thinking 3 steps ahead, realizing this could be her chance. She's betting she can manipulate the situation to finally get a moment to speak with the prince. Hinale is determined to use this drama to her advantage, no matter the cost. But her expression is unreadable, and the caretaker's grip is tightening. Things are escalating fast. Our girl is playing a dangerous game, and it's clear this caretaker isn't messing around. No way! Someone just launches a sword at Hinale, and it's moving fast. She barely reacts. But she's not defenseless. Hinale whips out her own sword, blocking the attack with insane skill. The attacker is shocked she deflected the blow. She didn't even sense anyone approaching, apparently. However, Hinale is completely unfazed, still holding her ground and staring down her attacker. Okay, so our girl is playing the long game. She needs the enemy prince's favor, but this dude is unimpressed with her initial attempts. She's fully regressed, determined to change her fate, and make sure her kid has a different father, which is intense. This is it. She's making her move, deciding she'll do whatever it takes to survive this time around, no matter the cost. She's literally trembling, gathering all her courage to approach this powerful, brooding prince, and honestly, the tension is real. She goes to him, but he's clearly not expecting her, and he's giving off major "I'm judging you" vibes, which is awkward. But she's not backing down. She's putting herself at his mercy, even though she's starting to get hurt, and things are escalating quickly. She's bleeding straight up, but she keeps going, determined to get this dude to notice her, and the prince is finally reacting. He's staring at her with a dark look, and you can tell he's starting to understand. She's not just some innocent noblewoman. She's completely vulnerable, falling apart before his eyes, and it's a risky play, but she's hoping it's enough to change her destiny. And then, total cliffhanger. The scene cuts, leaving us wondering what this dude is going to do with her now. Someone asks if this offering will please his highness. Our girl is being paraded around like a prize. The prince is straight up laughing at her vulnerability, and it's a cold, terrifying sound, honestly. He snaps the stem of a flower, a super creepy power move, and then casually asks if she's catching someone's interest. He's closing in on her, and she flinches, clearly terrified of this dude's unpredictable behavior. She's trying to maintain composure, but her eyes are filling with tears, and it's heartbreaking to watch. He's got her cornered now, and she's whispering what, as he looms over her, a dangerous glint in his eyes. No way. He's grabbing her chin, forcing her to look at him, and she's totally breaking down. She's flinching, but still trying to hold on, while he just stares down at her with a cruel smile. But then, a servant interrupts, thank goodness, and breaks the intense moment between them. Our girl is a mess, and this prince is a straight-up monster, but she's playing the game, and it's getting wild. He's casually admitting he didn't come all this way just to see naked women. Talk about a power play. But then he demands she cover up before he gets bored, which is a seriously unsettling threat. He's all, the only reason I'm keeping you alive is to sate my curiosity. And our girl is visibly shaken. She's speechless, and honestly, this dude is straight up terrifying. No chill at all. But she quickly recovers and announces there's a man who intends to propose to her, trying to regain control. However, she immediately clarifies that's not what she wants, and we're left wondering what she's planning. She's staring him down, radiating defiance, and it's a total boss move. She's not backing down. He's leaning closer, a smirk playing on his lips, and it's clear he's intrigued by her resistance. He's unbuttoning his shirt. Oh no. And she's watching with a mixture of fear and determination. Our girl is playing with fire, and this dude is loving it. The tension is insane. Unless, of course, the Imperial Prince of Tricus decides to claim her as his bride first. Talk about a complication. Someone thinks she truly despises this man and is about to help her rise to the occasion. Things are escalating. He's taking her hand, and she's letting him. But he's warning her this is a reckless gamble, and she's walking right into it. He drops the warning about fleeing a tiger only to meet a dragon, and honestly, it's a perfect metaphor for her situation. She's announcing she's heard the rumors about him reaching Saul. She's definitely playing a game of cat and mouse. He's gripping her neck, and she's clearly terrified, her heart pounding like crazy. No way. She's asking him for one promise, and her voice is shaking. It's a desperate plea, for sure. He's staring her down, looking completely unreadable, and honestly, it's giving us major trust issues. But he's clasping her hand, and she's returning the grip. Talk about a power move, even if she's scared. He's revealing he's a bloodthirsty fiend who prefers spilling blood to a woman's embrace. Yikes, that's intense. She's hearing this, and her eyes widen. She's realizing just how dangerous this man truly is. However, he finishes by saying it's just a rumor, a story people tell. So is he playing with her? He's looking at her expectantly, and she's still holding his hand. She's playing this game perfectly. She's demanding he promise her something, and her expression is so vulnerable. We're on the edge of our seats. But this dude is completely lost in thought. He's clearly conflicted, and we need answers now. She's laying it all out. A wife's duty is to provide an heir, and she needs his promise to protect their child. He's silent, lost in thought, and our girl is practically begging him with her eyes. The tension is unreal. But before he can answer, someone knocks seriously. The timing could not be worse. It's Dia, claiming she noticed the curtains billowing and thought something was wrong, suspicious much. He asks if she'll come in and close the window, but it feels like a trap. Is she playing a part in all this? He's turning back to our girl, and she's totally panicking, blurting out that if he leaves the window open, she'll catch a chill. She's straight up denying needing his protection, and honestly, it's a bold move considering the situation. He's looking down at her, and she's clutching his hand. The power dynamic is shifting, and we're here for it. He's promising to protect their child, finally giving her what she wants. But something about his expression feels off. She's visibly relieved, but bro, this feels like a temporary truce. There's definitely more drama coming. He's extinguishing the candles one by one, creating this super intimate vibe. It's kinda creepy TBA. He leans in close and whispers something to her, and she's totally caught off guard. What did he say? He promises she'll get her answer soon. And the scene is bathed in this eerie white light. It's ominous, I swear. But the way he said it, it's like he's playing a game, and our girl is a pawn. This is not good. Okay, so our girl is straight up demanding to know what this dude wants from her. She's not playing games. Turns out, this is Cheddar Phil, and get this, he's her betrothed. No way, she had no idea. She's totally shocked, clutching her gloves like she's about to faint, but tries to play it cool. But this dude Phil is giving her the side eye, like he knows she's hiding something, and honestly she is. He's all broody and intense, a single tear rolling down his face. Is he upset or just moody? He's clutching his coat, looking seriously conflicted, but refuses to believe she's after his title. Phil lays it down. He's telling her she's making a mistake, and she's not having it. She's giving him a look, and honestly, she's about to turn this whole situation upside down. This dude thinks he's in control, but our girl is plotting, and I'm here for it. She tries to explain she can't share everything, but bro, she's hiding some serious stuff. She says even if she explained, he wouldn't understand. And honestly, she doesn't think he'd believe her. We get a flashback. She was murdered by another man while pregnant with his child. No freaking way. She confesses all she desires is to serve him as his wife, but the vibe is complicated. Phil finally responds, and it's not sweet. He's basically saying she'll get an empty title, nothing more. He's laying down the law, hell, sire, and heir purely out of obligation. But that's it. There will be no intimacy, no shared conversations. This dude is building a fortress around his heart, and to top it off, he declares any child she bears will never have true power. Savage. He's so cold, staring down at her. This dude is a whole mood, and it's not a good one. Our girl is reeling, trying to process this. But I have a feeling she's not backing down anytime soon. He lays down his terms, basically a political marriage with zero affection, cold. Phil nods, accepting his conditions, and straight up says she'd be honored to serve him. He agrees, but then drops a bomb: he'll propose tomorrow. What is this dude playing at? Phil is shocked. She covers her mouth, totally not expecting that announcement. She thanks him, promising total devotion, but she's clearly hiding her true feelings. Phil smiles serenely, but her inner thoughts reveal she thinks he's acting all high and mighty. He dismisses her, telling her she can leave, and honestly, the tension is THK. He's standing there, arms crossed, looking all aloof, and it's clear this isn't over. Phil is getting grilled by a friend about how her meeting with the prince went. Everyone wants details. She downplays it, saying it was just a small matter, but her friend isn't buying it for a second. Her friend drops a bomb: rumors are flying that the prince personally invited Phil to speak with him. Phil tries to act cool, but her friend keeps pushing. Apparently, everyone thinks they're practically engaged. Phil panics internally. She can't bear the thought of being sent to a distant land with him. She's clearly freaking out, and her friend notices, questioning what happened between them. Phil quickly recovers, claiming it was nothing, but her friend is still suspicious. She admits he's intimidating, but also devastatingly handsome. Okay, so she's a little smitten. But her friend worries about Lord Cheddar finding out and getting jealous. Drama is brewing, for sure. Phil insists everything went well, but honestly, she's a mess of conflicting emotions right now. Phil's friend is laying out her plan. She's determined to make Lord Cheddar propose, no matter what. She's convinced he'll be completely captivated and lose his mind when Phil accepts his proposal. It's kinda intense. But Phil's childhood friend is absolutely furious, storming in and demanding to know what's going on. Turns out, the friend is the 5th concubine, and she's showing off a gorgeous necklace. A gift from the emperor himself. Phil realizes the necklace used to belong to her mother, and the concubine is lending it to her. Weird flex, but okay. The concubine says the emperor gave it to her mother, and she's letting Phil wear it because it matches her hair. So shady. Phil understands. Her mother must want her to look her absolute best today. It's all a calculated move. She's thinking about her mother, and how this is the only gift her father ever gave her. Wow, that's rough. The scene cuts to a lavish party, with nobles dressed to the nines, and the atmosphere is totally buzzing. Phil is ready to play her part, looking radiant, but this whole situation is a tangled web of secrets and power plays. Phil thinks her dress might be a little much, but she's owning it. Confidence is key, girl! Suddenly, Selah, the king's real daughter, storms in and demands to know what's happening. Selah halts everyone, and straight up asks Phil if she's trying to impress someone with her look. Another noble greets Selah, but the blonde is clearly unimpressed and sizing Phil up. The other ladies start whispering, wondering if Phil's bold outfit is a ploy to become a countess. They're speculating she's trying to catch Lord Cheddar's eye, or maybe she's just scared of him. Rude. One of them snickers, saying if Phil looked as drab as usual, Lord Cheddar might reconsider her. Phil's friend overhears, and she's not happy, but our girl is playing it cool, smirking to herself. She's definitely letting them underestimate her, and honestly, it's a power move. The ladies continue to snicker, completely unaware that Phil is about to turn their world upside down. This dude Prince Ian spots Phil and is completely floored. He's speechless, seriously. He steps closer, eyes locked on her, and delivers this super dramatic line about her being breathtaking tonight. But Phil isn't looking at him. She's focused on someone else in the crowd. Total mystery. And honestly, her expression is a little smug, like she's totally playing a game and winning. Okay, so our girl is all patched up, but someone notices her injured hand. It's gotta be from that fight. This dude, the blonde emperor, is straight up asking if he hurt her. Smooth bro, real smooth. He's casually strolling towards her with this intense look, and the black-haired guy is not happy about it. The black-haired dude is ready to intervene, and honestly, this is about to get messy. He grabs her hand, and the blonde emperor's face is priceless, pure annoyance. But then, Yankee, the emperor just pulls her closer, totally ignoring the black-haired guy's glare. The black-haired guy is fuming, and you can see he's trying to keep his cool, but it's failing. He demands to know what the emperor thinks he's doing, and the emperor just throws shade about northern customs being liberal. Our girl is so shocked, and the emperor is just smirking. This is getting wilder by the second. The emperor is clearly trying to provoke him, and the black-haired guy is about to explode. No way this ends well! The emperor is laying it on thick. Apparently, kissing a mere acquaintance is super improper here. He specifies especially if that acquaintance is a lady, and our girl is looking seriously uncomfortable. The emperor asks if she wasn't aware of this, but it's clearly a setup. He's baiting the black-haired dude. He takes a step forward, and honestly, this is a power move. It's all about asserting dominance. The emperor's grip tightens on her hand, and you can see the black-haired guy is about to lose it. Major tension. He demands to know if the emperor thinks he can just greet a princess of another nation like this. The emperor asks if he should take that as a sign that her kingdom has no interest in peace. Total mind games. But then, the emperor just yanks her closer, completely ignoring the black-haired guy's furious glare. And then, the announcement. They're proclaiming their royal majesties, the king and queen. Our girl is officially queen, and this dude is straight up speechless. Talk about a plot twist. The blonde guy tries to interrupt, reminding everyone they already discussed this matter. Smooth move, bro. But the black-haired dude straight up cuts him off, demanding an answer now. He is not playing games. Our girl stands tall, reminding the emperor he promised her a response today. She's taking charge. And then, the bomb drop. He declares he wants Princess Hainail as his bride, and the room goes silent. She looks stunned, but keeps her composure, and honestly, her expression is everything. The emperor is furious, while the blonde guy is giving the black-haired dude a death glare. This is escalating. However, our girl doesn't even flinch, and she maintains eye contact with the emperor. She's a queen. The emperor demands to know what this is all about, but the black-haired dude doesn't even bother responding. He reaches for her hand, and it's a power move. He's claiming what he wants, and it's intense. The emperor's grip tightens, and the blonde guy looks ready to pounce. No way this is over. The blonde guy is all like, I've cherished Princess Hainail forever. Smooth, but predictable. He asks for the emperor's blessing to marry her, but the black-haired dude is not having it. He reminds the emperor he already offered a pick among the 5 princesses. Talk about a power play. The blonde dude's face is priceless, and the black-haired dude is just smirking. This is getting good. Our girl is standing between them, a queen amidst chaos, and honestly, she owns the moment. He grabs her hand, and the blonde guy is losing it. The tension is insane. The emperor is fuming, but the black-haired dude isn't even looking at him. He's focused on our girl. He declares his mind is already made up, and honestly, this dude is a menace. She's staring right back at the emperor, unbothered, while he's clearly about to explode. But the emperor is clearly not backing down, and this whole situation is about to erupt. No way. The emperor is asking what's to be done, but our girl's fiancé is already plotting. He's thinking about the Tricasians. He's deciding he needs to play it safe with the Tricasians, but he absolutely refuses to let File get off scot-free. He addresses the emperor as Prince Lutz, and straight up asks if he's met all 5 of his daughters. This is a setup. He suggests the emperor meet his daughters before making a decision, and it's a low-key threat, so shady. Someone whispers about why of all the princesses, it has to be Hainail. The shade is real. The blonde guy is losing it, yelling wet. He's clearly not expecting this turn of events. The fiancé demands an apology from the emperor, claiming the man owes him one. The audacity! He insists File should apologize, but honestly, this dude is digging his own grave. Our girl is standing there unbothered, while everyone else is losing their minds. She's a queen. He declares his mind is made up, and it's clear he's choosing Hainail. The drama is chef's kiss. The emperor is absolutely fuming, demanding to know how dare anyone interrupt him. Talk about a mood. He's ranting about how the count of a conquered kingdom dare is mock the victorious prince. The nerve of this guy! But the emperor reveals he held back his rage at his father's request. Wow, so there's a whole backstory here. He remembers considering burning the Sal Palace and enslaving all 5 princesses. This dude is wheeled. He claims the blood he spilled in battle wasn't enough, and honestly, that's terrifying. Someone questions his highness, but he's clearly not playing around. This is getting intense. The blonde guy is glaring, clenching his fist. He's not handling this well at all. The ladies are whispering and apologizing, trying to smooth things over, but it's too late. He turns his back on them, radiating power. This is a straight-up power move, and just like that, he's walking away, leaving everyone speechless. Our girl is running this show. He's reaching for her, trying to pull her close. But she's not having it. She's pulling away. She's staring up at him, and you can see the determination in her eyes. She's not backing down. This dude straight up declares he's taking her as his bride, like it's that simple. The audacity! He's smirking, all possessive, and honestly, our girl is playing this so well. Okay, so our girl just found out her husband, Lutz, was Maridi in his past life, and to her no less. But hold up, things get WLD. She's now supposed to marry Shater, another powerful dude, which is a total twist. She's freaking out because fate seems to be actively trying to mess with her plans, and honestly, who can blame her? Then, Lutz just straight up shows up, looking all regal and intense, and proposes right then and there. She's clearly shocked by the sudden proposal, and this dude is totally noticing her reaction, smirking even. Lutz asks for a private moment with her, and the scene shifts as he leads her outside into a gorgeous garden. He's observing her closely, noting her shaken state, and bro, the tension is real right now. But it seems she's still processing everything as she stands amidst the beautiful flowers, lost in thought. Honestly, this situation is a mess, and our girl is caught right in the middle of it all. Lutz asks if something's wrong, but our girl plays it cool, saying she's just relieved not to marry that other guy. She tells him she's grateful for his generosity, and Lutz just accepts it. Weird flex, bro. He responds with a simple good, and then, no joke, just pushes her into the fountain. She splashes into the water, and Lutz is just standing there, looking down at her with a smirk. Our girl is stunned, questioning what just happened while Lutz casually leans back, all relaxed. He's completely sprawled out on the bench, looking ridiculously comfortable, and she's absolutely floored. But then he casually mentions Treecus is in a perpetual winter, and it suddenly clicks for her. She realizes he pushed her in to see if she'd react with water magic, because that's how they identify mages in Treecus. No way. He's been testing her the whole time, pretending to be interested in a marriage alliance when he's really investigating her powers. And honestly, this dude is playing a dangerous game because our girl is not about to let him win. Everyone's whispering about her due date, and Lutz is watching her with this intense, knowing look. It's creepy, honestly. She's clearly uncomfortable with all the attention, but Lutz just casually asks if she's okay, pretending to be concerned. He says these last few weeks are the hardest with all the weight. But it feels like a veiled threat, not sympathy. She's lost in thought, remembering a child she clearly longed for, and it's super heartbreaking. She wishes she'd met them. But then she starts crying, and Lutz is all, "You're crying?" Like he has no idea why. Our girl is straight up devastated, and it's clear she's carrying a lot of pain from a past life. He's still just standing there looking down at her, and honestly, this dude is infuriating. She's thinking about how she wishes she'd had more time, and it's a gut punch. This regression isn't fixing everything. Lutz is watching her cry, and it's obvious he's hiding something, but what's his game? She's a mess, and he's a stone-cold manipulator. This is gonna be a wild ride, I can feel it. Okay, so Lutz is grilling a lady, in waiting about his mother, and it turns out she was a maid. She became a concubine after he was born, but apparently she never caught his father's eye. Ouch. Our girl is laying it all out. Her mother started as a maid, and it's a huge deal to Lutz. He's heard everything, and it's clear he's processing it, but he's trying to act like he doesn't care. But he straight up says he doesn't care about her mother's background. This dude is cold. She's internally panicking, wondering if he's dismissing her because she's a lesser princess. It's a low blow. He scoffs and looks away, like her status even matters to him. This is getting intense. But then he says he doesn't care, and she's like, wait, what? He's playing some serious mind games. She's thinking he's judging her, but he's got his own agenda brewing. This dude is a puzzle. And honestly, I think she's starting to realize she's underestimated how ruthless this guy can be. She's spiraling, convinced Lutz will find out about her mother. And she's clutching her hands so tightly, she thinks he'd discover the truth regardless. But he just casually throws out that the king is a drunken mess. Our girl is livid, calling him an unbridled mutt, and rightfully so, honestly. She's absolutely disgusted he'd call himself king while treating women like that, and a little puppy even woofs at the insult. Lutz is totally unbothered, and she's realizing everyone seems to enjoy mocking her and her mother. Talk about a power play. She blames him for all the scorn, but then points out it's the innocent who suffer. She's not backing down. He gives her a cold oski, like he's above it all, and she's bracing for the worst. But then the wind rustles the leaves, creating this dramatic atmosphere as he drops a bombshell. He straight up tells her to spend time with her mother, while she can, because he's leaving for Tricas and won't return. And the look on his face. Total dismissal. She's left standing there reeling while he turns away. He's reaching for her, and she's about to touch him. It's a total slow burn moment. Their fingers brush, and she's practically vibrating with tension. But he's playing it cool. He says if he helps her, it'll look like he's forcing his affections, and her efforts will be wasted. She asks about his efforts, but he straight up scoffs and says he was just pretending at the celebration. This dude is brutal. He claims playing the lovesick suitor was just to maintain appearances. He doubles down, saying it's better she thinks he's concerned than her mother keeps lamenting a stolen daughter. She's totally caught off guard and asks if he's actually worried about her mother. The audacity! He's so close, she can feel his breath, and she's clearly questioning everything right now. He's got his arm around her, and she's looking up at him. But the vibe is icy, not romantic. She's stunned, and honestly, I am too. This dude is a master manipulator, no way. He's holding her hand, but is totally cold. Tells her he didn't do it for her, like, at all. This dude is straight up telling her to go inside, dismissing her feelings like they don't matter. He's turning away, and honestly, the way he looks at her is so condescending, it's infuriating. He wants her to just leave him alone now. Bro is so frustrating, pretending he doesn't care. Okay, so our girl is back at the palace, and it's gross, all gold and white and seriously extra. She's trying to get Lord Chester to accept the gifts from the other nobles, but he's being a total snob. He straight up says he'll only take them once she's back by his side, which is a choice. She falters, but then remembers she's playing a long game and doesn't surrender easily. She's telling him this whole thing was already settled with the king, trying to maintain control. But he doesn't believe she'd give in so readily, and honestly, he's kinda right to be suspicious. She asks him to wait for her, high nail, and you can just feel the tension building. He's giving her the side eye, and she's trying so hard to look composed, it's killing me. He's all, I'll accept these gifts once you're back with me, and she's clearly holding back a firestorm. She's internally pleading with He-Nail to wait, and bro, this power play is intense. She's playing with fire. Okay, so He-Nail is definitely giving our girl the cold shoulder, and she's starting to freak out a little. She tries to play it cool, but her heart is pounding. You can practically hear it through the page. He-Nail dismisses her comment about waiting, and our girl is reeling like, what is going on with this dude? She stumbles, and He-Nail instinctively reaches out, but then quickly pulls back. The tension is insane. She's trying to recover, playing it off like she's just clumsy, but He-Nail isn't buying it for a second. Suddenly, a hand grabs her arm. It's the Emperor, and he's not happy, which is an understatement. He's all, what are you doing here? And our girl is scrambling to explain herself, trying to sound innocent. She claims she was just admiring the decorations, but the Emperor clearly sees right through her flimsy excuse. He-Nail steps forward, and things get even more awkward. She's caught between two powerful men. She's startled by the Emperor's sudden appearance, and honestly, it's a total mess, but a delicious mess. He-Nail asks if she was looking for him, and our girl is trying to play it cool, like she wasn't just internally spiraling. He wants to resume their earlier conversation, and she's all, what exactly are you getting at? She's suspicious, and rightfully so. She's stammering, trying to explain herself, and she's visibly trembling. This dude is making her nervous. He doesn't respond, just stares, and the silence is deafening. It's a power move, and she's totally feeling it. Suddenly, the Emperor laughs, and it's a super condescending sound. This is about to get messy. He straight up calls out another man for looking at his spoken-for woman, and it's so possessive. Talk about a red flag! Our girl is fuming, and she declares she's going to put that Emperor in his place. Yes, Queen, show him who's boss! Pardon, she asks, and He-Nail takes her hand, and it's a total mood shift. He's claiming ownership. He's all, your hand, princess, and she's shocked. No way is he really doing this. He smirks, and the chapter ends on that cliffhanger. This dude is playing a long game, and we need answers. Okay, so the Emperor announces a dance, and He-Nail looks totally exhausted. Poor thing. This dude, the prince, is all smooth and says no celebration is complete without one, like it's obvious. The Emperor's dad actually agrees, but suggests they invite the other newly betrothed couple too. Talk about awkward. The prince smirks and suggests it, and He-Nail visibly flinches. She's not thrilled about dancing with him. She's shocked, but then the other bride-to-be gasps. A marvelous idea, she says, but something feels off. The bride-to-be wants this dance to serve as a symbol of unity between their nations. Super diplomatic, huh? And then, music starts and the couples begin to dance. It's a total fairy tale moment, but also tense. Hainail is being led around the floor by the emperor, and she's trying to maintain a polite facade. But it's cracking. The prince is watching them dance, and his expression is unreadable. This dude is definitely plotting something. But honestly, the atmosphere is thick with tension. It's a dance of power, and everyone knows it. Okay, so the prince starts dancing with Hainail, and she's totally conflicted. She knows it's an act. But honestly, she can't help blushing. This dude is a surprisingly good dancer, and it's messing with her head. Whispers start spreading amongst the onlookers. Apparently, northern men are built like gods, and everyone's noticing. She's trying to convince herself it's all a show, a way for him to flaunt his power and claim her. However, she can't shake the feeling that this dance is a clear message. He's marking her as his. She glances at Cheddar, hoping he'll finally break, but he just stands there looking stoic. This guy. Hainail grits her teeth. She's determined to stay strong, but the prince's moves are getting to her. And honestly, it's clear this dance isn't just about showing off. It's a power play, and she's right in the middle. She's caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, annoyance, attraction, and a growing realization that things are getting complicated. But straight up, this whole situation is a mess, and our girl is playing a dangerous game. The prince is basically telling his advisor this whole situation with Hainail could backfire. Seriously? But Hainail overhears and she's starting to see why everyone despises this guy, cold-blooded. She calls him vile and says his gaze feels like it's boring into her skull. Talk about intense! Then, the prince smirks and pulls her close, and honestly, it's a power move, no doubt. He's holding her so tightly, and she's completely lost for words. This dude is playing with fire. She's caught off guard, but then he leans in, and she's bracing for something. But instead of a kiss, he just whispers something in her ear. What a tease. Suddenly, petals rain down around them, and the whole scene is super romantic. The drama. She's clearly shocked by whatever he said, and her eyes are wide. What did he whisper? And then, the prince gives this little, satisfied smile. He knows exactly what he's doing. Okay, so the prince straight up tells Hainail he's going to claim her as his own. Talk about possessive? She's furious and begins to walk away, but he smoothly takes a step to block her path. He confidently declares she's his now, and she's completely speechless. This dude is relentless. But she doesn't back down, and retorts that she's not some possession. Our girl is fire. Okay, so our girl is plotting. She's determined to make sure her kid's dad isn't her cheating ex-husband. She's straight up leaning into this super intense moment with Prince Cain, getting closey, like really close. She's thinking he's just putting on an act for another woman, Cheddar. But honestly, her heart is racing. Everyone's watching them, and she feels the weight of all those stares, but her pulse is going wild. She tries to rationalize it, saying it's just the attention, but her heart is definitely betraying her. Rumors are flying around that this dude, Cain, is a heartless brute who doesn't care about women. Talk about a reputation. However, his actions are saying something completely different, especially since he invited Princess Hainail to the palace. The other ladies are buzzing, wondering if he's fallen for Hainail at first sight. It's all so messy. They point out he hasn't even looked at any other women, which is a huge clue, right? Our girl is starting to suspect there's more to this than meets the eye, and honestly, we are too. Okay, so the wedding ceremony begins, and this dude, Cain, looks seriously conflicted, like major inner turmoil. They're invoking Nushkar, the fire god, to bless the union, and Cain is visibly clenching his jaw. The priest presents willow bark symbolizing life, and it's supposed to entwine their destinies. Heavy stuff. Cain accepts the bark, and honestly, he looks like he's about to explode. What is going on with him? The priest asks for blessings, and our girl, Hainail, finally looks at Cain, all serene and perfect. She's passing the bark to him, and bro, her expression is unreadable. Is she playing a game? Cain takes the bark, and she's got this little smirk, like she knows exactly what she's doing. The priest pronounces the binding complete, wishing them a blessed life and a new life. Hold up. Wait, they're hoping for a child already? Our girl is playing the long game, no way. Cain is staring at her now, and his gaze is intense. This dude is definitely rethinking everything. Hainail claims she's nervous, but Cain isn't buying it. He's seriously questioning her now. He demands to know what's wrong, and our girl just gives him this mysterious look. She's playing him. Cain is straight up shaking, remembering his past life, and vows he won't lose anyone again. But then, a voice cuts through everything. What is it? And it's not who we expect. It's the High Priest. He's clearly sensing something is off with Cain and Hinail's exchange. The priest suddenly moves to separate them, but Cain reacts fast, blocking his path. Cain's eyes glow and he unleashes some serious power. The priest is totally stunned, and honestly, so are we. He proclaims they'll ignite the sacred fire of Nushkar, and things are escalating quickly. The priest tries to stop him, but Cain just vaporizes his hand. What is happening? This dude is unleashing chaos. It's a power move and our girl is watching, completely unfazed. Cain demands the tears of Nushkar, and everyone is seriously questioning this power play. People start murmuring, whispering about holy water, but Cain doesn't even flinch. The High Priest is losing it, sputtering about the audacity of this request, but Cain just ignores him. Someone murmurs that he's the Imperial Prince, but others question how wickedness can be present in such a sacred place. Then, a figure shrouded in white descends from above. It's a spirit, and it's clearly reacting to Cain. The spirit proclaims that magic is emanating from Cain, and the priest is absolutely horrified. But someone else is questioning everything. How could such wickedness be here? They're freaking out over the prince. The spirit is descending, and there's a strange dark energy swirling around. Something is definitely up. Hinail is looking up at Cain and bro, she's unbothered. She's watching this whole scene unfold with a smirk. Cain is straight up radiating power, and Hinail is right there with him. This duo is a force to be reckoned with. The High Priest declares their union can't be sanctioned. Talk about a buzzkill! Cain is absolutely livid, calling it the most preposterous accusation he's ever faced. He's fiddling with something, and everyone is wondering what this even is. It's an almoner, and people are questioning why he's pulling it out right now. Cain grabs Hinail's hand, and she's looking at him with this sly, knowing smile. She's playing this perfectly. He's pressing her hand, and she doesn't even flinch, but the pressure is definitely building. Cain lays it all out. This marriage is a tribute from Sal to Tricus, a political move, but he adds they won't take any disruption as a sign of their kingdom's weakness. Oh, it's on. And honestly, he's straight up daring someone to object, and Hinail is just enjoying the show. The High Priest declares that Nushkar's tears will reveal the truth. Talk about dramatic irony. He splashes holy water on Hinail, but she doesn't even react. She's completely unfazed. The High Priest insists the water will reveal darkness, but then he starts reacting. Something's wrong. He proclaims his devotion to Nushkar, saying he's never arid, and then the water starts to change. Cain grabs Hinail's hand, demanding everyone behold. This is getting intense. The holy water drips from their clasped hands, and the High Priest starts to falter. No way! Cain declares that religious blunders mean nothing to him, straight up dismissing the priest's authority. The High Priest sputters that this can't be, but it's clear something major is happening. But this dude thought he had all the power. Our girl is about to flip the script, and it's glorious. However, Cain insists this is just the first of many surprises. The game is officially afoot. Someone begs the High Priest to try again. They clearly aren't getting the result they want, but the High Priest is losing it, insisting it can't be, and demanding another attempt. Cain just calmly says ice, and honestly, his confidence is radiating off the page. However, it's clear this is all going exactly according to plan for our girl and this dude. This dude is straight up losing it, demanding to know if our girl used the almoner. Whatever that is. He's seriously spiraling, accusing her of using something dangerous, and honestly, the look on his face is priceless. But our girl, she's ice cold, casually admitting she pierced the puricite to steal its power. No big deal. She's drawing power directly from this puricite thing, and it's clearly a massive deal. Look at all those sparkles. Someone is urgently telling him they can't expose the imperial family's secrets, like this is some kind of surprise. He's trying to leave, but they're begging him to at least talk to the king first, but he's not hearing it. He claims he's in no state to seek an audience, and honestly, he's a mess but still standing. But then we cut to the princess, or rather, his imperial consort, looking radiant, surrounded by flowers, and she's questioning what's happening with Evhim, adding a whole new layer to this complicated situation. Our girl's got a plan, and this dude is about to be a pawn in it, and it is so good. Okay, so this dude is completely undone. He's basically begging her to tell him what's going on. She's all, there are more important matters, and honestly, the shade is perfect. Someone bursts in shouting, Your Highness. It's clearly urgent, and things are escalating fast. We get a title card. My child will have a different father. and the drama is officially cranked to 11. Back in the present, the imperial consort asks if our girl is leaving tomorrow, and the maid confirms it. The maid drops a bomb. The prince is furious about what happened during the ceremony, but he's keeping it to himself. He sent word that they're departing tomorrow, which is a total power move. He's not waiting for permission. The consort is looking at another woman, her rival, and things are getting tense. No way. She casually mentions the high priest was displeased, but honestly, that feels like an understatement. But our girl is playing the long game. She's about to cause some serious chaos, and I am here for it. She's telling her mother she wishes she'd spent more time with her before leaving. Major feels right now. The consort is worried about sending her to Tricas, saying it's a cold and desolate place, and honestly, she's not wrong. But our girl is unbothered. She says Prince Lutz cares for her, and that's all that matters, period. Her mother accepts this, but then casually drops that her brother gave her something years ago. She admits she wasn't sure if she should give it to her daughter, but believes it will serve her better than herself. But the daughter is confused. What is this mysterious gift, and why is her mother acting so strangely? The mother reveals it's a gift from her brother, and the look on her face is intense. Something's definitely up. She hands over a beautiful necklace, and it's clear this isn't just a random present. It's loaded with meaning. Our girl is totally suspicious. This whole exchange is giving off major vibes, and I'm on the edge of my seat. The mother's expression is unreadable, but she's clearly holding something back, and it's about to explode. Okay, so her mother admits she gave her this elixir when she married Cheddar, and it's supposed to keep his heart from wandering. But Cheddar's affections did wander, and it wasn't long after the wedding. Ouch, that's rough. In desperation, our girl used the elixir, hoping to rekindle his love, but it ended up enabling her to conceive, which is a total twist. She's clutching her belly, remembering the early days, and honestly, this whole situation is heartbreaking. She's recalling the moment she realized Cheddar was completely checked out, and it's brutal to watch. And then, a hand grips her stomach, and it's not Cheddar, it's her mother. What is happening? Her mother thanks her, and the look on her face is unsettling. Something is seriously off with this woman. But the mother's expression is unreadable, and the whole scene is dripping with hidden agendas. She's totally suspicious, and we are too. This mother is playing a long game, and I don't trust it. Okay, this is a lot. Her mother is clearly involved in something major, and our girl is right in the middle of it. Her mother is laying down the law. She expects our girl to play her part, whatever that is. This dude is laying it on thick, demanding she doesn't forget her role, and it's giving me chills. She's called High Nail, and it feels like a secret code name. What is going on with this family? Okay, so the father is totally in on it too. He's got that same cold, calculating look as the mother. They're presenting a united front, and it's clear they're both manipulating our girl for their own purposes. But she's not backing down. She's staring right at them, trying to figure out their game, and I love it. The scene cuts to a courtyard with a ton of birds. It's a weird, symbolic moment, honestly. And then we see a woman asking if the prince has arrived yet, building the tension for his entrance. Our girl is totally caught in a web of lies, and these two are straight up using her. However, she's clearly not a pawn. She's got a plan brewing, and I can't wait to see it unfold. Okay, so the king drops a bomb. The prince left yesterday because of some issue with the high priest. Our girl is shocked, obviously, and asks about it, but the king wants her to fix things for him. He straight up tells her to appease the prince, and it's so manipulative, I can't even. She agrees to help, but I swear she's plotting something. Her expression is so calculated. Her mother steps in and takes her hand, squeezing tight, like we're in this together. She returns the squeeze and says, "And you to me, mother." It's creepy how in sync they are. Then, a guard approaches and our girl takes his hand, signaling him to open the doors. The doors click open, and it's like she's stepping into a whole new level of this game. However, I have a feeling this isn't about appeasing the prince. She's got a bigger plan. She's playing everyone, and honestly, I'm here for the chaos. Her attendant rushes forward, begging her not to bow to the prince. She's a princess consort now, no need for ceremony. The prince's mother steps in, telling our girl she could have had more time with him if she'd been braver. She looks straight into the queen's eyes, and you can tell she's holding back a whole ocean of secrets. But this isn't about sadness. She's playing the long game, and I have a feeling this is about to get wild. Okay, so a servant is laying out the day's plans for our girl's husband, and honestly, it's a lot. He's leaving for Duen near the border, and the delegation will be spending the night there. But wait, he sends apologies for leaving early because of urgent matters, and our girl is peeking from behind a curtain. She's totally side-eyeing him, and bro is straight up fidgeting. Something's up with this dude. Our girl thinks he's ditching her because of the high priest, but then she realizes he's not leaving her behind. She's convinced he's changed his mind and is relieved, and is clutching at her dress in excitement. He's telling her they'll be traveling into the night, so she needs to get some rest. Smooth move, Your Highness. Prince Lutz has already arrived at the border, which is a little sus, but our girl seems oblivious for now. It looks like they're headed straight for trouble, and our girl is probably walking right into a trap. However, she's clearly thinking he's changed his tune, and is totally not expecting what's about to go down. A servant suggests she eat something light before the journey, worried about seasickness. Super thoughtful. Our girl accepts, and this dude's face, it's all kinds of suspicious. Bro is totally scheming. He asks if that puts her mind at ease, but she's whimpering. Something is seriously wrong with this interaction. They arrive at Duen Castle, and honestly, it looks like something out of a horror movie. The carriage creaks and the atmosphere is icy. This place is giving off major bad vibes. Servants are lined up, and our girl asks if this is where the prince is staying. It's confirmed, and she's definitely walking into a trap, but is completely oblivious. However, she's trusting him and expecting a warm welcome. Talk about setting herself up. She's thinking it's Duen Castle, but no way is this going to be a friendly visit. Our girl is about to find out that this dude isn't who she thinks he is. Prepare for chaos? She thanks the servants for the welcome, then asks straight up if the prince is inside. She's playing it cool. A silver-haired dude confirms he's inside, but is acting so shady while saying it. Bro is hiding something. The servants offer to escort them and arrange a meal, but another woman asks if Prince Lutz will be joining them. Someone wonders if his urgent matter has been seen to, and this dude's face, straight up a groan. He tells her there's something he needs to discuss with her privately. It's giving major red flag vibes, y'all. The scene cuts to a dimly lit room with candles, and it's clear this isn't going to be a friendly chat. Okay, so it turns out someone's with Intricus is behind the attempt on Prince Lutz's life. Major betrayal. But get this, he's recovering, thankfully, and they've kept it quiet from Saul, because it would complicate things. They brought the prince here first for urgent treatment, and then our girl showed up later. Sketchy timing, right? She asks if he's doing better, and he's like, not really, and tells her to take the adjoining room. Red flags everywhere. They insist she keep his condition private, and honestly, that's just asking for trouble. Suddenly, we cut to a super intense close-up of a different dude. This must be Prince Lutz's half-brother, and he looks pissed. Someone asks if the prince dined, noting he missed dinner with his new wife. Awkward. She learns he's been terribly busy and took his meal alone, but she's determined to keep this from Dea. Our girl points out it's their wedding night, so why is he eating separately and potentially sleeping apart? The maid tries to explain it away, but her excuse is weak. She's clearly covering for someone. But then, the maid offers to stand guard outside her door, just in case the prince changes his mind. She practically begs our girl to believe the prince might visit her tonight. Total desperation move. No way is this a normal situation, and our girl is clearly suspicious of everyone around her right now. She's lying in bed and straight up admits she can't tell Dea what really happened. Shady! But having Dea nearby actually makes everything feel more bearable, even with all the secrets. She hopes they can find some peace in this life, which is a big ask considering everything. It's night, and she's drifting off to sleep, but then she hears a rustling sound. She wakes up, shivering. It's suddenly freezing cold in the room, and she wonders if it's morning. She calls out for Dea, but then someone looms over her bed. Creepy. This dude is straight up seizing, and she's totally shocked. What is happening? He's thrashing around, and she tries to get away, but he grabs her arm. She yells out, and then this dude just dashes away, leaving her terrified and confused. No way this is a coincidence, and our girl is definitely realizing things are much worse than she thought. She tries to speak, but this dude clamps a hand over her mouth, so intense. He straight up threatens to slice her artery if she makes a sound, and bro, the vibe is terrifying. He's radiating power, and blue energy beams out from him. It's like she's completely helpless. She's trembling with fear, but our girl is clearly trying to stay strong. She won't break. It's snowing like crazy, but our girl's husband is already planning a search party for her, which is kinda sweet. But he's also told everyone to keep it hush-hush, saying he's instructed the maid to stay quiet about it all. He figures they can send 10 of the 30 guards with the delegation. Sounds reasonable, right? Nope, she straight up tells him she's going alone, and this dude is Seach okay. He's like, what? You just got better. And honestly, he's not wrong to be worried. She insists going alone is faster and will avoid unnecessary gossip, which is a solid plan. But if she's gone and he's also absent, people will realize they're booch missing. Major red flag. He demands she come up with a believable excuse, and she delivers with a killer idea. She wants everyone to think they've eloped on an impromptu wedding journey, and honestly, genius. We get a little romantic moment with them together, sealing the deal on their escape. Okay, so the prince is laying it on Tai Chi K with this whole romantic elopement story, but this other guy isn't buying it. He questions if anyone will actually believe their tale, and the prince is like, oh honey, after what I did in Sal, they'll believe us anything. The prince gives the order lead their unit out of Duen and circle westward to Tubone, and he'll meet them in Hawkwick in 3 days. Her husband is freaking out, asking if she really thinks they can reach Hawkwick that fast, and honestly, it seems ambitious. The prince just smirks, radiating confidence, and bro, I'm kinda here for it. Her husband wonders if this whole thing is a ploy orchestrated by Count Chater Phil, and that's a legit concern. But the prince doesn't even flinch, playing it cool and assuring everyone he's got it handled. He's so smooth, seriously, he's a master manipulator, and our girl is playing right into it. Her husband is starting to look desperate, but the prince is just casually giving orders and radiating power. This dude is straight up a menace, and I'm living for the drama. It's about to get wild-y. Okay, so our girl is laying down the law. If she fails this mission, this dude and his mom will immediately try to smear her name. She's warning them that the longer they delay, the more danger the princess faces, and the stakes are seriously high. The prince is giving orders to gather agents and find out who is behind all this, and honestly, he's ruthless. One of his guys confirms the orders, and everything feels super tense. Like something is about to go down. Suddenly, we cut to a snowy landscape and someone realizes something was off since the almoner was stolen. No way! They initially tried to stir up trouble between her and Sal over the almoner, but it failed, and now they're framing her for the princess disappearance. The galloping of horses echoes as they race through the snow, and it's clear things are escalating fast. It's always been like this, she thinks. They've been setting her up from the start, and it's a total betrayal. She's realizing they've been planning to blame her this whole time, and I'm screaming. This is a mess. But honestly, this is exactly what she expected, and she's prepared to fight back against this whole scheme. She remembers the new empress arriving with a son older than her, and her half-brother stealing her birthright. Rough start, honestly. Her brother gets crowned, but she feels discarded and stripped of everything she deserves. Total power move by him. She's recalling her younger brother constantly trying to take what was hers, and it's clear this family is full of snakes. But no longer, she vows. She's had enough of being treated like nothing, and is ready to change her fate. She grabs someone's arm, a tight grip showing she's taking control, and things are about to get intense. I can feel it. She declares she won't stand for it anymore, and honestly, good for her, she's taking back her power. We see her on horseback, charging into a battlefield, covered in blood. She's a warrior, and she's coming for everything. She's facing down a whole army, sword raised high, and it's a total boss moment. She's not backing down from anything. The scene cuts to bodies strewn across the battlefield, and it's brutal. She's making a statement, and it's terrifying. She states this is her standing within the imperial family, and it's clear she's been underestimated for far too long. The cold is absolutely brutal, and our girl feels like she's freezing solid as they ride through the snow. This dude is leading them north, straight towards Tricus, and she's immediately suspicious. Something is off. She's convinced this journey is a setup, orchestrated by someone within the Empire, and honestly, she's probably right. Suddenly, a crown descends from the sky, bathed in an eerie glow, and 2 figures stand before it. It's intense. We get a closer look, and it's her brother and another man, both seemingly vying for the throne. Major power play. But wait, she's realizing the other man is the former emperor, her father. No way, this is a twist. She's demanding they get down, and it's clear she's about to confront them both. She's not messing around. The horses clop against the icy ground, and the tension is building. This showdown is gonna be epic. She's declaring she'll take back what's rightfully hers, and this dude better watch out. She's coming for the throne. Our girl is radiating power, and it's clear she's not afraid of anyone. She's a queen in the making, I swear. She gasps, completely shocked by what she's seeing. It's a full-on ambush. They're suddenly in a snowy wasteland, and she demands to know where this dude has brought them. A voice booms from the darkness, revealing the former emperor. He's happy to see her, but it's super creepy. She's clearly disturbed, and her expression is giving major "I don't trust this" vibes, and honestly, same. He claims he's come to her rescue, but she's not buying it for a second. Something is seriously wrong. She tries to retreat, but her feet are frozen to the ground. Talk about a bad situation? He's closing in, and his smile is sending chills down our spines. This dude is definitely the villain. She's realizing he's been waiting for her, planning this whole thing, and it's a total betrayal. However, she's not going down without a fight. She's a princess, and she's ready to defend herself. She's making a run for it, and it's clear this is just the beginning of an epic showdown. Let's go! She's questioning what's happening, but then a masked figure grabs her hand. Total power move. He's reaching for her, and it's intense. She's completely captivated, and honestly, so am I. This dude, the prince, is stepping forward, and someone is telling her he hasn't touched her yet. The nerve! He leans in for a kiss, and it's a shocking moment, but she's not backing down. Our girl is fearless. Our girl is running for her life in the snow, desperately trying to escape this dude who's chasing her. He grabs at her dress, but she's determined to get away. She's not going down without a fight. She stumbles and falls, tumbling through the snow, but she keeps scrambling to escape his grasp. She yells at him to let her go, but this guy isn't listening. He's totally fixated on catching her. This dude is straight up wrestling with her, and she's struggling, flailing, trying to break free from his hold. He's yelling at her to stay still, and honestly, it's a super creepy and aggressive vibe. Suddenly, another man, a prince it looks like, rushes into the scene yelling for Hanale. He's clearly shocked by what he's seeing, and seems determined to intervene, but is he too late? He's trying to pull her away, telling her to stop, that she'll only hurt herself if she continues this struggle. Our girl looks completely distraught, tears streaming down her face. This situation is seriously intense. The prince asks if she's alright, but our girl flinches away from his touch. She's seriously traumatized. He kneels beside her, trying to help, but she's clearly not having it, completely shutting down. Another dude arrives and he's asking about payment. Seriously, the timing is awful. The prince glances at her, looking concerned. He's definitely starting to realize something is wrong. She's trembling, clutching at her dress, and bro, it's heartbreaking to watch her fall apart. Our girl is shaking so badly, her hands are gripping the fabric, and the prince just stares, totally lost. He's looking at her with a mix of confusion and concern. This dude is starting to connect the dots. She's clearly struggling to process everything, and honestly, this is a super messed up situation. The prince is frozen, staring at her, and you can tell he's starting to suspect something isn't right. She's completely broken down, and the prince is just watching, trying to figure out what happened. He straight up throws her down, and she hits the snowy ground with a thud. Talk about brutal. The prince rushes over, his face a mask of fury, while another guy tries to intervene. It's chaos! He's hauling our girl into his arms, shielding her. But she's sobbing, completely broken and overwhelmed. This dude is absolutely livid, staring down at whoever did this, and honestly, they deserve it. He's whispering to her, trying to soothe her, but she just keeps repeating, "Ah!" It's heartbreaking. He's clutching her close, protecting her, but you can see the anger simmering beneath the surface. He declares that bruising her was insult enough, but then he saw who she was looking at. This is getting intense. He says he had no choice, but bro, that's a weak excuse. We all know he's got a twisted motive. He's admitting he was jealous of whoever caught her eye, and that's why he hurt her. A total possessive freak. And honestly, the way he's looking at her, this situation is escalating fast, and it's terrifying. He's cradling her foot, examining the bruises. This dude is getting way too into it. She wakes up, confused and disoriented, asking where they are. Total amnesia moment. He's all smooth, telling her they're together now, just the two of them, and it's terrifyingly romantic. Her hands are trembling, but she doesn't say anything. She's clearly freaked out by his intensity. Someone overhears them and mutters that Phil is completely losing his mind, and honestly, they're not wrong. She's looking around, still trying to figure out where she is, and it's clear she's trapped. He's got that possessive smirk on his face, and it sends chills down our spines. This guy is a menace. He continues to talk about them being together, but it's less a sweet sentiment and more a threat. Her hands shake even more, and she's completely silent. She's cornered in realizing the danger she's in. But our girl is a survivor, and you can see a flicker of defiance in her eyes. She's not going down without a fight. He tells her to rest easy, promising to handle everything, but the for now at the end is supersus, right? His eyes narrow and you can see he's plotting something. This dude is not a safe harbor. He leans in for a kiss, and she flinches, but he grabs her chin, forcing her to face him. Straight up aggressive. She's losing it, shouting about being a princess now and demanding he have some shame. But he isn't listening. She's ranting about their marriage being a treaty, about how Tricus will retaliate, but he just squeezes her hand. He's all like, worry not, this is what the Empire wanted, and honestly, that's terrifyingly possessive. She's frozen, completely shocked by what he just said. What is this dude even planning? He observes her, noting her feet are warm. It's a creepy detail, and it's totally throwing her off. He leans closer, invading her personal space, and she's clearly overwhelmed. This situation is spiraling. However, the look on her face shows she's not backing down. Our girl is about to fight back, you just know it. He's nuzzling her, telling her to stay still, but it's so not comforting. It's totally controlling. He threatens to pin her down if she moves, then says he wouldn't dream of consummating their union while she's frozen. Talk about creepy! She's shocked, wondering if Tricus orchestrated this whole thing, and honestly, it's the most logical explanation right now. We get a flashback. Lutz's position in the Empire is shaky, and someone from the Imperial family wants to see him fall. Apparently, a commander stole the almoner's funds, and it was weird behavior for someone of his rank. Something's definitely up. Someone demands an explanation from the prince, promising there's no room for misunderstandings. But we know there are. Our girl finally speaks, and she's furious, demanding to know what he's planning. She's not falling for his act. He's all smooth, telling her she's soft, and that this is what the Empire wanted. Bro, just admit you're a villain. She's totally frozen, processing everything, and the look on her face is pure disbelief. No way this is happening. But she's not backing down, and she's about to deliver a killer response. Our girl is ready to fight fire with fire. She's devastated, clutching at something. It looks like a letter, and tears are streaming down her face. But then this dude, Tricus, appears, all smug and confident, like he's totally in control of the situation. She makes a daring leap, grabbing for Tricus, and honestly, it's a total power move. However, he catches her, and the look in his eyes is intense. This is about to get wildy. Okay, so this dude, the prince, is straight up laying it on thick, telling our girl how just touching her sets him on fire. He's grabbing for her, wanting to pull her into an embrace, and honestly, the intensity is kinda scary. He's panting, she's panting, and it's clear this dude is losing control. He's all smiles, but it feels wrong. But our girl, she's not having it. She screams no, and starts fighting him off immediately. She's flailing, struggling, trying to get away, declaring she won't let him take her. Good for her, honestly. She grits her teeth, determined to resist without even putting up a fight. She's refusing to be a victim. He tries to freeze her, to immobilize her, but she's fighting with everything she has. It's a desperate struggle. And then McGraze, she barely manages to escape his grasp, but the tension is still so high. The scene is intense, she's resisting, and our girl is clearly not going down without a battle. She's determined to stay strong, refusing to be taken, and we're all rooting for her to escape this situation. Our girl insists this moment needs affection, not force, and drops a bomb. Her father's decision impacts them both. She needs time to collect herself, to warm up, before letting him close. She's playing this smart, bro. She wants them to come together as lovers, not just because of duty, and honestly, that's a power move. This dude, the prince, is all in. He admits he messed up, begging for her forgiveness and understanding. He claims his passion overwhelmed him, and vows to never disrespect her like that again. Sounds sincere, right? He's kneeling before her, practically worshipping her, promising this night won't be reckless. Major groveling. But our girl is still reeling. She says that man left her shattered and needs a bath, a complete change. She's pulling away, needing space, and honestly, good for her. She's taking back control of the situation. She's clearly still upset, but trying to regain composure, and the artist makes it super clear she's pulling away. He's staring at her, eyes intense, clearly captivated, and we're left wondering if he'll actually respect her boundaries. He's all about making the bathwater perfect for her, dismissing everyone for privacy. Smooth move, honestly. She asks for a moment, needing space, and this dude actually listens. Shocking, but good to see. He starts to approach, but she's bracing herself, and it's clear she's still on edge. Totally understandable. Suddenly, someone shatters the door. No way, what is happening? The door clicks open, revealing nothing. This is getting creepy fast. She's alone again, clutching her robe, clearly terrified. This is a total ambush, bro. She's sprinting, desperate to escape, and the artist really shows the chaos of the moment. She's rushing out into a blizzard, but something's definitely following her. This is a disaster. She's swinging open the huge doors, nearly getting blown away by the snow, but she has to get away. But the scene cuts to outside. What was that noise? And who is after our girl? She's making a break for it, desperate to reach the forest, but it's a full-on blizzard out there. She's thinking she needs time, just a little bit to plan her next move. This is getting intense. Suddenly, something rips, her dress maybe. And she's scrambling to get away, but it's a struggle. She's inside the mansion now, rushing toward a window, clearly trying to escape through it. She's climbing onto a table, then a chair, desperately trying to reach the window. It's a risky move. And then this dude, the blonde guy, appears, casually strolling down the hallway with a tray, whistling a tune. He's approaching, and she's realizing she's trapped. He's blocking her escape route, straight up. He reaches for the door, and she's frozen, realizing this is a total setup. No way. He flings open the doors, and she's cornered with nowhere left to run. This is a disaster. But then, he just stands there, staring at her, and we're left wondering what his game is. It's unsettling. She's leaping from the balcony, desperate to escape, but this dude, the blonde, totally grabs her mid-air. He's pulling her back, trying to keep her from falling, but she's fighting him, determined to get away. Suddenly, another guy bursts in, tossing something at the blonde, and it's pure chaos. What is going on? She's taking advantage of the distraction, leaping again, and this time she's making a run for it. The blonde is trying to grab her again, but she's dodging and weaving, desperate to escape his grasp. He's pulling at her, trying to stop her, but she's slipping through his fingers. It's a tug of war. She finally breaks free, but they both tumble forward, falling off the balcony. No way. Our girl lands hard and is straight up out cold, while the blonde looks absolutely horrified. She's lying there motionless, and honestly, it's a total cliffhanger. Is she okay? A close-up on her legs. She's got a serious injury, and we're left wondering if she'll ever recover. He's demanding to know what she was trying to accomplish, and she's clearly in pain. Talk about a tense moment. She glares at him, but then he straight up calls her a half-breed, born of a maid. Rude. He continues, saying she ought to be grateful for his affection, and honestly, the audacity of this dude. He accuses her of spurning him, and now seeking to mock him, and she's about to lose it. We can feel the rage building. He grabs her, and she's fighting back, but he's squeezing her throat. No, no, no. She's desperately trying to break free, but his grip is tightening. This is getting seriously scary. But suddenly, she manages to wrench herself away, and he's left reeling. Take that! She's spitting in his face, and she's yelling at him. She's not going down without a fight. He's furious, and he's about to retaliate, but she's already landing a blow. She's a force to be reckoned with. She's unleashing a flurry of attacks, and he's struggling to defend himself. Our girl is absolutely demolishing him. She's cutting him, straight up slashing at his hands with something sharp, and he's stunned. He collapses, coughing up blood, and she's looming over him, looking absolutely fierce. But then, a voiceover reveals his inner thoughts. He wishes she'd just accepted being his wife. He's laying there, wounded, and she's just standing over him. No way is she showing remorse. Okay, so our girl is planning something by G, and it involves getting pregnant by someone other than her awful husband? She's got a sword ready, and she's waiting for her husband to come through the door. She's straight up planning to attack him. But then, she sees him coming and she's totally thrown, because he isn't using his own key to get in. She's clearly shocked, and is trying to figure out what's going on, gulping down her surprise. She's all dressed up, clutching a weapon, and she's ready to strike as soon as he steps inside. She's a woman on a mission. She declares she'll strike the moment he steps through the door, preparing for a confrontation. We get a close-up of the door handle, and it's kinda creepy. Something feels off about this situation. She's still on edge, wondering why he's not using his key, and it's building the suspense like crazy. She's seriously contemplating her next move, while looking absolutely stunning in her gown. However, This whole situation is weird. He's definitely up to something, and our girl is starting to suspect it. No way, this dude straight up KCKS the door off its hinges. Our girl is shocked, and he's making a grand entrance. He strides in, all brooding and intense, and she recognizes him. It's Prince Lutz. What is happening? Her husband is frozen, completely speechless as he sees the prince there, and she calls out to him. The redhead is totally panicking, but the prince just stares and asks if she was planning to attack him. She's mortified, but this dude is playing it cool, and even chuckles at her attempt to greet him. He leaps forward suddenly, and she's left reeling, wondering what his game is. He's all up in her space, and she's like, what the heck? This is getting intense. He's definitely not playing by the rules, and honestly, she looks a little flustered, which is kinda cute. He's declaring her affection is terribly affectionate. Is he flirting? This is a twist. And now he's moving in fast, leaving a trail of sparkly magic. Bro is serious about this? She's playing up the relieved to see him angle, apologizing for her over-the-top reaction, total pro move. But wait, he's not buying it. He grabs her, and she's visibly shaken by the sudden touch. He's practically dragging her now, and she's trying to keep up. This is getting seriously intense. She stumbles, and he catches her, but her senses are completely overwhelmed. What is this dude even doing? He's leaning in close, and she's freaking out. Her heart is pounding, and she's clearly affected. He straight up admits her touch is heightened, and she's about to lose it. The tension is unreal. But then, he calls her out, saying her theatrics were a bit much. Talk about a mood swing. She doubles down on the apology, claiming she was just relieved, but honestly, it sounds kinda flimsy. She's sniffling, trying to recover, and he pulls her closer. This dude is relentless, and then bam. He asks what happened to her face, and she looks absolutely shocked. What does he know? He's all business, demanding to know if she has her shoes. No time for dawdling, apparently. He sweeps her up in his coat, and she's totally flustered by the close contact. Wow, things are escalating. She begs him to leave, but he's not listening. He's determined to get her out of here, and fast. He's carrying her now, ignoring her protests, and she's staring up at him with wide eyes. She's speechless. He lifts her fully, and she lets out a little yelp. This dude is strong, and she's definitely feeling it. He declares this will speed things up. He's a man of action, no doubt about that. She blushes as he holds her close, looking down at her. Okay, the chemistry is OFT cars. He grips her hand tightly, and she looks up at him with a surprised expression. What is going on? He's carrying her away, and she's completely lost in the moment. This is a whirlwind romance. However, she's clearly hiding something. She's looking off to the side, and something's definitely up. Someone bursts in, and it's the Duke, straight up interrupting everything. He's losing it, demanding to know how she got in here. Total meltdown mode. Our girl snaps back, telling him not to call her a cur. She's not having it. The princess consort arrives, and she's furious. This dude messed with the wrong woman. She accuses him of being utterly deranged for even touching her. No way is she letting this slide. He tries to swing at our boy, but he's ready, sword drawn and deflecting the attack. The clash of steel echoes, ding ding, and the Duke looks shocked, realizing he's outmatched. Our boy spins, narrowly avoiding another attack. He's a total pro with that sword. The Duke grits his teeth, clearly frustrated. He thought he had the upper hand, but he was wrong. Another sword clash, ding ding, and the fight is on. This is getting intense. Our boy is telling the Duke to stay put and not come down. Super ominous, right? He starts descending the stairs, sword drawn, while the princess consort watches. Talk about a power move. He takes each step with purpose, and it's emphasized with steep. Building the tension, this dude demands the girl, threatening the Duke with consequences, straight up aggressive. He adds that if the Duke complies, he might live to see another day. That's cold, bro. The Duke finally asks who ordered him to take the princess. He's trying to figure out the bigger scheme. Our girl interrupts, declaring she'll speak with whoever gave the order first. She's not backing down. She warns him if he keeps quiet, she'll make him regret it. She means business. He dashes forward, sword raised, and a clash of steel rings out. It's happening fast. Another clash, another sealang. This fight is escalating, and honestly, it's about time. The Duke swings, but our boy deflects with ease. It's like he anticipated every move. He slices through the Duke's weapon, sending pieces flying. No way, that was a clean break. The Duke stumbles back, shocked, while our boy advances, sword glinting. He's relentless. He's got the Duke cornered now, demanding to know who ordered this attack. And honestly, this dude deserves it. Okay, so our girl is straight up planning to seduce the enemy prince, and this dude walks in on her thinking about it. She's all like, I'm gonna get pregnant by someone else, and it's a total power move. But then she suddenly collapses, looking super sick, and everyone's freaking out. She's clutching her stomach, and honestly it looks bad, like seriously bad. She falls, and this dude, the prince, is absolutely reeling from the shock of it all. He's down for the count, totally KO'd, while everyone stares in disbelief. Someone yells good heavens as the prince falls, but things are about to get even more chaotic. This other dude tries to help the prince up, but he's clearly struggling. This is a mess. He's pulling and yanking, trying to get the prince to stand, but it's no use, he's completely out of it. The prince's guard tells our girl she'll need the swords for the snow. What does that even mean? Someone asks if the prince is dead, but this dude's guard is all, nah, just complicating things by staying alive. They're scrambling because her abduction has left them super short on time. Like, major urgency here. No way. Someone is thrown through a doorway, covered in blood, and it's a total disaster. The prince glances over, and our girl is peeking at his ripped abs. Talk about awkward timing. He's basically saying he wants to finish off whoever did this. But things are way more complicated than they seem. This dude suspects the third prince is behind it all, and honestly, that tracks. He's worried about court turning on him if anything goes wrong, and his father will be furious. The prince accuses her of failing to protect their delegation's mission, straight up blaming her. He's laying it on thick, claiming she tarnished the mission, and our girl looks absolutely done. But he's clearly hiding something, because he's clutching his hands and looking super stressed. The prince is laying it on THK, pointing out she seemed ready to kill someone earlier. Talk about reading the room. But he's also impressed, admitting she's braver than she looks. Is this dude starting to see her potential? Our girl replies with a sly smile, saying she finds her strength with him here. Smooth move, sis. He's totally flustered by her response, his face turning red. Bro is definitely catching feelings. Suddenly, horses are galloping. Someone is speeding toward them, and it's urgent. A guard shouts, "Your Highness!" It's a rescue, or maybe something even more chaotic. The prince looks off into the distance, and you can tell he's already plotting his next move. He's thinking about how to handle everything, and honestly, this situation is spiraling out of control. Our girl is looking at him, and you can see she's starting to understand just how dangerous this man is. However, she's not scared, she's ready to play his game, and that's a little terrifying. The guards explain they rushed here following the prince's orders, but were unprepared. Total chaos? The prince nods, seemingly unbothered, and then turns his attention back to our girl. Smooth recovery. He asks if there's no horse for Highnail, and the guards admit the carriage is still a ways off. She's stranded. But before anyone can offer a mount, the prince just says that won't be necessary. What is he planning? And then he just lifts her into his arms, straight up carries her, no hesitation. Talk about a power move. Highnail blushes, looking completely flustered as he holds her close. She's losing it, and honestly, same. Her face is absolutely red, and she's staring right into his eyes. This dude is working his magic. He's leaning in, and she's definitely not pushing him away. The tension is unreal right now. However, she's not just swooning. There's a calculating look in her eyes, like she's assessing the situation. Our girl is playing this game perfectly, using his attraction to her advantage. She's a mastermind. He asks if she even knows how to ride, and she admits she doesn't. Total honesty. But then this dude just tells her to grab his waist. Smooth, but also kinda bold. She hesitates for a beat, like, wait, really? But then she goes for it. He straight up jumps onto the horse with her in his arms. No time for finesse? He warns her they're going fast and she needs to hold on tight. And bro, she's clinging. She manages a shaky yes, Your Highness. She's definitely rattled, but playing it cool. And then they're off, the horse galloping through the snow. It's happening so fast. The speed is insane. The lines show just how quickly they're moving. No way. She's clearly terrified, but she's gripping him tight, and honestly, good for her. They're galloping away, and our girl is completely at his mercy. This is getting intense. She's losing her grip, and straight up admits she's about to fall. This is terrifying. He's reacting to her fear, face contorted, but it's hard to tell if he's worried or something else. He groans, saying his senses are heightened, and having her pressed against him is excruciating. Okay, things are getting heated. She looks up at him, eyes wide and vulnerable, and he's clearly affected, but trying not to show it. She drops to the ground with a poof, and he flinches, clearly surprised by the sudden movement. He stammers out a denial, saying he didn't mean to make her fall. Yeah, right, bro, we see you. She asks if he expects him to teach her, and he's all, hold on tight, as they take off again. She manages a shaky right. She's scared, but determined to keep going, and honestly, good for her. They're galloping through the snow again, the landscape a blur. This is wild. She's completely reliant on him now, but she's gripping him tighter than ever. The tension is unreal. The carriage barrels onward, the horse's hooves pounding a frantic rhythm through the snow. It's a desperate escape. She's completely reliant on him now, but she's gripping him tighter than ever. The tension is unreal. No way. He just straight up drops her inside the mansion like she's a sack of potatoes. She lands awkwardly, but quickly recovers, demanding to know if he expected her to just fall. She's feisty. This dude, the prince, straight up grabs our girl and demands she stay still. Talk about controlling. He's pulling her closer, and she's clearly shocked. Like, what is even happening right now? She flushes bright red, completely caught off guard by his sudden move. No way she saw that coming. Our girl covers her mouth, totally flustered, but she's trying to play it cool, you know? Suddenly, he bumps into someone, interrupting the moment. Talk about bad timing, bro. She gasps, eyes wide, because this dude is acting so weird, and she's questioning everything. He turns away, all cold and dismissive, and she blushes even harder. This is getting intense. He slides past her, and she's reeling, thinking she hasn't done anything to deserve this attention. They clasp hands, and she wonders if she should finally speak up. The silence is unbearable. She asks how he found her, and honestly, we're all dying to know the answer right now. He explains he found the ribbon caught in the thickets, and it reminded him of her. Smooth talker, this dude. He holds up the ribbon, and she realizes he intentionally left it as a trail. Seriously? She's beaming, totally relieved he found it, and reveals she strategically left it hoping he would follow. But she asks how a ribbon alone could lead him all the way to Samore Castle. That's a long distance, bro. We cut to a shot of him panting, looking wrecked, and she's concerned. What happened to him? She's staring out the window, worried, but he's clearly pushing himself way too hard. He asks if they should stop for a rest, saying she's overexerted herself finding him. Oh, is he actually worried? He's breathless, insisting she needs to rest, and she's totally flustered by his concern. He says it's only been a day since she recovered from the poison, and she's pushed herself too far. He's right, she is. He suggests they step outside for some air, and honestly, our girl needs to listen to this dude. She basically agrees it's best he rest, but then someone asks if they should alert Sir Lenouve. Awkward. This dude, the one with them, straight up says they'll leave now, bowing deeply. So formal. They step away, and our girl is left staring at the closed doors, clearly thinking things through. She's suddenly struck with the thought, should she help him wash up? Like assist him personally? She's visibly fretting, and we see him collapsed on the bed, looking totally wrecked and exhausted. She's caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, questioning whether she should offer her assistance. It's a big moment. He's clearly in pain, and she's fighting her own inner turmoil, torn between duty and something else. She starts to move toward him, and her expression is unreadable. What's she planning? Her internal monologue is intense. She's worried, but also intrigued by the situation. She's frozen, lost in thought, as he lies there helpless. This is getting intense. You guys. Someone offers to fetch a damp cloth for him, sensing his fever, but she snaps and tells them to leave, cold. She's absolutely furious, and her internal monologue reveals his scent is driving her wild, which is a lot. She's practically seething as she tries to ignore him, but he's barely conscious and can't even move. Total mess. She reluctantly starts to help him change, wanting him comfortable, but she's clearly battling her own feelings. As she steps closer, she flinches. His scent is seriously affecting her, and it's making things complicated. His eyes flicker open, and she's caught off guard, but she quickly recovers and reaches for him. She grabs his hand and he responds, pulling her down into a sudden leap. No way, things are escalating fast. They tumble onto the bed, and she's now hovering over him, and honestly, the tension is insane. He's staring up at her with an intensity that's making her breath catch, and she looks completely flustered. She's trapped, and he's leaning in close. This dude is about to make a move, and our girl is frozen. He straight up asks if she'd really just let him walk away, and bro is leaning into this whole intense vibe. She responds with a loaded question. Does he think she'd tempt a starving beast with blood? Savage. Our girl is spiraling, realizing he hadn't been interested before, but now something's changed. She's trembling, clutching his hand, and wonders if the poison is somehow affecting him. It's a wild thought. He bites his lip and tells her to leave, but it's clear he doesn't actually want her to go. She ignores him and starts to undress him, and honestly, the tension is thicker than ever. He's basically daring her. They might end up consummating their marriage right then and there, and she doesn't protest. He rises from the bed, and our girl is left staring up at his bare chest. Talk about a power move. She's completely stunned, and the panels show the sheets all rumpled around her. The scene fades, leaving us on a total cliffhanger. What is going to happen next? She thinks the prince might have come only because of the peace treaty. She assumes he feels no real affection. But then, she realizes he's acting differently, colder than before, and she's seriously confused. She suddenly understands he needs an heir, and she's the only option. Talk about a cold calculation. She lets him pull her closer, thinking this is as good a place as any for him to get what he wants. He wraps his arms around her, and she's totally caught off guard by the intensity of the hug. Her heart is pounding, like seriously pounding, and she feels his warmth through his clothes. He's holding her so tightly, and she can feel his heartbeat against hers. It's unexpectedly intimate. She's reeling, completely thrown by his unexpected embrace, and questioning everything she thought she knew. He's staring down at her, and his expression is unreadable. This dude is playing a dangerous game. Her heart is racing, and she's starting to suspect there's way more going on beneath the surface. She's laying there, completely vulnerable, and straight up declares she's vowed to fulfill every duty expected of her. But then, this dude, the prince, basically tells her she's free to pursue whatever her heart desires, no limits. He leans in close, and our girl is losing it, like her head is spinning and she's totally bracing for a kiss. And then, he kisses her? No way. It's intense, and she's completely caught off guard by the sudden move. Okay, so our girl is reaching out to this dude, and dark energy is swirling around them. It's intense. He's all tense and brooding, but her touch is working. The storm inside him is actually calming down. This dude is straight up confused, feeling a warmth and comfort he hasn't felt in forever. And it's all because of her. He's questioning what this sensation is. Could it be a woman's scent? No way he's thinking about that. They're getting closer, and both of them are breathing heavily. Things are heating up, fast. He's looking at her, and honestly, his exposed chest is kinda distracting, but he's clearly captivated. He thinks she's irresistibly delightful, which is a Haji shift for this cold-hearted prince. Our girl is a miracle worker. She's leaning in, and he's completely lost in the moment, feeling at ease. It's a total 180 from his usual self. He's finally letting his guard down, and she's right there, gently touching his hair. It's a sweet, vulnerable moment. But bro, this is all part of her plan. She's playing him, and he has no idea what's coming. He's declaring he'll make sure she is everything she needs while she baths. Smooth, bro, smooth. But he's internally spiraling, revealing he's spent his life avoiding women because he's afraid of the beast within. However, he admits that with her, he feels nothing. No urge to unleash the beast, which is completely shocking. We get a gorgeous shot of the blonde princess, and she's thinking about how she'll get a child with someone other than the emperor. She's determined to have a baby with a different father, and honestly, we're here for the revenge plot. He gives the order, and a servant confirms her bathwater is ready. She's about to soak in luxury. And that's all the setup we get. She's about to indulge, while he's clearly plotting something big. This dude is playing the long game, and our girl is right in the middle of it. Credits roll. Team Chung, Yan and Peganjang brought the heat this episode, honestly. Now we wait for the next chapter and the fallout from her scheme. It's gonna be wild. He dismisses the servants, and it's suddenly super intimate. Just him and the princess alone. She's nodding along, seemingly agreeable, but bro, she's calculating her next move, always. He casually mentions the inn they're staying at caters to mercenaries and merchants, but she's already connecting the dots. She drops that these types of people don't bother with propriety, and this dude is loving that she's thinking ahead. He starts unbuttoning his shirt, straight up flexing, and she's clearly trying not to react, but it's working. She explains they need to maintain their disguises to avoid attention, and the princess is Bielsta. No way. He tells her to get in the bath before the water gets cold, and he's scanning her, assessing everything. But she straight up asks if he didn't offer to help her with her bath. The audacity! She's totally jolted by his lack of assistance, and you can see the gears turning in her head. And honestly, this is a power play. She's testing him, seeing if he'll actually serve her. He asks if she needs a bath too, and honestly, the nerve of this dude. like he's offering a courtesy. She straight up flings a washcloth at him, and the shock on his face is priceless. She's not playing around. He suggests they wash up together, and she's visibly reeling, clutching her chest. This is getting intense. She sputters together, and then, spiel he pulls her into the bath, no warning whatsoever. She's totally caught off guard, yelling why, as he holds her captive in the water. He drops the bomb, isn't assisting her with her bath a wife's duty? Talk about a power move. She's staring at him, stunned, while he continues to hold her, totally unbothered. But our girl is already calculating. She's admitting to herself she wants a child with him. She realizes indulging his attention is in her best interest. She's playing the long game, as always. And finally, she gives in, stating she'll assist him if that's what he desires. She's a mastermind, I swear. He's suddenly overcome with a strange sensation, a memory of someone else experiencing this exact moment. She pauses, looking at him with a newfound confidence, and straight up changes her mind about leaving. She's declaring that, as his wife, this union, their marriage, shouldn't happen within the walls of an inn. He's reeling, clearly affected, while she watches him with a cold expression. This is a total reversal. She turns away, abandoning him, and bro, the look on his face is devastated. Our girl is now alone, wrapped in a cloth, seemingly heartbroken but secretly playing her cards right. He's desperately trying to convince himself nothing happened, insisting he feels nothing. Yeah, right? However, he admits to himself he's never felt this way before, and it's seriously messing with his head. He's confessing that regardless of the circumstances, this is a marriage between royalty. It matters. She's absolutely dismantling him with her composure, and honestly, this dude is completely unraveling. She's spiraling, questioning why he's pulling away when things were just heating up. Our girl is not used to rejection. She clutches at his arm, desperate to hold on, but he's already mentally checked out. The grip is intense. She's convinced he's changed his mind, worried she'll have to wait forever for him to come around again. She declares she's fine with whatever arrangement he desires, willing to play the waiting game. She's so calculated. But then this dude, the prince, casually says the place is good enough for him, totally undermining her effort. She's slipping off the bed, literally, and it's a disaster, but honestly, she's playing it cool. She's bathed in light and flowers, offering to follow him anywhere, to do anything he wishes, total devotion. She's offering herself completely, and it's a power move. She's handing him all the control. However, she's secretly thinking about how long she'll have to wait for his interest to return. She's patient, but not that patient. She's basically saying she's perfectly content with this arrangement, even if it means waiting an eternity. She's a pro. He's attempting to wash away whatever just happened, but she's suddenly there, splashing water on him. Total power move. She's reaching for him, hands gripping the edge of the tub, and he looks completely stunned. No way this is going as planned. She declares she can handle anything, acting like everything is fine, but bro, she's laying it on thick. He's reeling from her confession, and honestly, this dude looks like he's about to short circuit. Okay, so they're in the bath, and this dude is straight up saying it's too small a space, like, read the room. He grabs her hand, but she's not having it, telling him not here. Our girl is setting boundaries. He's all vulnerable, admitting he's scared of hurting her, which is unexpected, honestly. But then he pivots hard, suggesting they move to the bed, and bro is not subtle about it. We get a very close-up look at his chest because of course we do. This is a manhwa after all. She's flustered, but he's lifting her chin, getting ready to kiss her, and things are heating up fast. She tries to protest, saying they need to dry off first, but it's like he doesn't even hear her. And then, bam, he just pulls her in for a kiss, no hesitation, and the water is literally dripping everywhere. It's a super intense kiss, and she's clearly surprised, but also not fighting it. Hello. This dude is moving fast and our girl is totally caught off guard. What a moment. She's trying to focus, reminding herself she's done this before with another man. Shedder. But she's clearly rattled. He asks if she doesn't want to continue, and bro, the look on his face is intense, like seriously intense. She closes her eyes, bracing herself, determined to endure this like she did with Cheter, but it's clearly a struggle. He's grabbing her, and she's gripping him back. No way is she letting go now. They're locked in a super close embrace, and honestly, it's giving major tension. She's not backing down. He's looking down at her, and she's gazing up, a tiny smile playing on her lips. It's a total power move. Their faces are inches apart, and she's practically radiating confidence, but he's still holding her tightly. He pulls her even closer, and she clasps her hands around his neck. This is getting real, people. She's fully leaning in, and he's definitely meeting her halfway. Talk about a magnetic pull. He's totally lost in the moment, and she's owning it. Our girl is playing this game, and she's winning. She's totally questioning why she feels this way, saying it's nothing like she felt with Shater. Ouch, that's a burn. He's all up in her space, demanding she not look away and stroking her cheek. Talk about possessive. But things take a turn when the room starts creaking and cracking. Something's definitely not right. The balcony is literally falling apart around them as the room continues to break. Major disaster vibes. And then, boom, a bird flies in, chirping like it's announcing something important, but honestly, it's just adding to the chaos. Our girl is now the one demanding to know what's going on, and this dude looks shocked. The tables are turning. She's straight up asking if he did this, and he's denying it, claiming it's a coincidence. Yeah, right? She doesn't believe him for a second, and she's declaring that their child will have a different father. Major plot twist. We get a glimpse of the cover art, and it's all about her decision. She's done with the old life. Finally, the credits roll, telling us who's behind this adaptation. But honestly, we're still reeling from that cliffhanger. She wakes up disoriented, surrounded by flowers. It's a super dreamy scene, but she's clearly confused. She's questioning what's happening, and honestly, same, this whole situation is wild. This dude bursts in, all formal and demanding breakfast and departure. Talk about awkward timing. She's clearly still reeling, asking if it's morning, and he coughs, looking intense. He tells her to drink water, then straight up asks if he's to blame for her state. The nerve of this guy! He reaches for her and she's visibly flustered. The tension is THK. He's trying to figure out what happened, asking about the marks, but she hesitates. Major mystery vibes. She's blushing hard, avoiding his gaze. Our girl is definitely affected by this dude. No way she's not. He's clearly reeling from her words about another father. This is a total power move from her. And now he's completely frozen, staring at her with a look that says it all. She's got him exactly where she wants him. He's leaning in, practically breathing on her, and straight up admits he can't hold back anymore. Talk about intense. She fires back with the demand. She's endured enough, and he promised her freedom to do as she pleased. They're so close, she's looking up at him with those eyes, and honestly, the tension is off the charts. He lowers his head, and she's bracing for something. But it's just a kiss to her lips. He pulls back, and she's visibly shaken. She's trying to play it cool, but her eyes are saying otherwise. He tells her to get up and eat, attempting to act like nothing happened. But she's clearly still processing. She nods, seemingly agreeing, but her gaze is distant. She's totally lost in thought, and bro, this is getting messy. She picks at the food, looking absolutely dazed, while he watches her, and the clinking of cutlery feels so loud. She's barely touching her meal, and it's clear she's not okay. But is this a power play, or is she genuinely upset? Our girl is playing this game flawlessly, and this dude is completely wrapped around her finger. It's brilliant. She's spiraling, admitting she didn't want to lose herself, but feels consumed by something beyond her control. She wonders if being separated from the parasite has broken her instincts, like she's lost all reason. But then he's touching her, and it's not what anyone expects. It's a delicate, almost hesitant caress. She describes it as an entirely different sensation, something far more subtle than before. He's leaning closer, and she feels as if she's adrift amidst the clouds, completely weightless. She's mesmerized, lost in the moment, and it feels incredible. She can barely believe it's real. She's questioning what this is. Is this how true intimacy feels, she wonders. He's so close now, and she's looking up at him with a soft expression. She's totally captivated. And honestly, this dude is reeling. He's completely lost in her gaze and doesn't know what to do. She's lost in the sensation, and it's clear she's falling hard. But will this delicate moment last? He calls her out for spacing, and she jouts. Talk about a mood swing. This dude straight up removes the bones from her meal, telling her to eat, but it's kinda condescending, right? He adds that she won't even notice what passes her lips in her current state. Wow, harsh! And then he's calmly preparing her food, looking all stoic, while she's clearly reeling from his words. Okay, so our girl's ally just drops a bomb. Prince Kylo is straight up funding mercenaries at Dwen Castle. It turns out he's been paying them off, which is super sus, and they're worried about bringing Chater Phil back as a witness. This dude Phil apparently isn't reliable, and they think the court will harp on a past dispute he had with a count. Basically, bringing this to light would make things way worse for our boy, so he's trying to strategize. He's laying out all the reasons why public attention on this would be a disaster. It's all about image, you know. However, he's losing it, like really losing it, as he explains everything, and it's kinda scary. The other guy is just standing there, taking it all in, while our boy gets more and more worked up. And then this dude just leans in, and you can see the tension. Like, bro, back away slowly. This dude is seething. Like, actual steam is practically coming out of his ears. Seriously, the rage is radiating off of him. He's about to explode, and honestly, this dude had it coming. Okay, so Prince Kylo is totally impressed with the princess consort. She handled that whole ordeal with grace. He's thinking she did way better than he expected, but it's kinda creepy how impressed he is. I imagine she was terribly shaken, but his face says something else entirely. Then, we get a glimpse of the princess and Kylo together, looking all regal and perfect. Someone speaks up questioning if she's really okay, but Kylo jumps in to defend her. He straight up says it isn't about her injuries, but her incredible courage. Smooth. Dude, smooth. But the other guy isn't buying it and asks if she's won Kylo's favor, and things get icy fast. Kylo's face freezes, and you can tell he's not happy with that question at all. He smirks and delivers this backhanded compliment about her courage, and it's so condescending. Seriously, he's playing games, and this whole situation is a mess. Our girl deserves better. Kylo casually assumes the princess consort was sick, but then realizes he's totally wrong. He's all, oh, it was just a side effect of leaving the almoner. Super shady, bro. Kylo spins around, acting like everything's fine, and announces they're leaving, but the tension is THAK. We get a flash of the carriage moving, snowflakes falling. It's a whole winter wonderland vibe. Then, the title card hits us. My child will have a different father. Talk about a plot twist. Okay, so the story credits roll, and honestly, we need answers ASAP. The carriage is moving, but our girl is looking out the window. She seems lost in thought. She reaches for the carriage door, and it's clear she's got a plan brewing. She's definitely contemplating something, like what her next move will be. Our girl is determined, and honestly, she's a QN. She's about to shake things up. She asks Kylo to close the window, says she's getting a chill, but we know she's playing it cool. He agrees, and she thanks him, but then he reaches for her. Things are about to get intense. His hand brushes her hair, and honestly, the sparks are FLING. It's a super intimate moment. He leans in close, and she looks up at him, completely captivated by this dude's gaze. Kylo's hand moves through her hair again, and she's visibly affected. What is this peculiar sensation? He's staring right into her eyes, and she's lost for words. No way is this just a simple carriage ride. Kylo's expression is unreadable, but he's clearly processing something. This dude is a mystery. She wonders what that sensation was, but it's clear Kylo's actions are changing everything. He's fixated on her, and honestly, his gaze is doing things to her. She's totally flustered. Kylo's eyes narrow, and he seems to be making a decision. This is getting seriously complicated. Kylo's internal monologue reveals he never expected to grow attached to anyone. Wow, cold. He admits he's always known his family would only fear him, and that's why he only plans to sire an heir out of obligation. But he quickly clarifies there will be no shared intimacy or connection. This dude is straight up building walls. The scene shifts, and he's suddenly remembering a moment with our girl. A tender kiss. She's blushing, he's looking down at her, and honestly, the tension is tight. What is happening? He's lost in thought, a single tear tracing a path down his face, and it's clear this kiss is messing with him. Kylo realizes he's never allowed himself to want closeness, but now things are different. He's conflicted, knowing his family would only fear him, yet experiencing this unexpected connection. He's determined to avoid attachment, but the memory of her kiss is already a problem. Kylo vows to keep things strictly transactional, but we all know this is going to blow up in his face. Kylo is reeling from the kiss. He's clenching his fist, straight up trying to erase the memory. He's laying down the law, declaring they'll only produce an heir and nothing more. Cold, bro, so cold. But he remembers a tender moment with our girl, a kiss that clearly shook him to his core. He admits he's never known affection, only fear. Wow, that's a rough childhood. Kylo vows to keep their relationship strictly business, based solely on producing an heir. Yeah, good luck with that. Suddenly, they're arriving at Tibone, the capital of the empire. It's he? No way! A servant gasps at the palace's grandeur, saying even Sal's palace can't compare. Savage! Our girl echoes the sentiment, impressed by the sheer scale of everything. She's playing the part well. Kylo's carriage speeds toward the palace, and honestly, the drama is building. The servant is stunned by the palace, but we all know this is just the beginning. Things are about to get messy. Everyone's talking about the minerals under Mount Newall. Apparently they're super valuable. But this isn't just about riches. The mountain is where Kylo's wife and child tragically died. Heavy stuff. Suddenly, a shadowy figure tries to attack our girl in her carriage, but misses. Talk about a close call. She's shaken, clutching her chest, and honestly, this dude needs to be dealt with immediately. Okay, so our girl is getting set up to marry the Emperor, but she's secretly plotting to get with the enemy prince. She's got a plan to make the prince the father of her child, securing an alliance and a powerful heir. The prince gifts her this Ianson necklace. Covered in jewels, it's straight up blindingly gorgeous. She's a little teary-eyed accepting it, but honestly, who wouldn't be? It's a flex. This dude, the prince, is totally playing the charming benefactor, all while she's scheming. He thinks she's falling for the jewels, saying women adore them. But she's playing him at his own game. She demands he hand over the necklace, and this chibi version of her pops up, being super demanding. The necklace clasp snaps, and it looks like a struggle is happening. Things are escalating fast. She's clutching at it, looking upset, but it's all part of her plan to get his attention. Our girl is putting on a show, pretending to be affected by the broken necklace, but she's totally in control. The prince is so into her performance, giving her a smoldering look and asking if the necklace is enough. She plays coy, asking if she'll get it back afterward, but honestly, she's testing his limits. This dude straight up scoffs, saying it's ridiculous. He's getting annoyed, which is exactly what she wants. His face flushes, and he's looking a little flustered, but he tries to regain control. No way is he showing weakness. He whips out a riding crop and threatens her. Bro, that's a terrible move. She's not intimidated at all. She apologizes, but it's a total act, and he's clearly not buying it. This is getting intense. He lays down the law, saying she needs to remember her place, and that he has other things on his mind. But our girl is fearless. She's not backing down, and is ready to play this game however he wants. We get a shot of the palace. It's huge and imposing, setting the stage for all the drama that's about to go down. Finally, a glimpse of another couple walking together. Who are they, and how do they fit into this mess? Everyone's staring at her, wondering why she's wearing a veil. It's a total power move, honestly. Her husband jumps in, claiming does he put the veil on because she was too shy to reveal herself. Smooth, bro. But the prince's brother isn't having it. He calls out the husband for being disrespectful to their majesties. The queen demands she remove the veil immediately, and our girl hesitates, playing up the innocent act. The prince suddenly grabs her hand, stopping her from lifting the veil. What is going on? He pulls her closer, shielding her from everyone's gaze, and it's clear this isn't about respect or modesty. The queen is furious, accusing him of being unbefitting of a prince, but he doesn't even flinch. He straight up tells her this audience was to introduce the newest member of the imperial family, and dares anyone to insult them. The queen demands she remove the veil now, and our girl finally starts to lift it, slow and dramatic. She's looking down, and it's building suspense. We're all on the edge of our seats waiting to see her face. The tension is insane. They're locked in a stare down, like they're about to fight. He leans in close, asking if she's all right, but his eyes, they say something else entirely. She nods and he sighs in relief, but it feels super staged, like a performance for everyone. Then, this dude straight up grabs her hand, and it's a total power move, claiming what's his. He's not letting go, and she's looking up at him, a tiny smile playing on her lips. She's playing this perfectly. Suddenly, he's confessing he couldn't control himself in their moment of passion. No way! And then, a squooge, he pulls her even closer, shielding her from everyone's judging eyes. He asks them to permit her to remain veiled, protecting her from embarrassment. Talk about a king move. She lifts her gaze, meeting his, and honestly, the chemistry is off the charts. Our girl is playing this game so well, and this prince is completely wrapped around her finger. He's laughing, straight up cackling, and announces she's finally shown some taste for a woman's graces. Talk about a backhanded compliment. He gives the order for her to remove her veil, and she starts to, but he's also giving a speech about her service. He's praising Lutz for his tireless service in battle, but it feels off, like he's setting something up. Lutz looks totally uncomfortable, wincing as the king speaks, and we can see the king is scrutinizing him. The king then reveals he's inherited some inclinations, and his gaze turns intense, seriously creepy. He straight up says one wife may not be enough, and it's a total power play, This dude is wild. But Lutz doesn't back down, calmly stating that's exactly what he intended. He's playing along. The king's eyes narrow and the atmosphere is thick with tension. Something's about to explode. Our girl is watching everything unfold, a subtle smirk on her face. She's letting them dance. And honestly, this whole scene is a setup, and she's the puppet master pulling the strings. He addresses her by name, a total no for someone of her new status, but bro isn't having it. She responds respectfully, but it's clear she's not thrilled with being called by her first name. This dude announces she's now a princess consort, a member of the imperial family. Talk about a glow up. He's laying down the rules, establishing her position, and honestly, it's a power move we love to see. But the king's speech is interrupted, and Lutz steps forward. He's not letting this dude have all the attention. Lutz declares addressing her by name is inappropriate now, and the king just stares. Silence descends thick and heavy as everyone processes this unexpected defiance. It's intense. Our girl subtly rests a hand on the prince's arm, a silent signal that she's got this under control. However, the king's gaze sweeps over them both, and it's clear he's not pleased with this display of affection. She's playing everyone like a fiddle, and this whole scene is building to a major showdown. No way this ends well. Lutz was born the legitimate heir, but everything changed when the concubine Psyche became empress. Straight up, someone is getting attacked. It looks like Lutz's father, and it's brutal. Now we find out it's her sons who were favored after she took power, and Lutz is being completely disregarded. For all his battlefield victories, the imperial family openly despises him. Our girl is witnessing a total power play. Dia's getting dressed for a ball, and the gown she chooses is bold, a super striking red, and it's honestly a power move. Her maid is a little worried it's too much, but Dia's got a plan, and she's not backing down. The maid tries to play it cool, saying the dress complements her necklace, but she's clearly flustered, blushing hard. But then it comes out. Dia's been hiding bruises, and the heavier makeup is to cover them up, which is a lot. Dia's servant is straight up confident, saying this gown is the only option, and the others are just sad and flimsy. Dia sighs, admitting she'll need something to drape over it, but she's still committed to this look, which is awesome. The ballroom is gorgeous, huge chandeliers, fancy paintings, but the focus is still on Dea and her entrance. She's making a statement, and everyone is going to notice bro, and honestly, we're here for it. Our girl is owning this event, and we're ready to see what kind of chaos she unleashes. Dia's scanning the crowd, looking for Prince Lutz, but he's nowhere to be seen, super suspicious. She's wondering why everyone is staring, thinking maybe it's her makeup, but honestly, it's probably the dress. This dude approaches her, and Dia is clearly bracing herself for something, but it's just a clumsy bump. No way, wine spills all over her red gown and it looks like a blood stain, which is intense. The spill spreads, and it's a total disaster, but Dia is trying to play it cool, like it's no big deal. But then this other noble lady comes over, subtly judging Dia's misfortune. Rude. Dia shuts her down instantly, saying she brought a shawl specifically for moments like this. She's prepared, y'all. However, just as she's recovering, she spots the prince, finally arriving, looking all regal and stuff. He's walking straight towards her, and honestly, the tension is building. This is what we've been waiting for. He bumps into her again. Seriously? But this time, it feels different, and a little too intentional. Dia's shawl slips off her shoulder, but she recovers quickly, and it's a total power move. Prince Kylo introduces himself as the third prince, and he's already laying on the charm. Smooth talker. He's giving Dea the as look, and a noble lady nearby is now impressed. She's straight upside, eyeing her. This lady thinks Dea is being too forward, but she's just jealous because Kylo is clearly interested. Dea hears the woman's snide comment about women from the south, but she's not letting it faze her. She casually mentions her brother chose her as his bride, subtly reminding everyone of her status. However, she also notes that Kylo seemed uninterested in women before. What's changed him? Dia maintains her composure, but she's internally freaking out, trying not to show her nerves. Nearby, other nobles are whispering and gossiping about the whole situation. Drama Central. Someone wonders what Dea is thinking, and honestly, we are too. She's playing a dangerous game. Dea delivers a flawless speech, smoothly explaining her unfamiliarity with northern customs and asking for guidance. She's really leaning into the innocent newcomer vibe, and it's working. Everyone's eating it up. She offers her greetings to the royal family, hoping to secure their favor and a place within their circle. But this other noble lady is not having it. She openly scoffs, thinking Lutz only chose Dea for her looks. Lutz visibly falters at the comment, which confirms the lady's suspicions and throws Dea for a loop. Dea subtly adjusts her necklace, regaining her composure and signaling she's unfazed by the drama. Kylo gives her a curt nod, dismissing the scene and telling her to enjoy the banquet. He's playing it cool. Dea starts walking away, and honestly, that's a power move. She's not letting anyone see her sweat. Another noble is giving Dea the side eye, clearly judging her every step, but our girl doesn't even flinch. The jealous noble practically glares as Dea walks past, but Dea is totally owning this whole situation. Dea feels totally exposed, like everyone is scrutinizing her. It's rough, honestly. She thinks putting on a soiled shawl will just make things worse, and she's probably right. She considers slipping away to change, but then decides to brazen it out. Mood. She asks for another shawl, but the snickers and giggles around her are loud. Dea stands tall, ignoring the judgment, while Lutz scans the crowd. Something's up. Lutz is clearly looking for someone specific, and it's not a friendly search. No way. He asks where Hanael is, and the murmurs immediately stop. This is a tense moment. Dea tries to stay composed, but the pressure is building. She's a queen at handling this. The other nobles are all eyes on her, waiting for a reaction, and honestly, it's brutal. But she's not breaking, and Lutz's intense gaze makes it clear this is about more than just a shawl. This dude, the Emperor, is straight up staring at Dea with a smirk. It's giving major "I know your game" vibes. A noble asks if she's cold, offering his cloak, but Dea's playing it cool, asking for it herself instead. She's totally using this as an excuse to get closer to him, and honestly, it's a power move. He's frozen, like he didn't expect her to ask, but then he dramatically drapes the cloak over her shoulders. Dea asks for a word, and bro, the intensity between these two is unreal. You could cut it with a knife. He leans in close, and everyone is watching, waiting to see what happens next. The suspense is killing me. He's all up in her space, and she's not backing down. Our girl is a pro at this whole seduction thing. Lutz is not happy with this, scanning the crowd like he's ready to start a fight. Protective mode activated. They're dancing now, and it's all smiles and sweet talk, but we know this is a dangerous game. But the Emperor is totally captivated, and Dea is reeling him in. She's playing him like a fiddle. Okay, so the Emperor is losing it. He can't believe Dea is wearing a dress, and straight up asks what possessed her. Dea and the Emperor are now secluded on a balcony, and the light is hitting just right. It's so romantic, but also so calculated. He keeps questioning her about the dress, and she just deflects with a cool "it felt right." Our girl is a master manipulator. But Lutz is clearly fuming, watching them from afar, and honestly, this whole situation is about to explode. So our girl is cornered by a prince, and he's staring intensely, like, what is going on? She plays it cool, pretending to thank him for lending her his cloak, but she's totally flustered. This dude, the prince, straight up tells her not to fuss. He's giving off major "I'm in control" vibes. He's looking at her with a seriously intense gaze, and honestly it's kinda creepy, but also captivating. He casually mentions how the second prince was totally smitten with her back in Seoul, and she's like, oh, is that so? She's radiating confidence with her fan, but she's dropping hints about the second prince, and the tension is THIK. The prince drops a bomb. She's now the princess consort and deserves respect, no questions asked. But he doesn't stop there, adding that the imperial family should show some grace to someone joining their ranks. And honestly, this dude is playing chess, not checkers, and our girl is right in the middle of his game. She's saying misplaced grace ruins people, and straight up implying she's better than everyone else. They're walking into the ballroom, and the prince is making a point of taking slow, deliberate steps. She casually drops that if she hadn't shown such grace, several noble houses wouldn't be here tonight. Talk about a threat. This dude is looking so smug, but you can see the anger simmering just beneath the surface. She flinches but tries to hide it, and honestly, it's a tiny movement, but he totally sees it. He names the houses of Holton, Feymark, and Sendes, the families she's threatening, and the background turns blood red. No way! He's revealing those houses funded factions against the throne. She's playing with fire! But then he says if it weren't for his sword, those traitors would have been dealt with long ago. Talk about a power move. He's laying it all out there, and she's just watching, calculating, and it's terrifying. Our girl is playing a dangerous game, but she's not backing down, and honestly, I'm living for it. He accuses her of slander, saying she's twisting things, and mentions they were victims too. She straight up says they ceded territory as compensation. It's getting intense. But he interrupts, demanding to know why she's bringing this up now. What is she planning? And then the prince scoffs, claiming her disrespect for his wife and her status made him question his own. He declares he'll expedite the ceremony and make her a formal member of the imperial household. Talk about a power move. The Duke bows utterly humbled, and thanks him profusely. It's a complete reversal of power. They turn and walk away, the prince leading, and honestly, the tension is THK. He takes slow, deliberate steps, and she follows close behind. They're a force to be reckoned with. However, this is all a show, because she's playing a dangerous game, and he's right there with her. Our girl is walking into the ballroom, and the prince is making a point of taking slow, deliberate steps. He's muttering about how she's the one who dragged him into this mess. But bro, it's so obvious he's the mastermind. The prince insists this has nothing to do with her. It's a total lie, and she can't umbuse it. His words seem harsh, but she's not letting him off the hook. She's seeing right through this act. He sighs dramatically, claiming she hasn't rested since they left. Talk about guilt tripping. He's saying she doesn't deserve to share the scrutiny he faces, but honestly, he's the one who invited it. And then he orders Evan to escort her to his quarters, straight up demanding she be taken care of. Evan immediately responds, and it's clear this dude is used to getting his way. He greets her as Princess Haino. The audacity. He's playing the devoted husband card here. She accepts the greeting, and it's clear they're both playing roles in this elaborate game. But this whole scene is a power play, and our girl is right in the middle of it, keeping everyone guessing. Evan gives a smarmy little bow, but the prince interrupts, declaring the pleasure is all his. Talk about possessive. Someone asks if they're sending her away early to avoid unwanted attention, and honestly, it's a pretty good read. Evan throws out a ridiculously dramatic excuse about his boundless compassion. Yeah, right, we see through that. The prince demands to know why Evan is still standing there, and it's clear this dude is not used to being questioned. Evan laughs it off, saying he'll take his leave, but it's super condescending, like he's doing the prince a favor. Our girl gives a subtle glance as she starts to step away, and you can tell she's calculating her next move. She takes another step, and it's like she's walking into a trap, but she's totally in control. However, this is a power play and she's using everyone in the room as pawns. But the prince is watching her every move, and he's clearly not fooled by her act. No way is she letting him intimidate her, though. She's playing this game just as well as he is. Someone reveals Sir Hakel is the Chancellor, but everyone's shocked because he looks way too young. They quickly cover for his age, saying his wit and talent are beyond his years. Smooth recovery, guys. But then someone drops a bomb. Hakel constantly complains about the prince being a complete pest. The prince and Hakel are shown as chibi versions of themselves, and he's asking if the prince's cloak is too long. So cute. We get a gorgeous shot of the castle under the moonlight, setting the scene for more drama. Our girl is getting ready for bed, and the prince just casually appears behind her. Talk about a mood. He's staring intently, and you can almost hear the tension building, and then, click. The prince is straight up menacing, and it's clear he's not happy with whatever's going on. He's got that dark look, and our girl is totally flustered, but she's not backing down. The announcement rings out: Prince Litz has arrived, and it's clear things are about to get real. The prince demands she leave, and honestly, the intensity in his eyes is scar. But the woman doesn't even flinch. She just calmly tells him to bow before her, like the ultimate power move. Then, a click echoes as the doors swing shut, sealing them in together, and the tension is absolutely insane. Prince Litz arrives, and it's clear this is about to be a showdown because this dude is not happy. Okay, so this dude, the prince, straight up corners our girl and asks if she wants his attention too. He's lifting her chin, super intense, and things are getting way too close for comfort, honestly. And then he leans in for a kiss. She's totally caught off guard, but not exactly thrilled. She tries to protest, begging him to wait, but this man doesn't take no for an answer. Our girl blurts out she hasn't even had a chance to bathe yet, which is a choice, but understandable. She tries to salvage the situation, offering to wash up then join him, hoping for some space. But bro immediately shoots that down, declaring they're bathing together. No escape for our girl. She's reeling, reminding him this is exactly what happened last time, and he clearly knows it. He's ignoring her protests, basically carrying her off, and she looks so flustered and annoyed. This dude is relentless, and our girl is clearly regretting her life choices right now, no cap. Our girl is getting dressed, but her maid Dia is freaking out. The prince seems seriously upset. Dia thinks the prince is mad about our girl's outfit at the banquet, and she's worried about losing his favor. Dia's spiraling, wondering what our girl can even wear to appease him, and it's honestly a mess. She reaches for a vial of perfumed oil, but knocks it off the dresser. Total disaster, it shatters on the floor. Dia picks up the broken glass and smells the oil, and she realizes it's something else entirely. She's sniffing the oil, and her expression changes. This isn't perfume, it's some kind of poison. Dia realizes our girl is in danger, and she's desperately trying to figure out what's going on. She's starting to suspect someone is trying to sabotage our girl and get her on the prince's bad side. And now Dia's got a sinking feeling. She's realizing the prince's displeasure might not be about the dress at all. No way! She's putting the pieces together, and it looks like someone is actively trying to ruin our girl. Dia's frantically thinking, convinced someone's trying to frame our girl with poison, and she's about to spill the tea. She glances up, and oh no, the prince's Tar overhearing everything, and he looks icy. He's pouring water, but it's not for drinking. It's a full-on magical purification ritual, and things are getting sparkly. We get a flashback. This dude is ripped, like seriously sculpted, and he's been purifying things since he was a kid. He's still purifying, and the water is glowing like crazy, but Dia is completely frozen, staring at him. Dia is questioning what's taking so long, thinking he's drawing water from the river itself. She's suspicious. He finishes purifying, and the water looks pristine, but the prince is still giving off major vibes. Dia serves him the water, but she's straight up terrified, and the prince just takes it. He drinks the water, and then immediately turns to leave, which is super ominous, and Dia is losing it. He's heading for the door, and honestly, we're all on the edge of our seats. What's gonna happen next? He grabs the drink right from her hand, totally ignoring the servant who made it. Rude much. He swings the cup and sends the liquid flying, splashing all over Dia in the bath. What a power move! He strides into the room, looking all intense, and Dia is completely stunned by his sudden entrance. He steps forward, and Dia's expression shifts to shock. She's clearly caught off guard by this dude's boldness. Dia's face flushes bright red, and she's staring up at him with wide eyes, but he doesn't seem to care. He lays it all out. He took her in his arms that night to ensure no one questioned their late arrival. But let it be clear, he says, that was the only reason. Talk about a cold delivery. Dia is reeling, and honestly, she looks totally flustered by his explanation. He's watching her reaction, and she's trying to process everything. This is getting intense. Dia is blushing like crazy, and we're left hanging. This dude is playing games, and she's falling for it. Dia is spiraling, thinking he might actually care, and her heart starts pounding like crazy. It's a total overload. She's lost in thought, replaying everything, and her imagination runs wild. Could this dude be falling for her? He leans in close, and Dia is absolutely breathless, convinced a kiss is about to happen. The tension is insane. But wait, he doesn't go for a kiss, he just brushes her hair, and Dia is so confused, her mind is reeling. He finally kisses her, but it's quick and light, leaving Dia stunned and questioning everything. What just happened? She's completely flustered, trying to make sense of the kiss, and her heart is still racing. This is a whirlwind. Dia's convinced he's starting to feel something for her, but then, everything goes dark. A burst of energy explodes, and Dia is startled. No way, what's going on now? She's left completely shaken, wondering what the sudden surge of power means. This is getting wild. Our girl is left reeling, thinking maybe, just maybe, this dude actually cares, but something is definitely off. Dia calls out to him, and this dude, straight up, jolts like she shocked him, grabbing her arm. Someone yells, "Your Highness," but he's ignoring everyone, completely focused on Dia. He yanks her close, and she's shocked, but then he's pulling her away from something. He slams a door shut, and a golden object clatters to the floor. What was that all about? He kisses her, a proper smooch this time, and Dia is totally losing it. Her eyes are wide with disbelief. She's completely stunned, tears welling up, and honestly, we're all feeling her confusion right now. He's holding her so tightly, and she's clinging to him, but something feels off. Dia thinks he's finally showing her affection, but this dude is clearly hiding something. But hold up, a shadow appears, and we realize this whole thing was a distraction, a setup. Our girl is in danger, and this dude is about to realize he just put her right in the path of it. Dia's crying, thinking he's finally opening up, but no way. He's using her as a shield. He pulls her in tight, and she's shocked as she realizes this affection is totally fake. She cries out for him to wait, but it's too late. Someone's already attacking. A barrage of energy blasts flies toward them, and our girl is directly in the line of fire, bro. Okay, so things are ATI jupi. Our girl is straight up collapsing, gasping for air, and this dude is clearly rattled. Someone calls out Your Highness, but she's barely conscious, and he's just struggling with everything. He's leaning in close, like re-LOI close, and she's looking up at him with those big eyes, totally vulnerable. He lifts her up, bro, like a total Prince Charming moment, but it's intense and we know it's complicated. But hold up, the title card drops, My Child Will Have a Different Father, and we remember this isn't a simple romance. We get a quick shot of him looking all brooding and powerful, plotting something, honestly. Then it's back to him carrying her, but this time it's all shadowed and mysterious, like he's hiding something. He's raising her, lifting her higher, and she looks so fragile in his arms. It's a total power dynamic. And just when you think it's a sweet moment, he's got her hand in his, but his expression is unreadable. He's lifting her even more, and she's looking up at him, but it's clear she's playing a game too. No way this is innocent. He's stepping forward, and our girl is being lowered, straight into what looks like a pool. She surfaces looking totally ethereal, but this dude is losing it, staring at her with a wild look. He's gripping her arm, and you can see the tension building. It's not a rescue, it's a hold. But then, blood starts raining down around them, and it's seriously creepy. This dude is completely unhinged, teeth bared, and honestly, it's terrifying. She's staring back, but there's a strange calmness in her eyes. She's not scared, she's calculating. He's leaning closer, all possessive and intense, and she's looking away, playing coy. He's whispering something, and she finally meets his gaze. She's baiting him, no doubt. He's grinning now, a dark, predatory grin, and it's clear he's taking the bait hook, line, and sinker. He's practically snarling, and she's responding with a tiny, defiant smirk. This game is getting goad. He's pulling her closer, a possessive grip, and she's leaning into it. She's totally playing this up. But then a voice booms, announcing she belongs to Prince Lutz. Talk about a power move. Our girl is looking down, seemingly demure, but you can tell she's strategizing. She's not intimidated at all. He's practically devouring her with his gaze, and she finally lifts her chin. She's daring him to make a move. This dude is losing control, his expression shifting from desire to something darker. It's intense. He's pulling her even closer, and she's meeting his intensity, a dangerous dance unfolding right before our eyes. However, his grip tightens, and we see a flash of something broken within him. This isn't just lust, it's something else. He's confessing his obsession, and she's barely reacting, but her eyes are calculating. She's reeling him in. He's practically breathing down her neck, and she's looking away. The tension is unreal, bro. And just when you think it's over, he's declaring she will serve the prince wholeheartedly. She's trapped him. She's spiraling, remembering letting her guard down with Cheter. Talk about regret. She's flashing back to their intimate moment, and it's clear she's disgusted with herself for even considering him. He showed her kindness, she admits, but it only led to ruin. This is getting dark, y'all. But she straight up refuses to let herself fall for anyone again, especially not him. She vows to bear an heir and only focus on that. She's locking down her feelings, no doubt. She commands herself to think of nothing else, and we see a close-up of her intense resolve. She's picturing her future child, declaring her love will be entirely theirs, so protective. And then, a gorgeous sunset. It feels symbolic, like a new beginning for our girl. However, it's also a reminder of the time slipping away, and the pressure she's under. She's making a plan, and honestly, she's not playing around anymore. This is war. He's lying there shirtless and looking wrecked. A total mess after last night, honestly. She's right next to him, still in bed, but she's squeezing her hand into a fist. Something's brewing. He glances over at her, and she's definitely holding back, like she's trying to control herself. He leans in close, and she's completely unreadable, but bro, the tension is palpable. She's squeezing his hand so hard, you think she'll break it. But she's also trying to be gentle. He whispers that he wants to be gentle, which is a choice, considering everything. But this time she says there was no reason for it, no excuse for his past actions. She asks if it's true what they say, and it's clear she's still haunted by the rumors. He's not letting go, and honestly, it's a power move, even if he's trying to be soft. She's laying it all out. She's doing this for their child, and that's all that matters now. He's spiraling, straight up questioning if he's become a monster, and if Hynale will fear him too. Hynale is looking radiant, but you can see the weight of everything on her face. It's a lot. He asks if she'll only see a monster, and it's a desperate plea. He's bracing for the worst. She reaches out, gently touching his hand, and the contrast is insane, softness amidst all this turmoil. He pulls her closer, leaning over her in bed, and it's a possessive move. He's not letting her go. She taps his hand, a tiny gesture, but it feels like a turning point. She's taking control. He cups her face, his thumb stroking her skin, and for a second, you think they might actually be okay. He kisses her, a soft, hesitant touch, and honestly, it's a huge relief after all the tension. But then he whispers an apology to Hinale, and it's clear he still feels immense guilt. Our girl is playing the long game, and she's determined to rewrite their story, no matter the cost. He's completely out cold, still tangled in the sheets. Our girl lets him sleep, but someone is clearly watching over him. A servant enters, intending to ask if the prince will join Hinale for breakfast, and honestly, the timing is perfect. Hinale wakes up, looking absolutely stunning, but she's clearly still processing everything from last night. It's a lot. She accepts the breakfast invitation, and you can tell she's determined to maintain this fragile peace, even if it's just an act. Okay, so things are tense. This dude, the Emperor, is staring at our girl, and it's clear he's realizing something's off. He asks about last night, and honestly, she's playing it cool, sipping from a golden goblet like it's no big deal. She's straight up saying she understands what's expected of her, which is a lot, considering she's basically playing him. She flashes a smile, but it's all a facade. She's got a plan, and it's a good one. But then, another woman bursts in, looking shocked, and yells, "What?" She accuses our girl of showing devotion to the Emperor yesterday, and it's a total setup. Our girl calmly explains they're just maintaining appearances, continuing a charade behind closed doors. She's so confident, claiming she's not delusional about last night, and honestly, the audacity is amazing. She's owning the situation, putting on a show, and bro, the Emperor is eating it up. The title card drops, reminding us my child will have a different father, and this whole situation is about to explode. She tells the accusing woman to drop it, claiming it's all a misunderstanding. Smooth. But the Emperor is clenching his fists, clearly not buying her act, and things are getting heated. He declares he's a man who can lose control at any moment, and the tension is insane. He storms off, dramatically exiting into a dark, watery space, total mood. Our girl is left alone, looking shaken, and someone is crying in the background. She's trying to brush it off, saying they should just leave it at that, but it's a shaky attempt. The scene shifts to a lavish room, focusing on an ornate chair. It feels ominous. Someone asks how he's feeling, and then, PLNK, he collapses right onto the chair. He's completely undone, slumped against the furniture, looking utterly defeated. And honestly, this dude just cracked under the pressure, and our girl is about to clean up the mess. He asks if she wishes for anything, and she's straight up playing coy, acting all innocent. But she's got a dark plan brewing. She needs an heir before he ditches her like the last guy did. She declares she wants a child ASAP, and honestly, it's a power move, a total grab for control. He's all in, saying that's the only thing he desires, and the tension is building fast. However, he warns her she needs to prepare for what's coming. Like he knows something bad is about to happen. She casually replies she already has him, and bro, that's a bold claim. He's looking intense, and she's holding a goblet. The scene feels so charged right now. She's crying, but is it sadness or manipulation? We can't tell, and it's messing with my head. He's looking down at her, and she says she already has him. It's creepy and calculated. And honestly, this whole situation is a mess of ambition, betrayal, and a desperate grab for power. She acknowledges his highness. But honestly, it's all an act. She's playing a dangerous game. He turns and begins walking, and she's totally letting him lead the way like a queen. He takes a step, then another. It's a slow, deliberate walk, building the tension like crazy. The door swings open, and bro, the atmosphere just shifts. Something's definitely off. He's visibly rattled, muttering under his breath, but what's got him so worked up? Someone bows before him, announcing they have urgent news to share. This is about to get messy. They report the princess consort's bath, saying the maids were whispering while cleaning. No way, what's happening? And honestly, this is straight up sabotage. Someone's trying to frame her, and it's working. He's looking absolutely furious, and this dude is about to unleash some serious rage. However, she's already thinking ahead. She needs to figure out who's behind this before it's too late. He's questioning if she used a saline aphrodisiac. Like, seriously, is that what he's thinking right now? The servant explains it's not used in baths, but it's known for being scandalous and totally unsuitable for use. This dude is getting bolder, asking if the princess consort used it to seduce him. The nerve of this guy! She recalls a strange scent in the bath last night, and it hits her. Could it be the aphrodisiac? But then she realizes it wasn't the dark energy messing with him. It was something else entirely. Our girl is straight up unraveling the mystery, and it's clear someone is trying to set her up. He's all smug and confident, but she's playing the long game, and honestly, it's brilliant. He's convinced she's manipulating him, but she's just trying to survive in this viper's nest. And now she remembers a peculiar scent in the bath. This is getting good. Could the aphrodisiac be the key? It seems like someone's plan is unfolding, and it's a wild ride. He asks if anything untoward happened last night, and she straight up denies it. Smooth, girl, smooth. He's relieved, but the relief doesn't reach his eyes. This dude is hiding something. He lets her know he's leaving her to her peace, and that door clicks shut with a whole lot of tension. But wait, what's this? He's immediately questioning her motives, like, seriously, the second he's gone. He wonders if she was afraid he wouldn't take her as eagerly as she wanted. The audacity! Then it hits him. If she did try to seduce him, did it actually work? Oh, the internal turmoil. She looks so cold this morning, and he's obsessed with figuring out why. Bro is spiraling. He's completely lost, admitting he just can't make sense of her actions. And honestly, same. He's stuck in a loop, replaying everything. And it's clear he's overthinking this whole situation. Our girl is playing 4D chess while this dude is trying to solve a simple puzzle. The power dynamic is amazing. He sighs, turning away, clearly lost in thought about her. This dude is so confused right now. We cut to a lavish room, all golden decor and fancy furniture, setting the stage for something big. Our girl is writing a letter, scribbling furiously. She's plotting something, and it's gonna be good. However, he's replaying their encounter in his head, overanalyzing every single detail, and honestly, it's exhausting. Okay, so this dude, the emperor, is being all polite, telling our girl to sit down for a chat. The title card flashes, reminding us this is about her having a baby with someone as other than her husband. She's led into this super fancy dining room, all gold and red, but something feels off. The servants are setting out a lavish spread, but our girl is clearly side, eyeing everything. A maid bows, and honestly, the atmosphere is giving major something's about to go down vibes. Our girl looks super sad and vulnerable, tears welling up. She's remembering something awful, no doubt. She asks what he wants to talk about, trying to keep her composure, but it's clearly a tense moment. He asks what she wants to speak of, but then flinches. Something is clearly bothering this dude. He's trying to act all strong and composed, but she can sense he's hiding something big. And that flinch, it's telling us this conversation is about to get real intense. She's definitely pushing his buttons. He drops a ring, like straight up fumbles it, and our girl is immediately suspicious. She asks what's odd with one of the attendants, and then bam, he drops a bombshell. Apparently, someone told him they put an aphrodisiac in her bathwater. No way! Our girl's face is unreadable, but inside she's definitely thinking, so he knows. She plays it cool, claiming it must have been the elixir, the one her maid made. Instead, she blames her maid, but it's clear she's covering for someone, or something. She apologizes, but is also like, I only just found out, which feels super shady. She's trying to act innocent, but honestly, this is getting messy. She's a master manipulator. He's staring at her now, trying to read her face, but our girl is a stone, cold queen. And she's totally getting away with it. This is a power move, bro. He's furious. All this chaos over maid's mistake. Seriously? He's not dismissing it, though. This dude straight up says using something in the palace is a serious offense. He grabs the ring she dropped, and she's all, you could have been badly hurt. Smooth, girl, smooth. But he's not buying it. He demands to know if she'd sacrifice her maid for this transgression. He's even asking if she'd offer her life for the maid. Talk about turning up the heat. She stammers, begging for his forgiveness and taking the blame herself. Classic deflection. She's all in, claiming responsibility, but honestly, we know she's playing a dangerous game. He stares right through her. This dude is not easily fooled, and she knows it. He's setting the table for a meal, and our girl looks totally defeated, or as she starts to answer, well, and you just know she's about to spin another tale. He announces he's replacing Dia with a more capable palace attendant. Cold, bro, cold. She's shocked and flinches, asking if he's dismissing Dia, and honestly, it's a good question. He straight up says Dia is unfit to serve a princess consort. Ouch, harsh words. He claims last night's mishap could be excused, but Dia isn't exactly princess material, apparently. She tries to defend Dia, saying she may not seem fit to him, but she's getting interrupted. He cuts her off and then, no way, he's asking for cake. Talk about a mood swing. Dia arrives with a beautiful cake and she's all smiles, but something feels off. She asks where the cake came from, and it's Dia who answers. This is getting suspicious. She offers him the cake, and he's about to taste it. But is this a trap? He's taking a bite, and our girl is watching him like a hawk. The tension is real. She wonders if Dia brought the cake knowing she'd been excluded. Our girl is spiraling, and honestly, she has a point. Dia encourages the prince to try the cake, and he's about to take a bite when clack, a fork drops. She thinks Dia could have had all this for herself, and it hits her hard. This is getting emotional. Dia offers to share the cake, and the other woman looks shocked, but hesitantly accepts. Dia feeds her a piece, and our girl finally smiles a genuine, relieved smile for once. But the other woman hesitates, wavering before bringing the fork to her mouth. Something is definitely off. She takes a bite, and it's good. She's surprised, and it melts in her mouth. Then she's overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face. It's a full-on breakdown, bro. She's beaming, and it's too much. This feels less like joy and more like something else entirely. However, it turns out the cake just makes her feel things, intense, overwhelming things, and our girl is seriously confused. She's squeezing Dia's hand, and straight up confesses Dia is her only comfort here. It's getting real. Dia is more than a maid to her, she's like a sister, and she begs the prince to forgive her. Wow, this is intense. She's pleading with him, promising Dia won't cause trouble again, but the prince just freezes. The prince's gaze is locked on something, or someone, and the atmosphere instantly shifts. He asks if Dia is her sole confidante, and our girl's world seems to stop spinning. What's going on? The prince is totally broken, slumped in a chair, looking absolutely devastated. No way, what happened? He's lost in his own thoughts, and it's clear something huge just hit him. This dude is falling apart. But hold up, he's remembering something or someone. This is about to get messy. He's picturing someone with the same hair color as Dia. Is this a past lover? A sister? And just like that, the prince is spiraling, remembering a past connection to someone who looks just like Dia. Oh my god. The prince, looking all brooding and intense, finally responds, very well. It's not exactly enthusiastic. But then he lays down a condition: if Dia ever puts her in a vulnerable position, he won't stand for it. Talk about protective. He's laying down the law, and our girl is clearly relieved. She needed to hear that, honestly. However, it's clear this whole thing is stirring up way more than just protective instincts for this dude. Someone is reporting to the prince that the princess consort is still being summoned to his bedchamber, like constantly, but the prince is straight up furious. He's convinced this second prince is sneaking off with Salian every single night. We find the second prince lounging, looking all regal and unwell. He's clearly sick. He lets out a weeka. This dude is definitely not doing great, but he's trying to act like it's nothing. A close-up shows a gorgeous necklace, but also a sickly flush on his skin, hinting at a serious fever. His servant asks if he's any better, and the prince tries to rise, but immediately collapses back into the chair. The servant confirms he's still awful, and the prince delivers a dramatic speech about wanting to die if he can't get better. He's clinging to life, stuck in this miserable state, and honestly, it's kinda sad. He clutches his chest, clearly in pain, and the servant is rightfully worried about this cursed fever. The prince is suffering, and it's clear this illness is more than just a simple sickness. Everyone's gossiping. They're convinced the prince is totally smitten with Salian. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the maids are chatting about how beautiful Salian is, and how different she is. They're all gushing about her delicate air, like she could float away on a breeze. And then Dia walks in. The maids are instantly startled and greet Dia with respect, saying it's a pleasure to see her again. Dia overhears them talking about Salian, and her expression is unreadable. She's definitely taking mental notes. She calmly asks what they were discussing, and the maids awkwardly try to change the subject. But Dia presses them, wanting to know what they were saying about the princess consort. The maids reluctantly admit they were praising Salian's beauty and unique charm, and Dia just listens. She thanks them for their honesty, but her smile doesn't quite reach her eyes. Something's brewing, for sure. Our girl is playing the long game, and honestly, she's terrifyingly good at it. Dia notices everyone's treating Salian differently now that the prince favors her, and she's not thrilled. She asks if the tea is prepared, and the servant practically flies to obey. The power shift is real. The prince demands to know what kind of tea Salian drinks, and the servant scurries off to find out. Turns out it's a super rare tea made from the youngest buds of the Nilnua tree, only for royals, naturally. Dia casually sips the tea, pretending she's not seething inside about this luxury being reserved for Salian. She's all smiles, but her glare at the servant is ice cold. She's warning her not to even think about trying it. The servant is straight up terrified, imagining the prince cutting off her hands if she touched the tea. Dia's playing this so well, acting sweet while subtly flexing her power and reminding everyone who's truly above Saline. However, our girl isn't just being petty. This is a calculated move to remind everyone of her status. And honestly, the servant's reaction is a little much, but Dia is definitely succeeding at intimidation. Dia tries to reassure the other servant that the prince isn't cruel, but honestly she sounds super sus. She drops a bomb. The prince has a terrifying temper, and this servant has clearly never seen it. Dia delivers the tea and makes a quick exit, leaving the servant to stew in her anxiety. The servant is spiraling, wondering if this dude truly is that awful, especially since he's so nice to Princess Hinale. Cut to Saline, who's hunched over a desk, looking stressed and scribbling in a journal. She's trying to figure out what major events happened around this time in the Empire. Our girl is age investigating. Saline groans, clearly overwhelmed by the research. This is a lot to unpack. However, she's determined to find something, anything, that will help her navigate this mess. She's piecing things together, and we can tell this is a major turning point. She's about to make a discovery. And honestly, this whole situation is giving off major dangerous game vibes. She's playing with fire. So, the crown prince is dead, and Salian's immediately thinking about the power struggle. She's a strategist, okay? She's already plotting how to get Prince Lutz on the throne, straight up declaring her allegiance. But she knows just helping him isn't enough. She's aiming to eliminate his rivals too. No way she's playing nice. She remembers Prince Kylo causing trouble last time, and she's determined to prevent a repeat. This time, she's prepared. She's recalling a scene where Kylo essentially attacked someone, and it's clear she's got a vendetta brewing. Celine vows to minimize the damage Kylo can do this time around. She's learning from the past. Good for her. Just then, someone knocks on her door, interrupting her planning. Talk about bad timing. And honestly, the timing is suspicious, like someone overheard her plotting. This is about to get messy. She's got a serious look on her face, ready to handle whatever comes through that door. She's not backing down. Our girl is a mastermind, seriously. She's already thinking 10 steps ahead, even with an unexpected visitor. A maid brings Sally in her tea, but she's clearly distracted. She was writing a letter. She claims she's just mulling things over, but we know she's plotting, scheming, and making moves. She pretends to take a sip of tea, but her mind is miles away, focused on toppling the third prince. And honestly, she's straight up mumbling her plans aloud. Someone's definitely listening. She's laying it all out how to dismantle Prince Kylo's power. No detail is too small, but she thinks she's being subtle. Please! She's practically broadcasting her intentions. Her assistant overhears everything and just bows. She's clearly loyal to Saline. Of course, she replies, all while looking super smug. She's got this whole thing under control. She leans back in her chair, looking relieved. But don't get comfortable, girl. Because this whole scene, it's a trap waiting to spring. She's playing a dangerous game. Saline is deep in thought, wondering where Prince Lutz is right now. She's clearly planning something. She figures he must be in his study, and it's like a light bulb goes off. She's got a plan brewing. Our girl is already imagining herself confronting him, and honestly, she looks a little bit scary. But wait, this whole scene feels staged, like someone is eavesdropping on her thoughts. Okay, so our girl is totally cornered by this dude, the Emperor, and she's clearly confused about what he's planning. He reaches for her, but it's not what it looks like. He's protecting her from a falling object. No way! She's staring at him with this intense look, and you can tell she's processing everything that just happened. Suddenly, she's pulling him closer, and her heart is racing. Straight up, she's falling for him. They're getting super close, like almost kissing close, surrounded by flowers. It's a total fairy tale moment. But she's still hesitant, and her eyes show she's conflicted about letting herself feel something for the enemy prince. He gently brushes a strand of hair from her face, and she flinches. Clearly, she's got some trauma. He touches her arm, and you can see old scars, hinting at a past she's trying to escape. Our girl leans into his touch, and her heartbeat is going crazy. She's giving in, and it's so cute. She's completely lost in the moment, and honestly, this dude is working his magic. She's falling fast. She's playing it cool, telling this dude she wants to learn to ride a horse. But she's totally scheming. He's suspicious, asking why she suddenly wants lessons, and she's all flustered. She's a terrible liar. Our girl spins this elaborate story about needing to gather information at court, and honestly, it's kind of brilliant. But she quickly reveals the real reason she wants to stop being seen as the girl from Sal, or the one in the gaudy dress. She's admitting she's still underestimated, and it's heartbreaking, but she's determined to change that. He explains that horseback riding is common for ladies in Tricas, smooth, dude real smooth. She claims she wants to learn the skill to be prepared, and it's a solid cover story, but he's definitely seeing through it. However, he plays along, and she's relieved he's not calling her out on her BS. She's thinking about how she's still nothing to him, and it's giving major sad vibes. But she's determined to become someone he can't ignore, and honestly we're here for this glow up. He's acting all aloof, saying he can't spare time to teach her, but promises to send someone else. Total brush off. Our girl is Stibuyigang begging for his pardon, and he's straight up scowling at her. No mercy. He asks if she was hoping for lessons from another man, and she tries to recover with a flimsy excuse about his schedule. But he doesn't buy it for a second, calling her out and wondering if she thinks he's incapable of teaching her himself. She's flustered, fidgeting with her hands. She's totally caught in her lie, but trying to play it off. He drops the bombshell teaching requires physical contact, and she's visibly shocked by the implication. The scene is bathed in this magical green glow, and honestly, it's setting the mood for something intense. He reaches out, and it looks like he's about to touch her, but we only get a glimpse of his hand. She's lost for words, and he's giving her this intense stare. The tension is real, you guys. He's so close, and she's completely captivated, but it's cut off. Talk about a cliffhanger. He's all up in her space, hands near her face, and she's totally frozen, like a deer in headlights. But he pulls back at the last second, turning away with a dismissive emph. This dude is playing games. She's reeling, clearly confused by his sudden retreat, and straight up asks what's going on. He's trying to act like he's just checking if she's okay, but we know better. Total manipulation. He casually mentions Sal, and she's visibly startled. What's the deal with this place? He demands to know what they teach her in Sal, and she's scrambling to come up with an answer. She tries to say it's just etiquette, but bro, he's not buying it. He sees right through her. We get a flashback of her in a beautiful garden, looking all dreamy and innocent. What's the connection? It's a close-up of her necklace, sparkling in the sun, and honestly, it's gorgeous, but also kinda sus. Cut to the next day, and they're walking together. Looks like he's decided to take her to Sal after all. This dude is schooling our girl on how to approach a horse. Apparently you gotta build trust first. He tells her to approach slowly, and she's tiptoeing like it's a secret mission. So cute! He instructs her to gently stroke the horse's neck, and she's a little hesitant, but gives it a shot. He confirms she's doing it right, and she asks if this is how it's done. She's so eager to please. Our girl admits she's never touched a horse before, and she's genuinely amazed by how soft its coat is. He's already moving on to mounting the horse. Seriously, this dude is fast-tracking things. She's totally caught off guard, questioning why they're moving so quickly. But he's not having it. He straight up calls her out. She said she wanted to learn to ride, didn't she? No backing out now. He's questioning if she just wanted to pet the horse and call it a day. So sassy. But honestly, she's clearly out of her depth. This is a lot to take in. He tells her to pull the reins gently to start riding, but she's absolutely trembling with fear. Total disaster. The horse nudges her leg, and she jumps. She's seriously freaking out right now. No way she's ready for this. She asks if she's doing it right, and her voice is shaking so much she's practically quivering. This is intense. He leans in close, and she's completely flustered. Bro, the tension is real. She's about to melt. Okay, so our girl is riding into town looking absolutely regal, and everyone is bowing down. This dude, the prince, straight up stops her carriage and starts laying on the charm. He's remembering her gown. He's being all smooth, saying she looked exquisite, but she's giving him the side eye, and honestly, good for her. But then, a messenger arrives with some serious news. This dude Chater is the one who ordered her abduction. The prince is all smirky, like he knew this all along, and she's trying to process everything at once. He casually drops that let's confirm Chater's involvement, and our girl is clearly shocked. However, it's a trap. She remembers her past life, and she realizes Chater was working with her husband. The prince is playing a dangerous game, and she's starting to see it, but she's playing along for now. She's trying to keep her cool, but inside she's probably fuming. This dude is messing with the wrong woman. And just like that, the stage is set for some major drama, because she's about to make this dude pay. She's playing it cool, telling the prince she's honored he noticed her. But she's also thinking about how dangerous this dude is. But she doubles down, making it clear she's more than just a pretty face, she's got secrets too. The prince is totally captivated by her response, a little smirk playing on his lips. This is getting interesting. He casually suggests they go hunting, offering to teach her, but she pretends she needs more practice on horseback first. Her maid tries to intervene, saying she's not ready, but the prince straight up calls her out on it. He's seeing right through her. They mount their horses, and the prince points out how effortlessly she rides, subtly hinting he's not fooled by her act. However, his horse snickers, and he casually remarks she rides with too much poise to be a beginner. This dude is relentless. He then asks if she's ever considered hunting, offering guidance, and honestly, it's a clear test of her skills and intentions. She plays along, asking what hunting has to do with anything, but her maid is clearly worried. This is a trap. Her maid suggests waiting until she's more comfortable riding, but the prince is already looking at her expectantly. The game is Owen. She plays it cool, saying she'll give hunting a try if it's not too much trouble. Our girl is a master manipulator. But the prince is already grinning, knowing she's totally playing along and seizing the opportunity. He's basically saying she's smart to recognize a chance when she sees one, and honestly, it's kinda hot. Her maid looks super anxious, clearly worried this is a trap, but our girl just nods along calmly. They're off, riding through the fields, and the prince is casually observing her riding skills. This dude doesn't miss a thing. He's testing her, seeing if she's actually as inexperienced as she claims, and she's playing the part perfectly. However, she's clearly thinking several steps ahead, calculating her next move while maintaining the facade. She's all smiles, but her maid is still freaking out. This is a dangerous game she's playing. They ride on, the clip-clop of hooves echoing, and it's clear this isn't just a hunt, it's a power play. The scenery is beautiful, but the tension is thicker than ever. Something's about to go down. He straight up says bringing her all this way for nothing is a shame. Talk about a backhanded compliment. The maid is mortified, trying to smooth things over, but the prince is just observing everything. Our girl drops a bomb. She actually wanted this outing to get a chance to talk to him. Smooth move. She explains they haven't really had a proper conversation, setting the stage for some serious tea. He asks what she wants to talk about, and she doesn't hesitate. She's playing this so well. She brings up the former crown prince's death, hinting at suspicions of foul play. It's a risky question. She wonders if it was illness or poison, directly accusing someone, and the tension is Ian-san. She stares him down, waiting for a reaction, and bro, the silence is deafening. The prince coolly replies it must be for his highness. Is he admitting something? No way. We get a close-up of his face, and honestly, he's giving off major, I know more than I'm letting on vibes. As soon as the crown prince rides past, this dude Kylo immediately accuses Lutz of murder. Talk about jumping to conclusions. Everyone stares at Lutz, who is standing there looking totally unbothered, but the prince is convinced it wasn't natural causes. The prince insists Lutz triumphed in the end, but there's definitely a but coming, isn't there? Our girl is observing Lutz, and she notes his pallor is awful. She thinks he looks like he could drop dead at any moment. She whispers to herself that it wouldn't even be surprising if he died right then and there. She's so observant. She's clearly piecing things together, and her expression is intense. This is getting good. The prince is giving off major, I'm in control vibes as he sits on his throne, but something feels off about him. She's really scrutinizing Lutz, and honestly, she's starting to suspect something big is happening. She's thinking that Lutz is on his last legs. It's a grim assessment, but she seems certain. Our girl is full of thoughts, and it's clear she's determined to uncover the truth, no matter what. Our girl flinches, but she's remembering the controversies surrounding the crown prince's death. It wasn't straightforward. She recalls everyone thought his illness wasn't severe enough to kill him, and it's starting to click for her. She's got this grimace, thinking about what purpose someone might have had for serving the crown prince. The prince is suddenly there, looming over Lutz, and she's convinced if what he says is true, things are about to go down. She's worried the crown prince's death is coming faster than expected, and she's clearly freaking out about it. The prince asks Lutz if he's feeling unwell, but Lutz just replies he's fine. totally playing it cool. She's forcing a smile, but inside she's a mess, and honestly, this whole situation is super sus. She's riding alongside the prince, and he's speeding up. It's a little intense, honestly. The horse is really pushing it, hoofbeats echoing as they race through the forest, but Lutz is struggling to keep up. The prince is breathing hard, clearly exerting himself, and he keeps glancing back at Lutz. It's super suspicious. Lutz is clearly in pain, and our girl is starting to panic, realizing the prince might be intentionally pushing him past his limit. Okay, so our girl is laying down the plan. She's determined her child will maybe have the same fate as before. She's found her target, this super powerful prince, and she's straight up going for it, seeking him out in a field. This dude, the prince, appears out of nowhere and demands she kneel before him, no joke. But instead of being intimidated, she's all touch me, and he's clearly confused, patting her shoulder. He's getting closer, cupping her face, and honestly, the tension is building fast. He's examining her, and she's giving him this vulnerable look, like she's completely at his mercy. Her eyes are glistening, and he's got his thumb wiping away a tear. It's a whole mood right now. He declares he'll do whatever she asks, and bro, she's playing this perfectly. She's finally admitting she needed him to care about her well-being, which is a total power move. And now he's pulling her into a hug, promising to fulfill her request. This is getting intense. She questions if she came off as foolish with her worry, and this dude is straight up denying any strong feelings. He insists they aren't bound by true love, but she quickly clarifies she was only a little concerned. Smooth, girl, smooth. But then she's thinking about how she produced an heir, and suddenly panics about surviving in Tricus alone. She's spiraling, wondering why this empire is so obsessed with having an heir, and it's honestly relatable. This prince is all business, demanding to know if someone received orders to protect her. Talk about a power play. She denies it and flinches when he gets close, but bro, she's trying to play it cool, claiming her father never truly saw her as his child. He's staring intently at her, and we get another close-up of her face. The angst is real. She repeats how her father never saw her as his child, and honestly, this dude's reaction is key. He's still scrutinizing her, and it's clear this isn't about love. It's about control and securing the lineage. She continues to explain her father's neglect, and honestly, she's laying it all out there, hoping he'll understand. She declares she's just a princess in name, but her child will be loved and honored. Our girl is a planner. This prince overhears, and he's immediately suspicious, muttering about her weird obsession with having an heir. He's thinking about her mother, and it's kinda creepy, but he realizes she's fixated on securing the future. She suddenly asks why he chose her, and honestly, it's a straight-up power move to get him talking. He's taken aback and responds with a simple, "I'm sorry." This dude is definitely hiding something. He starts to explain, and it's clear he's more interested in her potential to produce an heir than anything else. She presses him, but he deflects, and it's obvious he's planning something big. But then, he drops a bomb: he's going to rise as Emperor of Tricus. No way, this is a total game changer. He's smiling now, and it's unsettling, while she looks on, stunned. She's completely speechless, and honestly, we are too. What does this mean for her plan? She vows her child will be acknowledged as the rightful crown prince, no matter what. Our girl is playing for keeps. Even if fate tries to change things, she declares he will make it so. Talk about a power couple. He grips the fabric of her dress, a silent promise of control, and it's kinda intense, honestly. He gives her a chilling smile, and bro, it does not reach his eyes. Something's definitely up. He sighs, seemingly resigned, but it feels super manipulative. This dude is a master of deception. He reaches out, hand open, as if offering her the world, but we all know there's a catch. She takes his hand, and it's a beautiful, yet terrifying moment. They're sealing a deal with the devil. He says she's barely in a state to ride alone, and they'll ride together. So possessive. A gust of wind whips around them, scattering flower petals. It's like a dramatic movie scene. He's got her hand and she's giving in, but she's not backing down. This is going to be epic. He's laying it all out there. He expected wealth and honor from this marriage, but things haven't gone as planned. He straight up accuses her of believing he'd bring her family fortune, but she's not having it. This dude thinks he's the family's biggest burden, and he's casually dropping it on her. The nerve. He declares any regrets she might have are pointless, because she's his wife now. Talk about a possessive statement. She fires back that he'll never regret marrying her, and squeezes his hand to prove her point. She insists she's never regretted being wed to him. Our girl is standing her ground, even if it's a lie. She leans into him on the horse, but he's tense, and it's clear this isn't a comfortable moment. He's trying to act calm, but his jaw is tight. Something is definitely brewing between them. He's clearly calculating something, and it's giving off major villain vibes, honestly. She's looking up at him, and we can feel the weight of his words. This conversation is far from over. He straight up tells her if she wants a child, she'll have one, and soon. Like, wow, what a line. This dude looks at her with those piercing blue eyes, and it's intense. She's definitely caught off guard. He says if it weren't for her injuries, he'd be at her side tonight. Talk about a veiled threat, bro. But he pivots, saying thanks to her injuries, he'll wait until she's healed. He's playing games, for sure. She tries to reassure him she isn't badly hurt and offers herself to him, but he's having none of it. He's all "don't be ridiculous" and completely shuts her down. This dude is cold, honestly. He declares he won't even touch her until she's fully recovered, and wants her to focus on healing. She looks shocked, eyes wide. Our girl didn't expect that response, not one bit. She finally agrees, saying she'll do as he wishes. But that look in her eyes is telling us something's up. She's smiling, but it's a little too sweet. She's definitely plotting something, and we are here for it. Someone rushes in, clearly frantic, demanding to know what on earth happened to her. Total chaos! They're horrified by her injuries, exclaiming how dreadful it is, but our girl just holds up her hand. She's showing them her wounded hands, and honestly, it looks bad, like really bad, but she's still trying to appear composed, offering a weak smile. This woman is a master of disguise. Okay, so our girl is straight up asking what this dude would do if the crown prince died. She's laying this heavy hypothetical on him. Like, what if the prince just vanished? He's totally blindsided, bro, and looks genuinely shocked by the question. She doubles down, pushing him to answer, and he's visibly losing it, asking what she's even suggesting. This dude's face is icy, like he's calculating something seriously dangerous. But she tries to backtrack, claiming she wasn't hinting at anything at all. Yeah, right. Honestly, this is a power move, and she's playing it perfectly. She's clearly trying to gauge his reaction and see just how far she can push him. He's definitely not buying it. And the tension is THCK? You can cut it with a knife. The title card flashes, and it's clear she's scheming to make sure her child has a different father. He's laying it on thick, saying her health is failing and questioning her relationship with Prince Kylo. She tries to deflect, claiming she overstepped her bounds. But honestly, she's playing 4D chess. This dude straight up shuts her down, telling her his concern isn't for her at all. He just tacks and turns to leave, and the disrespect is real. He starts to stride away, and she's left reeling, thinking about how to protect herself. Our girl thinks she angered him, but she'd rather speak her mind than stay silent. She desperately hopes he'll remain vigilant against the third prince. The stakes are so high. She's clutching her hands, looking worried and vulnerable, and we can feel her anxiety. He's walking away, leaving her alone with her thoughts, and the scene is so dramatic. He's leaving her to rest, but honestly she's anything but resting. She's plotting her next move. He admits he can't deny her words are true, and straight up suspects Kylo would kill their brother. The drama is escalating. This dude is thinking about the brother, claiming desperation must be mounting after his schemes failed. Suddenly, a door spine jets open and he yells for Evan, sounding super urgent and on edge. Evan arrives, bowing immediately, and this dude demands to know if anyone has sent word from the Crown Prince's residence. He orders Evan to watch the gates closely. No one gets in or out without him knowing, and honestly, it's intense. Evan understands but asks what sparked this concern, and our guy just closes the door in his face. Savage. He's clearly hiding something, but bro is playing it cool, and the tension is building with every second. He's all up in her face, demanding to know what she meant, and honestly, the intensity is unreal. She calmly explains that Kylo is desperate for the Emperor's approval, and bro is not happy to hear it. He asks if she thinks Kylo would harm the Crown Prince, but she's playing it cool, testing the waters. This dude straight up smirks, revealing his true colors. He's loving this potential conflict between the brothers. He envisions the Empress's sons turning on each other and falling into ruin, and it's disturbing, to say the least. We get a flash of a bloodied crown and sword, and it's clear this dude is actively wanting chaos. He's thinking about how perfect it would be for the brothers to destroy each other, and it's so sinister. He's lost in thought, and we're left with this creepy close-up of his face. Seriously unsettling. But no way. He's planning something huge, and it's all connected to Kylo and the Crown Prince. Our girl is about to stir up some major trouble, and honestly, we're here for it. He reaches for a wine glass, but it gets knocked over. Total chaos erupts in this scene. Wine splatters everywhere, and this dude is absolutely losing it, yelling at someone off panel. He's screaming for someone to explain what's happening, but things are spiraling out of control fast. Suddenly, he clutches his side, and it's clear he's been stabbed. No way! This is intense. He collapses, and our girl is right there, looking shocked, or is she pretending? We can't tell. He's bleeding out on the floor, and she's desperately trying to stop the bleeding. But it's bad. We see his feet, all messed up and bandaged. This dude is seriously injured. It's heartbreaking. She's cradling his injured feet, and honestly, the contrast between her and him is so striking. She's holding him close, trying to help, but it's clear he's in immense pain. It's a vulnerable moment. However, is she actually worried, or is this all part of her plan? She's a master manipulator after all. He's hauling the bed frame, and it looks like she's about to fall from it. Talk about dramatic. She's stirring, eyes fluttering, and this dude is leaning in close, but she's clearly out of it. He chuckles, a creepy little sound, and she's mumbling about Hynail. Who even is that? She's thinking Kylo is going to kill her, but then she says Hynail again. What is going on? He leans over her, and she's suddenly all vulnerable, but he's got a super intense look on his face. She's lying in the bed, looking delicate, and he declares no one will ever touch her. Possessive much. She's blushing, but her expression is unreadable. Our girl is playing a dangerous game, honestly. He vows to make sure of it, and his expression is stone cold. This dude is seriously unhinged. Close up on his face, and he's radiating danger. We're getting major villain vibes here. But seriously, this whole scene is giving me chills, and she's right in the middle of it. A few days pass, and our girl is near the stables when she spots Kylo with the horse. No way! This dude is staring at the horse, looking totally bewildered, and asks what in the world is going on. He's all smirks and confidence, and it's clear he's straight up showing off for her. But honestly, the horse is kinda stealing the show, and Kylo's possessiveness is reaching new levels. Okay, so our girl is straight up leaning into this dude, the enemy prince, and things are getting intense. She's fully committed to her plan: get pregnant by him and change her child's fate, no matter what it takes. Suddenly, she feels a kick, a tiny bump, and realizes she's already pregnant. Whoosh. Another bump, and she's completely stunned, staring at the prince with wide, shocked eyes. Flowers bloom all around them, symbolizing this new life and the blossoming connection between them. She's reeling, processing the fact that she's pregnant, and her face is a mix of surprise and something else. The prince is close, so close, and she's clearly flustered by his presence and the situation. Another bump seals the deal. She's definitely pregnant, and it's happening now, right in this moment. But someone is watching them, bro, and it's a red-haired man who looks seriously displeased with everything going down. He's all, there are people watching, which honestly sets up a whole new level of drama and secrets. She tells this dude they need to find a place where no one can see them, and then, GMP, they're on the horse. The prince lowers her gently, and she's all, Your Highness? Totally flustered by his touch. He insists they go somewhere hidden, somewhere their gazes can't follow, and honestly, swoon. He leans in close, and she looks up at him, completely captivated. This is getting intense fast. She admits it's honestly been a step too far. But the prince doesn't seem to mind at all. Someone else is watching, though, and they think this is just some training. But they're so wrong. He pulls her closer, and her eyes flutter shut. She's completely lost in the moment. And then, SMOOH, he kisses her, and it's a full-on passionate kiss, y'all. Another kiss, another kiss graphic. They're lost in each other, and it's a total fairy tale moment. No way, they're still kissing, and our girl is totally wrapped up in this prince's arms. He asks if she truly wishes for a child so soon, and our girl doesn't even hesitate. She says yes. He gives her a look, then simply says, very well, and honestly, that's kinda chilling. He leans in for another kiss, and she's totally melting into him. It's a full-on romance overload. But then, she suddenly remembers something, her past life, and the fact she might not make it. She whispers that if she dies, someone must take her place, and it's a seriously ominous line. We get a close-up of his hand gripping the sheets. He's definitely listening, and definitely intense. And then, we see another man, completely ripped, looking super serious and brooding. He's all brooding and intense, staring straight ahead. Something's definitely up with this guy. He's clearly got a plan, and it looks like it involves protecting our girl. But from what, exactly? This dude is straight up a bodyguard, and he's making a promise to keep her safe, no matter the cost. Okay, so this dude is questioning her about that comment she made earlier. Apparently she said an hair would be needed if something happened to her. He's straight up accusing her of contemplating her own demise, and she's looking totally wrecked. This is getting heavy. She's clearly haunted by her past life, clutching at her chest and remembering the betrayal. It's a total flashback. She blinks back to reality, drowsy and shaken, and he's just watching her like he's figuring her out. But then, he reveals he knows she was thinking about what would happen if she died, and honestly, that's creepy. He says she spoke as if she expected to lose the battle for the throne. Wait, what battle? This is escalating fast. He's all intense and protective, saying they were going to triumph. But she looks so fragile and lost, it's heartbreaking. She's blinking, looking confused and vulnerable, and he's just looming over her. It's a power play, for sure. No way, she's remembering everything, the murder, the betrayal, and it's hitting her all at once. She's completely overwhelmed, tears streaming down her face, and honestly, this dude is about to get a piece of her mind. He suggests becoming emperor if he isn't crown prince, and she's totally frozen. That's a bold move. She admits she knows suggesting that could be treason, but she's playing with fire, and honestly, we're here for it. He's leaning in close, analyzing her reaction. This dude is intense, and she looks completely vulnerable. She's drifting off, exhausted and overwhelmed, and he's just watching her, like a predator. She's out cold, and he's gently patting her head, but it's all kinds of complicated. Is this comfort or control? He's thinking about her saying she'll need an heir, and a plan is forming in his head. Uh-oh, this is getting good. He's now declaring that any child they have will inherit the crown prince title. Wait, is he proposing a power grab? He's leaning closer, and she's completely exposed. This is getting dangerously intimate, and the tension is insane. He's basically admitting he wants to use her to secure his position, and our girl is stuck in a really messy situation. But she's waking up, and she's about to hear everything he's been thinking. This is where things explode. He's straight up fantasizing about her giving him an heir, securing his throne. Talk about power moves. She wakes up and immediately asks if he's been thinking about taking her as a concubine, which is direct. He doesn't deny it, and confesses he wants her child to be the crown prince. Bro is not playing games. She's shocked, but then realizes this is exactly what she needs to solidify her position and get revenge. She throws out a condition she'll give him an heir if he fulfills a promise. She's taking control. He asks what she wants, and she lays it all out, complete and utter devotion, and a vow of loyalty. He agrees without hesitation, declaring he'll do anything for her, and honestly, the commitment is kinda scary. She's brushing her hair, seemingly accepting this arrangement, but she's definitely plotting something. She admits her world has been full of surprises since meeting him, and it's a total understatement. She vows to give him whatever he desires. She's playing the long game, and it's brilliant. He leans in for a quick peck, and our girl doesn't even flinch. She's playing this so cool. She's declaring even the emperor is nothing compared to him, which is a seriously bold statement. A few days pass and things are clearly shifting. She's got him wrapped around her finger. She's giving him everything he wants, but honestly, she's the one in control of this whole situation. Okay, so this dude, the prince, is literally draping a fur stole around our girl. It's a total power move. He's getting super close, and she looks flustered, but she's holding her own. She doesn't back down from his intensity. He straight up tells her it's hers to keep, no returns needed, and honestly, the possessiveness is kinda cute, kinda. But then he says it suits her well, and our girl visibly reacts, her cheeks flushing a soft pink. She thanks him, but then adds she'll wear it properly, so there are no mishaps like at the last banquet. She's playing the game perfectly. He fastens the clasp on the stole, and she looks up at him, a small, hopeful smile playing on her lips. She's clearly trying to appear composed, but her eyes are sparkling. This dude is working his magic on her, no doubt. He's so close to her now, his hand lingering near her neck, and the tension is real. She's holding his gaze, and for a moment, it feels like the world around them disappears. It's a total romantic moment. But she's got a plan, bro, and she's not letting a little flirting distract her from her goals. Suddenly, a swarm of maids rushes in, each carrying a red suitcase. It's intense. One maid dramatically swings open her case, revealing a mountain of glittering jewelry. She clicks open another and another and another. It's a treasure trove of necklaces and gems. The jewels spill out, creating a sparkling, blinding cascade around them. Our girl gasps, completely overwhelmed by the sheer extravagance of it all. The prince casually offers that if the jewelry isn't to her liking, he'll replace it. Talk about power. She manages a composed response, thanking him and saying everything is perfect. But honestly, she's clearly stunned, her eyes wide with surprise and a little bit of greed. The prince just stares back, his expression unreadable, and it's kinda scary, not gonna lie. He's so stoic, bro, like does he even have feelings? This dude is a mystery. He tells her there's something even more spectacular waiting for her, and honestly, the smirking is intense. She's stunned, asking if it could really be more spectacular than all this opulence. He confirms it with a simple indeed, and the smirk just widens. This dude is playing a game. Then, he straight up tells her to come, extending his hand like he's royalty offering a kingdom. She reaches for his hand, and they link fingers. It's a major power move, bro. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a gorgeous balcony overlooking a sunset, total fairy tale vibes. She's clearly shocked by whatever she's seeing, hands flying up to her mouth in surprise. But wait, it's not just shock. She's noticing something on her fingers, like a ring or a mark. A magnificent white horse whinnies nearby, and a man stands beside it. What is going on? No way, is this horse decked out with jewels? This whole situation is getting wilder by the second. Someone suggests a ride to our girl, and the prince initially brushes it off, claiming his outfit isn't right. But then he changes his tune. It's a short ride, and he's picked out a gentle horse for her. She hesitates for a sec, but then starts to step forward, clearly trusting this dude despite everything. No way, he just lifts her onto the horse like she's weightless, and she's totally surprised. She thanks him, and honestly, the whole scene is giving major fairy tale vibes with all the sparkles. They're off, and she looks so relieved and happy. It's a huge contrast to how she was at the start of the story. The prince is looking at her with this soft, knowing expression. He's definitely playing the long game. This dude is so confident, bro. He's got everything planned out, and our girl is right in the middle of it. She's finally starting to relax and enjoy herself, leaning into the ride and trusting him more and more. Honestly, the way he looks at her. This is straight up a power move. He's captivated her. She tries to politely decline the ride, claiming she's not used to riding in a dress. Total excuse. He calls her out on it, and she stumbles over an explanation about the cloak keeping her warm. Smooth recovery, though. The prince is totally seeing right through her, and he lets out a little chuckle. This dude is playing chess, not checkers. He decides to head inside, and honestly, the tension between them is thick enough to cut with a knife. She's flustered, and he's clearly enjoying her reaction. This is getting good. He's got this whole powerful, brooding prince thing going on, and our girl can't help but be drawn in. She's trying so hard to play it cool, but her blush is giving her away. She's falling for his charm. He's leaning in close, and she's completely mesmerized. This is a classic romance trope, and we are here for it. However, she's not entirely fooled. She knows he's up to something, but she's willing to play along for now. He's got this smirk on his face, and she's completely captivated. Bro is a master manipulator? He thanks her, calling her princess consort, and telling her she deserves all this. Smooth talker. He insists she deserves everything, reminding her he wants her to become empress one day. Total power move. He pulls her close, squeezing her hand, and she's visibly stunned. This dude is really turning up the heat. He promises to shower her with even grander treasures when he becomes emperor, and honestly, she's reeling. He's got her trapped in his arms, and she's looking up at him with these big, hopeful eyes. She's falling hard. He leans in closer, and she's breathless. This is a slow burn romance, and it's working. She whispers, "Your Highness," and he's just staring at her, a tiny smile playing on his lips. Bro is smitten. He's making a promise to make her the most resplendent and noble woman in the realm. Talk about a declaration. He's completely captivated by her, and she's absolutely lost in his gaze. These two are a dangerous combo. He's leaning in for a kiss, and our girl is clearly ready to meet him halfway. Finally, this has been building forever. She's distracted by a handmaid bringing letters, and our girl is immediately curious. What secrets are arriving? She reads the letters, and no way, they're from her family, begging for help. But this dude orchestrated all of it. She tries to hide her shock, but he sees right through her, and honestly, his coldness is sending chills. She asks what the letters mean, and he straight up admits to manipulating her family. Talk about a villain reveal. A few days have passed, and our girl is already plotting. She wants to send a gift to Prince Lutz. She's thinking something special from Trikas to go with her reply, and Dia is there to brainstorm. Dia suggests fancy Tricasian wine or fabric, but our heroine has a better idea. She's playing the long game. She decides she'll personally ask Prince Litz herself, and straight up refuses to bother the head maid. A subtle smile creeps onto her face because this isn't just about a gift, she wants to share some intel. She's gonna drop some news about Cheddar's recent discovery, and honestly, it's a power move. She rises from her throne, all regal and determined, and starts walking. This is happening fast. The door swings open with Ev thud, and she strides through, looking absolutely stunning. She's got her sights set on Prince Lutz, and she's not wasting any time making her move. That little smirk, it means trouble and I am mature for it. She asks if Prince Lutz is in his quarters, and a guard bows, but doesn't immediately answer. There's a beat of silence, it's super tense, and then the guard hesitantly opens the door. Inside, Prince Lutz is getting dressed, and she catches a glimpse of his boots as he turns. The guard awkwardly tries to explain the situation, but Lutz cuts him off, clearly annoyed. He's giving off major leave me alone vibes, but our girl stands her ground, totally unfazed. She coolly says she'll return another time, but then her eyes land on Lutz, and she changes her mind. She tells him to let her in, and her expression is all calculating. She's playing this perfectly. Lutz is visibly thrown off, and the air is thick with awkwardness, but he reluctantly agrees. Her eyes lock with his, and she delivers a simple "I see." It's a total power play, and I love it. But seriously, this dude is already wrapped around her finger, and it's only been a few days. She casually mentions her last visit was late, then suddenly points out his quarters are always dark. She's totally probing him. He flips through papers, seemingly ignoring her, but she scans the room, clearly looking for something. She asks why his rooms are so dim, and this dude drops a cryptic line about preferring darkness like a serpent. She's startled by that, but he just chuckles. This guy is playing mind games, and she knows it. He doubles down, saying he suspects she wouldn't understand his preference for the shadows. But then he pivots. He admits he's actually had similar thoughts himself, which is unexpected. She questions if he's comparing himself to a serpent, and he doesn't deny it. This is getting wild. He finishes his thought. He says he has similar thoughts, and it's a total power move. She's speechless, and he's radiating smugness, and honestly, the tension is insane. She seems to be assessing him. And bro, I think she's starting to realize just how dangerous he is. He asks why she thinks he's a serpent, and honestly, the way he says it sends chills. She looks away, seemingly lost in thought, but she's clearly processing everything this dude throws at her. She wanders onto a balcony overlooking the gardens, but she's not admiring the view. She's deep in contemplation. A thought hits her like a ton of bricks, and she realizes she's not so different from him, trapped in darkness. She decides she belongs in the shadows too, and it's a total shift in her perspective. She's embracing the darkness. She turns and walks back inside, a sly smile playing on her lips, and bro, it's a little terrifying. He's waiting for her, and she lets out a little chuckle, like she's figured everything out. She delivers a line about always returning to where one belongs, and it's a clear declaration of intent. She's playing his game now. This dude is straight up dangerous, but our girl, she's not backing down, she's meeting fire with fire. No way is she intimidated, she's stepping into the shadows with a confidence that's honestly breathtaking. He says unless they rewrite their beginnings they're doomed, and our girl is like air we married. Smooth. He's all up in her space, cupping her face, and she's totally letting him. The chemistry is unreal. He grazes her skin, and she looks up at him with this vulnerable expression, and it's killing me. He smirks, a full-on predator move, and it's clear he's about to propose something scandalous. He asks if they should retreat to the bedchamber, and she protests it's daytime, but he's not hearing it. He whispers that in there they can barely tell night from day, and bro, the heat is rising fast. He leans in for a kiss, and she doesn't even try to resist. She's fully surrendering to this dangerous game. They kiss, and it's passionate and intense, but there's a definite power imbalance happening here. Her hair cascades around them, a total visual metaphor for losing control, and honestly, it's gorgeous. He's completely dominating the kiss, and our girl, she's letting him take the lead. Things are about to get wild. He's all up in her face, demanding to know why she wanted to see him. Talk about intense? She stumbles over her words, claiming she just wanted to sample some wine or fabric, but then admits she wanted to see him. He's totally captivated, and she quickly suggests he recommend some wines. Smooth recovery, girl. He promises to send a list to her maid, but then switches gears and asks if Kylo has bothered her again. She's about to answer, but he cuts her off and pulls her close. This dude is a whirlwind of emotions. He whispers that he can certainly suggest a few wines, and she seems pleased. It's all about the wine, apparently. He says he'll put together a list, and she beams, clearly enjoying his attention. She's playing this perfectly. He asks about Kylo again, but honestly, the way he's holding her, it's clear he's the one who's possessive. She seems to be hiding something, and he definitely notices. This conversation is about to get interesting. She's definitely playing coy, and he's letting her, but you can tell he's not buying it for a second. Our girl realizes Kylo is up to something and straight up flinches. She knows he's scheming. If Kylo makes a move now, it's gonna be bad, and she's bracing for whatever's coming. No way. Kylo is charging in on horseback leading a whole crew. This is a full-on assault. He's riding like a maniac, and honestly, it's a power move to intimidate everyone around. The doors swing open with a click, and our girl is back from somewhere important. Her maid immediately asks about a gift from Prince Lutz, but honestly, the timing is kinda sus. Another maid steps forward, and you can tell she's already sighed, eyeing our girl like she's up to no good. This maid is straight up seething. She's clearly jealous that our girl is getting attention. The jealous maid is spiraling, thinking about how our girl is about to receive an amazing gift. It's hilarious. But things take a dark turn. She lunges at our girl with a hairpin. No way. This is a full-on attack. The other maid tries to intervene, but it's chaos, and our girl is clearly frozen in shock. She's gripping the fabric of her dress, desperately trying to process the attack, but it's clear the name Lutz triggered something. Our girl forces herself to turn away, trying to ignore the paralyzing effect just hearing his name has on her. Luckily, someone announces a messenger from the Empress arrived while she was out, a convenient distraction. She hears the Empress wants her at a tea party, and apparently these gatherings are a big deal. Our girl realizes it's a tea party, and immediately starts wondering if she needs to bring gifts. Smart move. She thinks about it, and decides a tasteful gift is the way to go, but honestly, she's still rattled. But she straight up refuses to cower in fear anymore, declaring she's a princess consort and will act like it. She grits her teeth, determined to stand her ground. This is the energy we needed to see. She's firming up her resolve, but still looks super stressed, like she's bracing for impact. Another maid bursts in, looking ecstatic, and it's clear she's thrilled with how things are going. This dude Lutz is standing behind her, and he looks intense, to say the least. However, our girl isn't intimidated. She's facing this head on, and we are LVNG for it. She's officially decided to play the game, and she's about to show everyone she's not to be messed with. The next day, a maid bursts in announcing she has all the information Her Highness needs. She's ready. Why? She's serving tea and pastries, and apparently the third princess consort is obsessed with jewels. Good to know. Our girl is getting info on the crown princess, who apparently just reads whatever book is put in front of her. Easy peasy. However, the maid interrupts, warning our girl to slow down and take things one step at a time. She's a little eager. Another woman enters, looking down on our girl, but she brushes it off and claims she got ahead of herself. Smooth recovery. The woman starts talking about the crown princess, saying she enjoys reading, so a book is a safe bet. But then she pivots to the third princess consort, revealing she can't resist jewelry, and a necklace or earrings would definitely work. Our girl is absorbing all this info, and honestly, she's playing this game like a pro. She's got a plan brewing, and it's clear she's about to use everyone's weaknesses to her advantage. Straight up, this is a masterclass in manipulation, and we're here for every single second of it. She's laying out a plan for gifts, but realizes they need to be extra lavish. The Empress and her court are used to the best of everything. But she's not worried. If she can't afford it, she'll just ask Prince Lutz for help. No sweat. She gives a dazzling smile, and honestly, she's a natural at this whole manipulative noblewoman thing. A man arrives, asking about gifts for the Empress, and our girl decides she wants to handle it herself this time. She can't always rely on others, and she wants to prove she can take initiative. Good for her. He agrees and they walk off together, clearly planning something big. It's giving power couple vibes. A few days later, another woman is carefully styling our girl's hair, and it's a surprisingly tender moment. It's a sweet scene, showing a softer side to this woman who's usually plotting and scheming. However, this moment is interrupted by a voice asking about the gifts. The stakes are rising again. And just like that, we're back to the political games. This girl is a whirlwind. Despite the last-minute scramble, the gifts arrive just in time. She's really pulling it off. Someone knocks, and Prince Lutz is all ears, clearly expecting something for himself. He asks what the gifts are for, and our girl rises, playing the innocent, flustered noblewoman. She asks if something is for her and her expression is everything. Pure manipulation. But he's not falling for it. This dude is a pro at reading people, and he's totally seeing through her act. He steps forward, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, and honestly, the tension is insane. He confirms it's for her, and she tries to play it cool, but her blush is giving her away. However, his gaze lingers, and it's clear he's enjoying this game as much as she is. He's totally captivated by her, and she knows it. She's got him wrapped around her finger. And bro, that look, he's completely smitten, and she's about to milk it for all it's worth. He presents her with a gem, claiming it's a gift for the third princess consort. Smooth move, bro. She asks what this is, acting all innocent, and then, click, she's examining it closely. It turns out the gem was specifically chosen for the third princess consort's gift. No way! He fastens the gem onto her, and he's straight up telling her to wear it to the gathering tonight. But it's not about making her look good. He wants her to flaunt it, and make the third princess jealous. He wants her to stew in envy, consumed by it. This dude is playing a serious game. He takes her hand, and honestly, the possessiveness is radiating off him. It's intense. He's leaning in close, and she's looking up at him, completely captivated. She's reeling him in. He wants her to shine tonight, to catch everyone's eye, but it's all a calculated move. And with a final clasp, it's done. She's officially bait, and this is getting good. He tells her it suits her beautifully, that her fair skin makes the gem shine even more. Smooth talker. She blushes, totally flustered by his compliment, and clutches at her chest. Our girl is losing it. But she quickly recovers, regaining her composure and subtly adjusting the neckline of her dress. However, it's a calculated move. She's playing coy, letting him think he's got her all flustered. Okay, so Princess Hynel is clearly shocked. Someone just jolts her and she's reeling. Someone is questioning her about trouble with Prince Lutz, but she's playing it cool, saying he's always been kind. She insists everything is fine, nervously tapping her fingers, but honestly, her body language is screaming lie. Someone's hands reach for her, and we're immediately on edge. What's about to happen? This dude is giving off major villain vibes, with those intense eyes and creepy smirk, and it's terrifying. He straight up asks if there's no child between Hynel and Prince Lutz, and the tension is so thick right now. Someone reveals they've heard Hynel is dutiful in the prince's company, but then drops the bomb. No hair has come of it. They're implying the problem might be her. No way. This is a seriously messed up accusation. And just like that, we're hit with the title card. My child will have a different father, which explains a lot. We're getting flashbacks to falling petals, hinting at a tragic past. Our girl has a story, and it's about to unfold. This dude is obsessed with Prince Lutz having an heir. He thinks Hynel is purposely holding out. Hynel is startled when her name is called, and someone demands she see a physician immediately. Someone snickers, and the atmosphere is so toxic. These ladies are clearly plotting something. But then the conversation shifts, and they reveal Prince Lutz's condition is worsening again. Everyone jolts at the news, and it's clear this is a major development. Something is seriously wrong. One woman lowers her head, pretending to be concerned, but the vibes are totally off. She's faking it. Hynel asks if these gatherings are always this suffocating, and honestly, same. She admits she can barely drink her tea because the tension is so high and we feel her pain. Our girl is trapped in a viper's nest, and everyone is just waiting to pounce. It's brutal. But seriously, all this scheming over an heir, it's giving major power-hungry vibes. Hynel confidently announces she brought gifts, totally throwing everyone off guard. One woman scoffs, acting like Hynel's presents are just cheap trinkets. The nerve of this lady! Another woman gasps, straight up asking if Hynel even bothered to bring dresses for them. Hynel calmly shuts down the accusation, revealing she didn't prepare any garments for them at all. But then a lavish chest rolls forward, overflowing with gold and jewels. Hynel's gifts are anything but small. Everyone's jaws drop, and one woman looks absolutely furious. She clearly expected a different outcome. Hynel explains these gifts mark her first gathering with them, and she thought it fitting to be generous. The woman with the death glare is now impressed, and honestly, she's radiating pure jealousy. The other women look between Hynel and the glaring woman, clearly sensing a showdown brewing. And the tension is THSK, this tea party is about to explode, I can feel it. This dude, the Emperor, is laying it on THCK. He's heard about Hynel's love of combat and wants to impress her. He reveals he's procured a sword crafted by the most legendary smith in the land, Trikas. Hynel's attendant presents the sword, and our girl opens her eyes. She's intrigued, to say the least. She slowly reaches for the weapon, and the panel literally Gilodois. This isn't just any blade. No way, it's a blade forged by Hangston Marshall, the absolute best in the game. She's impressed. Hainel casually drops that she's already owns one of his works, totally flexing on the Emperor. The other woman at the tea party is shocked. She can't believe Hainel's a collector of legendary weapons. Hainel straight up says acquiring this sword wasn't easy and thanks the Emperor for his effort. But honestly, she's playing him. She didn't expect to be so pleased, but she's playing it cool. The other woman admits she didn't expect Hainel to be so happy, and I'm living for the shade. The Emperor presents Hainel with a necklace, expecting her to be thrilled. He thinks he's winning, but the other woman at the tea party recognizes it instantly, a work by Leo Thamer, a super famous scholar. The Emperor's assistant delivers the necklace, and Hainel's attendant receives it with a polite nod. This dude, the Emperor, is totally smirking. He expects Hainel to be jealous of the gift. And honestly, Hainel is loving his reaction. She wants the woman to stew in her envy. Hainel presents the necklace to the other woman, like she's tossing a bone to a dog. The woman is beside herself. She can't believe this necklace is for her. She's ecstatic, and the panel is full of sparkles. She's totally falling for the Emperor's trap. She admires the taphite necklace, but Hainel throws a wrench in things by pointing out it's nothing compared to her ring. However, the Princess Yerva calmly confirms the necklace is indeed for her, sealing the deal. Hainel is playing a long game. This dude, the Emperor, is totally scrutinizing Hainel, still convinced she's childish, but he's about to be proven wrong. He notices Lutz is way too interested in Hainel, and then he starts questioning her gift choices, bro. The Emperor straight up asks Hainel if she picked out the gifts herself, and she casually drops a hand, like, dude. He's impressed. These are seriously rare items and she snagged them all? No way. Hainel claims she simply wanted to thank him for the invitation, but she's bowing so sweetly it feels off. She's thinking about finally finding her place in the court, but the other woman is definitely watching her. And honestly, that woman is calculating. She thinks Hainel is aiming for the crown, and she's not wrong. Hainel says she'd be honored to spend more time with him, and that's her way of saying game on. Okay, so Hainel casually drops that she read the book he gifted her. Talk about a power move. She's playing this so smoothly, it's honestly terrifying. She's totally establishing herself as intellectual. But the other woman is not impressed. She's convinced Hainel is aiming straight for the Emperor's favor. Hainel offers to spend more time with him, and it's clear she's officially declaring war on this court. This dude, the second prince, straight up corners Hainel, demanding to know why she's so fixated on Kylo's plans. He stares her down, and honestly it's super intense, like he's trying to read her mind. Hainel gets caught off guard, clearly flustered, and tries to play it off like she was just worried about him. But she's rambling in her head, realizing she blurted everything out while trying to stop the third prince. The second prince finds her explanation curious, and then casually clicks his fingers, like he's already piecing things together. He reveals he should be the one keeping an eye on Kylo, as the second prince of Trickus, and it's a total power move. However, he's not concerned with Kylo's schemes, but rather that Hainel seems to be one step ahead of him. He lays it all out. She's anticipating Kylo's moves, and it's making him suspicious. Our girl is left reeling, trying to recover from this unexpected confrontation. She attempts to claim she was just worried, but it comes off hesitant and she's clearly fidgeting. She's a terrible liar. The second prince sighs, looking all brooding and mysterious with a cut on his face. It's a whole mood. He thinks he's protecting Hainel, but straight up admits he failed to shield her, and it's kinda sweet. Hainel is eating, but she's clearly still shaken, staring off into space. This is getting intense. She tries to reassure him she can handle things herself, but the second prince just smirks, like he doesn't buy it for a second. She's mid-bite when she starts rambling about how she's capable, but accidentally knocks over her plate. Total disaster. Hainel tries to recover, but confesses she relives the night of the attack every time she closes her eyes. No way. She reveals she's utterly terrified of Chiterafil, and honestly, we get it. That dude is scary. The scene flashes back to a snowy landscape, with Hainel running from the second prince. What happened? He reaches for her, but it's a flashback, and she's clearly haunted by whatever went down. This is a lot. But the second prince isn't letting her off the hook. He's watching her closely, trying to figure out what she knows. Hainel receives a report about illicit mineral trading in Visar. Major red flag, obviously. She immediately asks if Count Phil is involved, and the second prince seems unbothered by the question. He says they could seize those responsible now, but he wants to trace the supply routes first. This dude is playing the long game. Hainale looks devastated, clutching her hands, and we quickly realize she's remembering something awful. The second prince notices her distress, and his expression hardens. He's starting to suspect something's up. He presses her for answers, wanting to know what's really bothering her, but she stays tight-lipped. Hainale tries to brush it off, insisting she's fine, but the second prince isn't buying it for a second. He narrows his eyes, demanding to know what she's hiding. Bro, she's clearly traumatized, back off. Hainale finally breaks down, admitting her fear of Count Phil, and honestly, good, she needs to talk about it. But the second prince is still focused on why she's afraid, hinting he thinks she knows more than she lets on. Okay, so Hainale realizes this explosive mineral is the reason Chater was so smug. It's a game changer. She and the second prince immediately start brainstorming how to weaponize it, and she's straight up thinking strategically. But she's also flashing back to her past life, realizing Chater and Kylo were probably scheming together back then too. She points out that if they team up, weaponizing this mineral will be easy for them. Talk about a power grab! The second prince is not thrilled, saying they could easily use it to get rich, and it's a threat to him, specifically. Hainale urges him to act fast, before Chater and Kylo make their move. She's seriously on it. He admits Hainale's insights are surprisingly useful, and gives a subtle nod. Finally, some recognition. He says they have to take control of the situation first, and Hainale looks relieved he's listening. Hainale remembers her past life again, wondering if this all happened before. Deja vu is strong with this one. She realizes Kylo wouldn't stand a chance against Prince Lutz on his own, and it's clear she's laying out the stakes. This dude, the second prince, is watching Hainale, and she catches him giving her that look again. It's kinda creepy. He assures her he'll handle Kylo before he can act, and honestly, that's exactly what she wants to hear. But he's clearly thinking about more than just Kylo. He reveals he used to brood alone, drowning his sorrows in drink. However, he says he doesn't feel that burden anymore, and starts fiddling with his wine glass. Something's changed with Hainale. He's laying it all out before he'd obsess, but now he's got a clear head, and it's all because of her. Hainale realizes he's admitting he's different around her, and she's totally reading between the lines. He's got a plan to weaponize the mineral, and she's impressed by how quickly he's moving. No more wallowing, but she's still worried about Chater and Kylo teaming up, because those two are always scheming. She points out Kylo doesn't stand a chance against Prince Lutz, and she's subtly pushing him to take charge. He says he'll handle everything, and our girl finally looks relieved. This is the partner she needed. This dude, Prince Lutz, is straight up admitting he's never trusted anyone ever. It's kinda sad, NGL. But then he drops the bomb he wants to trust Hainale. Like suddenly, what a plot twist. A few days pass and we jump to a training ground. Looks like Prince Lutz is getting serious. He's got a whole army of dummies set up, and he's sizing them up like they're real opponents. Intense. And then bam, Prince Lutz is flexing, showing off those arms. Our girl is definitely noticing. Someone reaches for him, and it's a little aggressive. Like personal space, bro? Hainale's advisor is questioning why they're even on these rough grounds, but Prince Lutz is clearly focused. He's all, a delicate flower shouldn't be here, and she's like, why you wound me? The sass is real. Prince Lutz is staring down his advisor, and honestly, the power dynamic is kinda scary. However, he's flexing on everyone, and it's clear he's taking control. This man is a force. Prince Lutz receives an imperial decree about today's military exercises, but Hainale's already wondering what the details are. Someone starts tying up a soldier, and it's intense. Our girl is shocked, but the soldier doesn't seem to mind. The advisor offers to handle it, but Prince Lutz is all, oh, no, I got this, and pulls the ropes himself. However, the advisor's clearly not thrilled, and it's giving major power play vibes. This dude is taking charge. Okay, so our girl is making power moves, and this dude, the third prince, is seriously considering letting her be empress. He asks if she's sure she wants to be empress, and honestly, it's a bold question considering all she's been through. But then the first prince shows up, and straight up threatens to withdraw his support if the third prince even thinks about letting her ascend. The third prince is clearly annoyed, running a hand through his hair like, oh, another problem. He sighs dramatically, but then the first prince starts laughing and revealing his own plans. He's been trying to guide the third prince for ages, and failed. The first prince spills that he's throwing his lot in with our girl, figuring she's a useful ally and will help the third prince get the throne. He's basically saying he'll help her become empress if she promises to bring peace and prosperity to the empire. A pretty solid deal. The third prince is weighing everything, and it's clear he's seeing the benefit of having someone with her capabilities on his side. He's thinking, a man of her abilities, not a bad prospect, and is seriously considering accepting her help. In fact, he's all in. He trusts she'll do her part, just as they discussed, and honestly, this is getting good. The third prince confidently strides forward, ready to accept her help. This is happening. But then, a knock at the door interrupts their moment, and our girl visibly tenses up. She cautiously opens the door, and it's the first prince. Talk about bad timing, bro. He's here to deliver a message from the emperor, and honestly, it's a power play. The emperor wants to see her, and the first prince is making it clear this isn't a request. Our girl tries to stay calm, but the first prince is straight up intimidating her. The third prince steps in, defending her, and demands to know what this is really about. The first prince smirks, revealing the emperor suspects she's manipulating everything. However, our girl confidently calls his bluff, saying she's done nothing but tell the truth. She's not backing down, and the first prince seems genuinely surprised by her boldness. She calmly reveals she suspected the third prince was plotting a rebellion all along. No way! But she drops another bomb. He's also declared his support for the throne, straight up challenging the emperor. Our girl's got a serious poker face, but she's clearly shocked by this news. Her heart is pounding. She insists she knew this was coming, and they'll be ready. But is she telling the truth? And then, the Chancellor of Tricas has sided with the third prince, making things even messier. This dude is determined not to fall for Shater's schemes this time, and honestly, good for him. However, she quickly pivots, asking about the mineral Count Phil discovered. What's the connection? She casually admits she intercepted it for a generous sum. And I'm living for this level of scheming. Okay, so the third prince lays it all out. He's prepping for war against Kylo, and he wants to stop him. He's already moving without the emperor's approval, which is kinda sus, but our girl plays it cool and asks about that. This dude straight up says he won't tell her if he has the emperor's blessing. Talk about a power move. But our girl isn't fazed. She calls his bluff, saying she knew all along he'd act like this. He's impressed with how well informed she is, and even pats her on the head. A little condescending, NGL. She smoothly deflects, claiming she's just fulfilling her duty as his wife. And I'm screaming at her confidence. However, she's definitely playing a long game. There's so much more going on under the surface. This whole exchange is a chess match, and our girl is 3 steps ahead, I swear. She's a master manipulator, and honestly, this dude is falling right into her trap. But the third prince isn't naive. He's watching her carefully, trying to figure out her angle. He scoffs, thinking she'll regret her choices, but our girl is unfazed and honestly, kinda unbothered. He pulls her into a tight embrace, and she's totally startled by the sudden move. What is happening? She starts to cry, and he's clearly thrown, but she claims she feels a weight lifting because of him. He gently caresses her face, and she's caught off guard. She never expected him to be so tender. She's reeling, and clutches at his clothes, trying to process these unexpected words and gestures. She wonders if he's finally opening up, and her heart starts pounding. Is this real, or another trick? If he is, letting his guard down, she's determined to meet him halfway and answer him in kind. She clenches her fist, steeling herself. This is a dangerous game, but she's ready to play. But no way, she's hiding a lot, and her face is a mask of complicated emotions. This is getting intense. She's got plans within plans, and I'm here for the chaos. She tells him she'll assist his pursuit of the third prince from within the palace. Total power move. He asks how she intends to do that, and she reveals she's planning to get closer to the third princess consort. This dude lets out a little chuckle, thinking she's naive. But our girl is already 3 steps ahead. She explains she wants to gain something useful from the consort, maybe even orders from Prince Kylo, if the palace is empty enough. He's straight up impressed. She's bolder than he expected, and he can't help but notice. He casually mentions the third princess consort loves ice fishing, suggesting she use that to her advantage. Then he pats her head. Twice. It's a weirdly affectionate gesture, and she's visibly flustered. She thanks him for the compliment, but her reaction is so subtle. Is she playing a role, or is she genuinely touched? No way, she's totally playing it cool, masking her true feelings with a perfectly crafted facade. But honestly, this is getting good. She's building alliances and manipulating everyone around her. She's a mastermind. She's entering his room, and the door clicks shut behind her, sealing them in together. She's close enough now to see the subtle worry in his eyes, and it's kinda cute, not gonna lie. She thanks him for his highness, and he looks momentarily thrown off. Is she messing with him? The door swings open, revealing the hallway, but honestly, the tension in this room is unreal. Okay, so our girl is straight up kissing the enemy prince, and things are getting heated. She's totally got him wrapped around her finger, and he's leaning in for another kiss. It's intense. He's holding her face so gently, and honestly, the romance is overflowing with flower petals and sparkles. This dude is clearly obsessed with making sure their baby is different, and he's all about protecting her. We get a close-up of the kiss, and it's like time stops. Talk about a swoon-worthy moment. But then he asks if he should draw her a bath, which is a little unexpected, but cute. He's giving her that look, you know, the smoldering, possessive one, and bro is definitely in control. He's basically saying, "You're mine now," with his eyes, and our girl is totally blushing. However, it's all part of his plan to ensure their child is different, and he's playing the long game. This is getting wild, and I have a feeling things are about to get even more complicated. But honestly, I'm here for it. He's gently stroking her hair, and she's nodding, totally lost in the moment. It's so sweet. He leans in for a kiss, and she meets him halfway, and honestly, the chemistry is off the charts. They're kissing passionately, and it's clear this dude is claiming her as his own, no doubt. But then, the scene shifts to them in the bathroom, and things get way more intense, fast. She's practically in his arms, and he's holding her tight. Talk about a possessive embrace. He's kissing her neck, and she's arching into his touch, and oh my goodness, the steam is real. However, he's still determined to make sure their child is different, and it's a little unsettling. They're lost in a passionate kiss, and it's clear this isn't just about desire, it's about control. He's whispering in her ear, and she's completely captivated, and bro is a master manipulator. Our girl is totally under his spell, and honestly, I'm kind of scared of how far this will go. She's telling him to be careful and return safely, and it's a super tender moment, honestly. He pulls her into a tight hug, and she looks so vulnerable. It's heartbreaking, but also kinda hot. He straight up says he'll return for her sake, and his hands are gripping her so intensely, wow. He's all brooding and intense, admitting the thought of her tending to his wounds is appealing. She's startled by his words, and her expression is priceless. She did not expect that. He claims he was joking, but her highness is clearly shook, and I'm living for the drama. He's saying her reaction only makes him want to tease her more, and this dude is a menace. They're back at it with the kissing, and it's even more passionate than before. No chill at all. She's gasping, and he's brushing a stray strand of hair from her face. It's a soft moment amidst the heat. She's playfully messing with his hair, and he's totally letting her, and I think this is their dynamic now. He's literally cutting ties with her, severing the thread around her waist with a blade. Cold. She's left standing there, barefoot, as he walks away, and it's such a power move, honestly. Suddenly, a knock at the door. It's Evan, sent by Prince Lutz, and the timing is suspicious. The door creaks open, revealing Evan with a box of colorful waist charms. Talk about a convenient delivery. He explains Prince Lutz sent the charms, and our girl accepts them with a polite thank you, but she's clearly thinking. She's scrutinizing the charms, a thoughtful expression on her face. She's definitely plotting something. She accepts the charms, and Evan bows, but I bet she's already got a plan to use them against Lutz. She's examining the threads, and you can see the gears turning in her head. This is gonna be good. She's pondering how to use these charms, and it's a close-up of her face, and she looks so determined. This is a subtle but powerful moment. She's accepting a gift from the enemy while plotting her revenge. She tells Evan she'll take the threads, and he's visibly relieved, like, way too relieved. This dude Lutz straight up flinches when Evan mentions the two colors, and it's a major tell. She asks why, and he's stuttering. Something is definitely up with those threads. He recovers and says Miss Pellers will deliver the threads, but his discomfort is screaming red flags. He adds that Miss Pellers can provide more if needed. Too eager, honestly. Evan leaves, and she's fiddling with the threads, looking thoughtful, but then it hits her. No way. She realizes she's never even tried thread work before, and she's panicking internally. She's spiraling, thinking about how she got herself into this mess, and it's kinda relatable TB. But then, a mysterious woman appears, and she seems to know exactly what's going on. The woman offers help, and she's totally observing our girl. This is about to get interesting. Roxanda declares the charm has to be woven by her own hands or it's meaningless. She's dead serious about this. She jumps into action, determined to learn, and declares she'll face whatever comes her way alone. But oh no, her first attempt at weaving is a total disaster, a tangled, knotted mess. She's horrified, thinking there's no way she can present this to the prince, and is visibly upset. She just wanted to be helpful, but it's clear she's way out of her depth with this task. She bursts into tears, completely overwhelmed by the failed attempt. Poor thing. She's sitting there, defeated, and someone calls her name, Roxanda. It's a little spooky. She's staring at the tangled threads, and it's clear she needs a miracle, or at least some help. However, the threads start to unravel on their own, blowing mysteriously in the darkness. She looks up, completely perplexed, and it's like, what is even happening right now? The mere thought of Kylo being harmed crushes her. She's seriously worried about this dude, but she straight up refuses to fall apart, because Kylo is heading into a dangerous situation. She squeezes her hands together, determined to finish what she's working on before the battle begins. Our girl declares she'll set her sights on completing this task, no matter what it takes. Okay, so things are tense. Someone clearly spotted our girl and the prince, and they've retreated, fast, but they're discussing it. The prince is so cool and collected, surveying the castle grounds like everything's under control. Our girl is standing with the prince, but she's upset. She wanted to meet Princess Yorva, but Yorva straight up refused to see her. This dude, the prince, looks seriously annoyed, rubbing his temples like he's got a headache. We get a close-up of our girl, and she's clearly heartbroken. Tears are welling up in her eyes, but she's trying to stay strong. Her dress is gorgeous, with this intricate detailing at the neck, but it doesn't hide her sadness. She's murmuring to herself, still fixated on not being able to meet Princess Yorva, and honestly, it's a little pathetic. She starts to say Hanao, but the prince cuts her off. He's not having any of it. The prince delivers a brutal blow. He never expected anything from her, and she owes him no apology. Wow. He grabs her hand, and even though he's being harsh, the class feels intense. This dude is playing a long game. Our girl decides she needs to visit the temple to pray, even though she's still reeling. Her handmaiden Dia is immediately concerned. She knows Lord Nushkar, the prince's father, won't be happy. Dia points out visiting another god's temple is a huge no-no for someone devoted to Nushkar, but our girl brushes it off. Dia is spiraling. She's convinced Nushkar will be furious if he finds out, and honestly, she's probably right. Our girl insists she isn't abandoning Nushkar. She just needs to pray to Draheim. She's trying to explain herself. She reveals she can't even travel to Sal to pray, which is where Nushkar expects her to go. A close-up of the prince shows he's listening, but he looks conflicted, like he's sizing her up. She's desperate, saying a sense of unease will consume her if she doesn't pray soon. This is getting intense. But bro, she's got a point. She feels like she's trapped, and this prayer is the only thing that will calm her. Dea looks super worried, but our girl is determined. She's playing a dangerous game, and we're here for it. The prince warns our girl the temple has strict rules and she needs to be prepared. She's visibly shaken, but clutches at her dress and tries to appear composed. She's hiding something. Our girl confesses without him. This ordeal would be unbearable, and he just accepts it with think nothing of it. Dia is straight up losing it, laughing hysterically at the prince's easy acceptance of everything. The prince declares he'll be back quickly, and a door clicks shut. Something about this feels off. She's giggling to herself, eyes closed, clearly plotting something major. This is not a good sign. But wait, she's thinking about that Dia, and wondering what she's going to do with her. The title card hits us with "My child will have a different father." Oh, it's about to get messy. And finally, the credits roll. Team Chung Yan Paganjang, we salute you. A tiny Dia floats in the clouds. Is she an omen or just cute? We'll find out. The doors creak open and the prince, our girl, and Dia step into this massive, ornate temple. It's gorgeous but intense. Someone explains that the temple is only visited for coronations or when things are seriously bad. Talk about pressure. Apparently, the royal family visiting now is a huge surprise, since they only come for big ceremonies or times of misfortune. Dia's all smiles, but she's clearly sizing up a man in white. Is she planning something? We knew it. He welcomes them, then asks who this might be, and Dia smoothly introduces our girl as Princess Hanao. Dia claims she's there to offer prayers on behalf of Prince Lutz. Smooth, but is she being truthful? Our girl closes her eyes and gives this tiny, knowing smile. She's playing 4D chess, I swear. The man looks shocked, and Dia's all eats in honor, but honestly, the vibe is weird. The man finally identifies our girl, Princess Hinail, but bro, something tells me this is only the beginning. This visit is definitely not what anyone expected, and our girl is straight up running the show now. The priest leads them deeper, explaining this is the prayer chamber used by the whole congregation. It's a big deal. Dea suddenly drops a bombshell. Even the emperor isn't allowed in here, so Hinail should be careful. Our girl asks why and Dea is about to spill the tea. This place is seriously sacred. Dea explains it's used for the most important rituals and no one, not even the emperor, can enter without permission. She warns Hinail to tread lightly, but our girl is clearly unfazed. She's got a plan, we know it. Hinail asks what this chamber is for, and Dea reveals it's connected to the sacred ritual hall. Things are getting intense. Dea explains that the ritual hall is so holy, even the emperor isn't allowed inside, but Hinail just casually nods. Our girl is taking it all in, observing the architecture and the light. She's calculating everything. She looks out the window, taking in the view, but bro, this isn't sightseeing. She's strategizing. Hinail asks Dea for the full story, and honestly, we're on the edge of our seats. What's really going on? High Priest Himeras is jolted by Hinail's presence but straight up tries to play it cool, smooth bro. He recognizes her as Princess Hinail and explains she's come to pray, attempting to cover for her visit. But the High Priest's words are for the benefit of the mysterious woman accompanying Hinail, and he bows deeply. He introduces himself as Himeras Higher, a humble servant of the Divine Lord Dryam. Fancy title, huh? Hinail barely acknowledges him, and honestly, she's radiating power. She's not impressed. She calmly says she'll take her leave, but then stops, turning back to face the High Priest. Hinail drops a bomb. She's come seeking a new power, and she needs his help to find it. The High Priest seems intrigued, and his expression shifts. This is getting interesting. He asks if she's a seeker, and Hinail confirms, hinting she's been searching for a long time. The High Priest smiles, a genuinely unsettling expression, and says a new seeker has come to them. No way. Dea is totally thrown. She's questioning what this dude even means by that comment. Himeras observes Dea, saying she seems delicate, but a quiet strength dwells within her. Smooth talker, bro. But Dea is clearly unsettled, and honestly she's hiding something. This is getting intense. Okay, so our girl is getting played, AGAIN, but she's not taking it lying down this time. Prince Lutz just found out Kylo, that sneaky snake, is building a secret army right under his nose. No way! Lutz is furious, straight up incensed, and he's giving this dude a death glare. But Lutz isn't just mad, he's trying to take credit for the discovery, like, oh, I figured this out. His advisor is calling him out on it, politely pointing out Lutz is trying to look good. Lutz is all, with all due respect, but we know he's just fishing for praise. The advisor warns him if they ignore this, Prince Kylo is gonna pull something seriously messed up. And look at Lutz. He's visibly clenching, like he's trying to stay calm, but it's not working. He's demanding they capture Kylo's son and bring him in, because of course he is. This dude is playing a dangerous game, but our girl is about to make it even more complicated. Our girl is finishing up a braided necklace, putting the final touches on it, and honestly, it's kinda sweet. But then there's a knock at the door, and she instantly goes on high alert. She's hoping it's Prince Lutz, but it's not, and she's visibly disappointed. She asks what it is, trying to sound composed, and then this dude just walks in. He's all smug and self-assured, and she's sizing him up, probably wondering what he wants. He's here to deliver a message. If the king orders it, he'll bring Kylo's son to the palace immediately. But it's clear this is a power play, and she's playing along for now. She's probably calculating her next move because our girl is always 3 steps ahead. He's leaving, and she's watching him go, and I bet she's got a plan brewing. This dude thinks he's in control, but she's about to turn this whole situation on its head. She asks when the third prince is leaving, and the attendant hesitates. Something is definitely up. He finally reveals the prince departs tomorrow, and our girl visibly jolts. That's not good. She clutches her hands together, clearly stressed, and asks if he won't be gone long. The attendant confirms it'll be at least a month before he returns, and she's reeling from the news. But then he drops a bomb. The prince is planning to visit her tonight, and she's totally flustered. He assures her all attendants will be stationed outside, so they can enjoy time undisturbed. Smooth move, dude. She's blushing like crazy, clearly caught off guard, but she's playing it cool and asking this evening. He confirms, saying they'll ensure their privacy, and our girl is straight up losing it. No way, this dude is really laying it on thick, and she's totally flustered by his advances. She's trying to act composed, but her hands are shaking. This is going to be an interesting evening, to say the least. She tries to brush it off, saying his visit isn't necessary, but she's totally flustered. Look at her hands. Then she learns Prince Lutz ordered this visit himself, and her eyes widen. This is getting intense. She agrees, saying very well, but bro, she's a mess. A blushy, shaky mess. She announces she'll be taking her leave, and then teach-eed. She straight up collapses. Phew, she breathes, clutching her chest. Apparently, dodging a prince is exhausting work. She's desperately trying to compose herself, smoothing her dress and regaining control. So much effort. She thinks if she lets herself get flustered, everyone will notice something's up, and honestly, she's right. She vows to remain composed tonight, but this dude is about to make that impossible. Just wait. We get a glimpse of the back of her gown, and there's a mysterious symbol embroidered on it. What is that? She's looking out the window, and that symbol is reflected in the glass. Something big is about to happen. Someone spotted our girl, and they're announcing it with a CLOP. Talk about dramatic timing. She's trying to stay calm, repeating to herself she must remain composed, but her hands are betraying her. She takes a step forward, but it's clear she's struggling to keep it together. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Oh no, she's losing it. Her face is practically screaming. Someone catch her. Prince Lutz arrives and addresses her by name, and then Sylvie. He's unbuckling his sword. What is happening? He claims he's been waiting for her, but she denies it. Smooth, girl, smooth. However, this dude doesn't buy it for a second, and he's giving her a seriously intense look. He lets out a chuckle, and she's all, that's not what I meant. She's so flustered, it's hilarious. This dude is straight up playing with her, and she's trying to regain control. It's a power play, people. But she's totally caught off guard by his sudden appearance and intense stare. Our girl is in deep. He tells her he's sad at the thought of parting with her, and then leans in super close. Talk about a mood. She looks up at him, all teary-eyed, and he's practically breathing down her neck. It's intense. She admits she's exhausted, and bro, same. This whole situation is draining. But she quickly clarifies that she needs to be completely exhausted to get some alone time. This girl is a mastermind. He grabs her hand, and she's all but begging for him to pull her closer. The tension is unreal. And he does. He pulls her into a full-on embrace, and honestly, she doesn't even try to resist. She's looking up at him, and he's staring back with a smirk. This is getting scandalous. He starts undoing her dress, and she's not stopping him, just looking up with wide eyes. No way! He's pulling down the neckline, and she's practically melting into his arms. Our girl is playing the game. He's got her cornered, and she's giving him that look. She's definitely in control now. He leans in for a kiss, and she's totally letting it happen. Our girl knows what she wants. But then, out of nowhere, he scoops her up in his arms and just drops her. No way! She lands with a flop, and he's looming over her. This dude is playing mind games. He's basically daring her to react, and honestly, she's playing it cool. She's got this. Okay, so it's the next morning, and our girl is clearly scheming. She's got a plan to get with the enemy prince. She's at this UG castle, and it's all about setting the stage for her to meet this dude. Her knight shows up, all armored up, and starts getting her ready. He's basically her stylist now. He's carefully adjusting her outfit, and she's looking up at him, a little hesitant, but mostly determined. He finishes dressing her and straight up says, "Here you are, your highness," like this is routine. But when she turns, she's totally shocked by what she sees. This knight is actually gorgeous. He's adjusting her hair, and she's staring at him with wide eyes, clearly caught off guard. He's got this intense look in his eyes while fixing her hair, and honestly, the tension is real. She's looking up at him, a mix of surprise and something else, and you can tell this changes everything. This dude, the knight, is totally laying down the plan. He's setting up an ambush and expects a fight. He's all confident, saying they've got traps laid and will crush whoever comes at them. But our girl is Ephra Kang Oat, worried it's too dangerous, and begs him to retreat if things go south. He brushes off her concerns, claiming they easily overpower anyone who tries anything. He steps closer, and she's totally mesmerized, like what is happening? He asks if she needs something more useful, and she's clearly thinking hard. She wants a charm, something to give him strength while she's away. It's kinda sweet, TB. Her eyes sparkle as she says a small charm, and honestly, it's a super cute moment. But this dude's expression shifts, and he's giving off major "I know something you don't" vibes. He's got this intense stare, and you can tell he's playing a long game. Bro is a mastermind. She's sprinting down the stairs, totally panicked, and this knight is right behind her, looking intense. Her eyes are wide with fear, and she's clearly realizing something bad is happening. It's a scary moment. The knight is moving so fast, a smirk on his face, and he's basically radiating power, honestly. She's desperately trying to escape, but he's gaining on her. It's a full-on chase scene. Two ladies are fretting over the situation, totally worried about what's going on with our girl. He hasn't left yet, and the door creaks open. No way, is he still there? The tension is building. Everyone rushes in, and the knight is right in the middle of it all, looking super serious. He's got a grip on her arm, and she looks utterly shocked. What does this dude want? It's a close-up of their hands, and his grip is firm, like he's not letting go ever. But wait, this is a total power move. He's asserting dominance, and she's definitely caught off guard. He's handing her the residence while he's gone, but straight up tells her not to act like a child. Talk about condescending. He gently caresses her hand, and she's apologizing, but he cuts her off, demanding to see what she's hiding. She hesitantly reveals a braided cord, and this dude immediately grabs it, his grip tightening. It's intense. He examines the uneven braid, and is literally questioning if she intentionally made it messy to capture his attention. She flinches at his words, but he's surprisingly saying he likes it. Wait, what? He's holding the cord, lost in thought, and honestly, it's a total mind game, and she's caught in it. He's looking at her with this soft smile, and it's so unexpected. Is this a trap, or is he genuinely intrigued? He's still examining the cord, and it's clear he's enjoying this whole situation. This dude is playing with her. He's holding the braid close, surrounded by flowers, and it's giving major "I'm obsessed" vibes. No way. And just when you think you've got him figured out, he says nothing. The suspense is killing me. She nods, accepting his touch, and it's clear she's totally flustered by this unexpected intimacy. He pulls her close, and she's shocked. It almost looks like a real embrace, but she's mortified. She's spiraling, questioning the charm's quality while everyone stares at them. Talk about awkward. Everyone is looking at them, and this dude is straight up ignoring the chaos, tightening the braid. He declares there, and our girl is completely at his mercy. This is getting intense. He's holding her hand, and she's trying to play it cool, but bro, she's losing it. They're suddenly speeding away in a carriage, and it's a full-on elopement. No time to think. The carriage is racing, and it's clear they're trying to escape, but the horses are going wild. The carriage screeches to a halt, and it's absolute pandemonium. What a dramatic exit! However, our girl and this dude are running away together, and honestly, good for them. The queen storms in on their meeting, absolutely losing it and accusing him of visiting her of his own accord. He calmly shuts her down, then drops the bomb. He's accusing her of manipulating his son. She's reeling, flinching from his words, and it's clear he's hit a nerve. She tries to deny it, but he's relentless, demanding to know what lies she told to turn his son against him. She's furious, spitting accusations about him trapping Kylo, but he isn't having it. He finally responds, saying he understands her concern for her son, but she's been slandering him. This dude lays down the law. If Kylo doesn't fight back, he'll show him mercy. Can you believe it? He's all, let's go, and the guards bow as they head out, so formal and regal. He's walking with purpose, but it's a full-on power move with everyone bowing before him. However, he's clearly still plotting something, and honestly, it's giving major villain vibes. It's the next day, and we're back at this huge castle. Seriously? It's massive. Our girl is getting ready, looking all regal in a flowing white gown, but Dia is clearly worried. Dia bursts in, and honestly, she looks stressed, questioning if our girl is sure about this tea party. Apparently, Her Majesty the Empress invited her, but Dia thinks it's a trap since the Empress is still fuming about something with the prince. Our girl plays it cool, saying what could possibly go wrong, but Dia is not convinced. Dia straight up says the Empress is in a terrible mood after a recent incident with the prince. Our girl brushes it off, claiming she'll be fine, but Dia is giving her the side. I like girl, you are delusional. Dia is visibly concerned, warning our girl this could be a disaster. Our girl is determined though, and refuses to back down from the invitation. She's putting on a brave face, but honestly, this tea party is screaming bad idea. It's tea party day, and our girl is Ephra Kinj Oyud internally. Even though she's trying to look calm, she sighs, admitting even she wonders what she's doing, but refuses to cancel on the Empress. Our girl is straight up strategizing. She's going to use this party to talk to Prince Yorva again. No way she's missing that chance. She's determined to make this work, but honestly, The stakes are so high, and this whole situation feels precarious. But then, Day is having a full-blown crisis, biting her nails and looking totally distraught about this tea party. Dee is spiraling, convinced our girl has accomplished nothing in the time she's had to prepare. She's worried sick and honestly, we feel her pain. This empress is a menace. Dee is freaking out, but our girl is trying to reassure her, saying everything will be fine. Our girl's determined to push forward, even if she's internally stressed, because she needs to secure Yorva's attention. She's playing it cool, but this whole situation is a powder keg, and we're bracing for impact. Our girl is fuming, straight up questioning why this dude just dumps tasks on her without any guidance. She forces a smile and says she'll be out shortly, but she's clearly grinding her teeth. This is intense. She's telling herself to pull it together, insisting she can salvage this, but honestly, she looks like she's about to crack. She decides her first move is reaching out to the second princess consort, smart girl, playing the political game, and she's giving a tiny, determined smirk, like she's got a plan brewing, even though she's stressed AF. She's walking toward what looks like a grand staircase, a huge burst of sunlight behind her, which feels symbolic. TB. The palace is gorgeous, all white marble and gold trim, but our girl is focused on the task at hand, no time to admire the view. She's walking down a long, ornate hallway, and you can practically feel the pressure building with every step. The hallway is all shiny floors and elaborate decorations, really emphasizing how high stakes this situation is. She's making her move, and we're ready to see what happens next. This is going to be goaty. Our girl sips her tea, glancing at the second princess consort, who looks absolutely drained. The consort slumps slightly, and our girl overhears that the prince's health is failing again. She subtly peeks at the consort, trying to gauge just how bad things are, but this is getting serious. The princess consort suddenly addresses her, calling her Princess Yorva, and our girl responds a bit startled. The consort tells her not to worry too much, but our girl's thinking Kylo isn't the type to cause this much trouble. She calmly takes another sip of tea, pretending everything's fine, but inside she's a whirlwind of worry and strategy. The consort thanks her, and our girl is just playing the polite princess, but she's got a million thoughts racing through her head. But honestly, this whole situation feels off, and she knows she needs to figure out what's really going on with the prince. She's determined to find out the truth, and she's not letting anyone, not even a potentially failing prince, stand in her way. Our girl is straight up playing the long game, and we're here for it. This is going to be epic. The second princess consort is definitely putting on an act, and our girl is picking up on it. She wonders if the consort is truly grieving the prince's illness, or if something else is going on. This dude, the prince, is apparently getting worse, and the consort casually asks if our girl is okay. Our girl plays it cool, offering a polite apology, but honestly, she's sussing out the situation. The consort accepts the apology, and our girl is all smiles, but she's internally determined to uncover the truth. Another woman asks if Princess Maybeth is all right, and our girl assures her she's fine, but we know she's not. They're all sipping tea and chatting, but the tension is THK, and the spread of pastries is seriously distracting. Our girl keeps glancing at the consort, who's still trying to project this mournful image, but something feels off. The consort seems relieved that our girl isn't pressing, and she casually agrees with the others. Our girl is playing the long game, and it's working. She's getting under the consort's skin, and we love to see it. So, the prince casually mentions he's been thinking about ice fishing to clear his head. Weird flex, but okay. The consort asks if our girl has ever tried the pastries, but it feels like a test, not a genuine offer. Our girl admits she hasn't, and the consort immediately suggests they go together, claiming she's lonely. But our girl is immediately suspicious. This feels way too convenient, right? The consort questions if our girl joining would just be a hindrance, and honestly, the shade is real. She's clearly fishing for a reaction, and our girl is playing it cool. She's a pro at this point. The consort then drops that she's heard our girl is skilled at everything, and bro, the implication is huge. However, our girl isn't falling for it, and she's carefully watching the consort's every move. The consort is subtly trying to figure out our girl's intentions, but our girl is a locked vault. And honestly, this whole exchange is a power play, and our girl is absolutely holding her own. The consort is laying it on THK, asking if something would suit our girl, like seriously. She's all dressed up in red, looking regal, and honestly, it's kinda intimidating. Our girl hesitates, but she doesn't show it, playing coy while she sizes up this situation. But the consort is relentless, and it's clear she's determined to get what she wants from our girl. Okay, so our girl is plotting. She's decided she needs a different baby daddy, and it's gonna be the enemy prince. It's the next day, and she's already rolling up to his ice castle. Talk about commitment. The castle is huge, like seriously intimidating, but she's not fazed. Our girl is a queen. She makes a grand entrance, and this dude, the prince, is straight up shocked to see her. Clack goes the heel. Princess Maybeth is greeting her, and everyone's all formal. But our heroine is playing it cool, asking for thanks for the journey. She's casually reaching for a roll, but the prince is already serving it to her. Smooth move, bro. The other woman, the prince's current lady, is giving her the side eye, but our girl isn't bothered. She says things are much the same as ever, but honestly, there's a definite tension in the air. She's definitely playing a game, and this dude is clearly intrigued. This is gonna be Guillaume. But she's got a plan, and it involves making sure this prince is the father of her next child. No way he suspects a thing. The princess asks our girl how she's been, but she's playing coy, saying she hasn't had time for hobbies. She subtly mentions she's never been to Trikas, the prince's homeland, and the princess warns it's freezing. Our girl says she's trusting the princess to get her through it, but honestly, it feels a little off. The princess seems totally convinced our heroine trusts her, but she's chuckling to herself. Something's up. She thinks Princess Maybeth doesn't suspect the prince has any ill intentions toward her. However, she's still wondering why the princess asked her to join her in the first place, and her expression. She's clearly got a secret plan brewing, and it's intense. But the princess is already thinking ahead, convinced our girl will be fine. She's used to the climate in sports. She's basically saying everything is under control, but our girl's internal monologue is screaming otherwise. This dude is so sure of himself, but our heroine is playing the long game. This is gonna be a wild ride. The prince offers our girl a special tea to keep her warm before she leaves, claiming it's a gesture of kindness. He says she's always been kind to him, and this is just him returning the favor? Smooth, bro. It's nearly evening, and the princess is noticing how long our girl is staying, but seems totally chill about it. Our girl announces she's leaving, saying she's kept the princess company long enough, but something feels off about her tone. The princess insists it's no trouble at all, claiming she's enjoyed their time together. Too sweet, honestly. As our girl turns to go, the princess gives her a knowing smile, like she's playing 4D chess. But the princess is totally cool with her leaving, and says she'll see her again next time. Our girl gives a little smirk back, and the princess's smile is straight up unsettling now. The princess seems relieved as our girl finally heads out, letting out a breath she's been holding. However, the princess is alone, and it's clear she's hiding something. This is gonna get messy. The princess finds a handkerchief left behind by our girl, and is immediately suspicious. She picks it up, thinking our girl intentionally left it, and starts to analyze it like a detective. But wait, she freezes. The princess recognizes a familiar scent on the handkerchief. No way. It's the same fragrance she noticed in Princess Yerva's drawing room, and she's starting to connect dots. She remembers our girl, almost mentioning the crown prince, and now she's convinced something's up. The princess is questioning what secrets lie behind this fragrance. She's onto something, for sure. Cut to a shot of the tea set, then a title card, the day of the ice fishing outing. Things are about to escalate. And bam, a massive blizzard rolls in and the scene shifts to a frozen wasteland. Talk about dramatic timing. The party is headed out into the storm, and it looks absolutely brutal, but our girl is totally unbothered. The wind is howling, the snow is flying. This ice fishing trip is going to be way more than just fishing, trust me. Our girl and the princess are walking, and she's literally tapping her foot like a queen, so confident. The princess instructs someone to set up a windbreak, but she's clearly distracted and on edge. The princess's heart is racing as she watches our girl, and it's giving major something's wrong vibes. This dude tries to test the ice with his sword, but it cracks immediately. Major red flag, guys. The princess asks if the ice is safe, but bro, it's already splitting apart, and they're all about to fall. Suddenly, the ice gives way, and the princess is falling into the freezing water. No, no, no. But our girl, she casually says it can't be helped, like this is just a minor inconvenience. Cold-blooded. The princess is totally stunned, and honestly, we are too. What is our girl planning? She's got this intricate lace choker on, and it's a little detail, but it feels super significant right now. Our girl's totally unfazed, and it's clear she's playing a game. This is about to get wild. Our girl announces she's leaving the palace for a while. Smooth move, queen. The princess overhears and blurts out about Lutz being nosy, but this dude is clearly onto something. She starts walking away, and the princess is losing it. Your Highness. But our girl doesn't even turn. The princess follows, and it's clear she's panicking as our girl speeds up, practically running now. Suddenly, the princess is clutching her chest covered in cuts. No way, what happened? Our girl stops, turns, and demands to know if Yerva can get close to the second princess. A seriously shady request. She's practically daring Yerva to answer, taking another step forward, and the tension is insane. Unless, she says, and it's a total cliffhanger. What is she planning to do? But the princess just screams. This is spiraling out of control and fast. Our girl is completely unfazed, and it's clear she's got a whole other game going on. She's ruthless? Our girl lays out her plan, upset Lutz, frighten him, even injure him if needed, all to keep him preoccupied. She wants whatever it takes to distract Lutz, making sure news of any harm reaches his ears immediately. She's basically saying she'll do anything to keep Lutz away, and she delivers it with this cold, snide smile. But the princess is straight up frozen, completely shocked by our girl's ruthless declaration. This is escalating fast. Dia brings the princess tea, being all polite and sweet, and the princess accepts it gratefully. She casually mentions Prince Lutz's absence, trying to gauge how worried the princess is about him. The princess thanks Dia, then straight up asks how long Prince Lutz will be gone, which is kinda sus. Dia plays it cool, saying he'll probably be back within a month, but the princess isn't buying it. The princess presses further, asking if Dia is worried about Prince Lutz, and Dia is like, do of course. However, Dia drops a bomb. She doubts the third prince is a suitable match for Lutz at all. Talk about stirring the pot. Our girl is playing 4D chess, subtly planting seeds of doubt and making it clear she's not thrilled with Lutz's potential wife. Dia's basically setting up a power play, and honestly, it's brilliant. Dia announces she's going to the temple to pray for Lutz's safe return, and the princess is immediately suspicious. The princess tries to talk her out of it, worried it'll anger Lord Nushkar, but Dia is determined. Dia asks someone to send for the carriage, and the princess is straight up shocked she's leaving. The princess questions if she really intends to depart, but Dia insists she needs to go before things get worse. Dia walks away and the princess sighs, clearly annoyed by this whole situation. She heads for the door, and you can feel the tension building with every step. The door clicks open, then creaks wide. Dia is leaving, and bro, the princess looks pissedy. Dia's really going through with this, and honestly, we're here for the drama. Dia explains she's praying for Prince Lutz, and the high priest looks suspiciously pleased. But wait, a ridiculously handsome, white-haired man appears, bowing to Dia. No way. He greets her by name, Princess Hynale, and Dia's companion nearly has a heart attack. This dude reveals he's been waiting for her, and honestly, the tension is THK. Dia smoothly explains she's praying on behalf of Prince Lutz, but the high priest looks like he's about to faint. The white-haired man offers to escort her to the prayer chamber, but Dia says it's unnecessary. He snaps his fingers and a shadowy figure appears. Talk about dramatic, clearly ready to protect her. Our girl is playing it cool, but Dia's companion is absolutely gaping at everything happening. Dia's companion is shocked, but Dia is clearly used to this level of drama. However, this is a total power move, and we all know something big is about to go down. Dia's companion is totally starstruck, but this dude, the prince, is straight up ancient. She asks about his age, trying to be polite, and he casually drops that he's lived for 130 years. No way? He explains the world favors youth, so he uses divine power to maintain his youthful appearance. Talk about extra. But Dia's companion blurts out that it's true. He's really that old. And the prince just glances at her. He turns back to Dia, asking if something is on her mind, and honestly, the tension is killing us. Dia is startled, but plays it off, and then asks about his age again. She's digging for info, and we love to see it. He repeats he's lived around 130 years, and Dia's companion is losing it, realizing just how powerful this man is. The prince explains he maintains his form with divine power, and Dia's companion is completely speechless. However, Dia is totally unfazed, and that's what makes her so awesome. His jewelry is insane, by the way, pearls and dark gems, a total power flex. The prince reveals he once searched for clear quartz for an ailing worshipper. A total mood, honestly. Dia's companion is shook, wondering if Princess Maybeth knows about this past quest. But Dia is totally unfazed, asking if he ever actually tried to find the quartz himself. He admits he never attempted it, but believes he could have. Talk about a confession. Dia's companion thinks it must have been a heavy burden, and the prince agrees. He launches into a story about his younger years, claiming he was rather impassioned back then. However, he suddenly stops, tilting his head and looking at Dia with suspicion. Dia is startled, trying to act natural, and our girl is clearly reading the room. She asks again about the clear quartz, and the prince just stares, like she's missing something. And bro, Dia's companion is spiraling, realizing this isn't a simple story. Dia's all, and where might one find this clear quartz? And the prince casually drops Mount Newell, a name that clearly sends her reeling. She's straight up shocked, but tries to play it cool, saying she needs to pray, and dips before anyone can question her. The prince is totally suspicious, clutching her arm, but Dia insists nothing's wrong. Smooth girl, smooth. Mount Newell, it's a frozen wasteland, and the realization hits Dia hard, because this dude is rivaling Prince Lutz. But wait, she's remembering something. No way, is this about the sacred artifact from her past life? This dude is playing a long game, and Dia is scrambling to figure out what he's up to. She's internally freaking out, realizing the crown prince wants the same thing Prince Lutz does. Power! Dia is now stuck in a total dilemma. Should she help the crown prince, or stay loyal to Lutz? However, she's deciding to play both sides because our girl is a mastermind, and she's not afraid to use it. She's going to Mount Newell, and bro, this is about to get real. Prepare for some serious drama. Dia's staring up at this dude, the crown prince, and he's totally radiating power, bro. She's realizing the castle is Hege, and the prince is seriously testing her with this whole Mount Newell situation. Dia's thinking about the artifact, and suddenly remembers it's tied to a prophecy. No way, this is getting intense. She sighs, internally bracing herself, because she's about to play this game, and she's going all in. Okay, so our girl is playing the long game. She's determined to get pregnant by another man. She's just survived an assassination attempt, and this dude, the prince, is immediately by her side. He's all concerned, asking if she's hurt, even checking if she's been eating. Total sweetheart move. But she's playing it cool, acting like everything's fine, and he's clearly not buying it, chuckling to himself. He clasps her hand and she flinches. She's straight up hiding something, and he knows it. She insists she's fine, but her eyes are giving everything away, and he's totally reading her. He's got this intense gaze, like he's trying to figure out exactly what she's up to, and honestly, it's kinda hot. He's holding her close, protecting her, but there's a definite air of I'm onto you about it. She's leaning into him, looking all innocent, but we know she's got a plan, and it involves a different father. This dude is suspicious, but also completely captivated. No way he's letting her go anytime soon. He promises to return the moment their business is done. Smooth, right? She stares after him, totally flustered, and is straight up questioning what he means. He rides off, looking all regal, and she's left wondering what that was all about. She's lost in thought, and bro, she looks hopeful. Is she starting to fall for him? Her eyes widen, and she realizes what he's implying. He wants to be more than just a protector. She's blushing hard, hands flying to her face, and is clearly shocked by his suggestion. She's spiraling, thinking surely he isn't suggesting. Our girl is officially flustered. Cut to him back at the palace, looking all powerful and mysterious on his throne. He's waiting, and honestly, he looks like he's already won this game. She's so caught off guard, but this dude is playing for keeps. It's getting intense. Someone just shoves the blonde traitor forward. Talk about a rough greeting. A servant announces the traitor to the emperor, and honestly, he looks unimpressed. Someone's trying to get a knife to the emperor, but a guard intercepts. Close call? The blonde guy tries to explain he was just strengthening defenses, but the emperor isn't buying it. He's sputtering, trying to defend himself, but the emperor just shuts him down with a firm impossible. The emperor's advisor steps in, revealing the kingdom of Sal has been up to something shady. Apparently, Sal discovered a mineral with devastating power. That's never good. The blonde is desperate, claiming he acted to protect the empire, but the emperor won't listen. The emperor's advisor looks straight at our girl, clearly suspicious of her involvement. But she just stares back, cool as a cucumber, and bro, she's totally playing this game. So, the advisor reveals the smuggled goods were carried through the canals, the very same ones Prince Kylo controls. He asks if Kylo knew, and honestly, the tension is thick. This dude is straight up daring him to lie. Kylo denies any knowledge, but the Emperor's advisor doesn't believe him for a second, and neither do we. The advisor argues if Kylo didn't know, he's unfit to oversee the canals, but it's clearly a setup. Kylo's face is frozen, his expression unreadable, while the advisor delivers this cutting line. The Emperor demands to know if this is true, and bro, Kylo's jaws clenched. He's about to explode. Kylo's hand starts to tremble, but he's trying so hard to maintain control, it's intense. He throws back a defiant glare, and honestly, our girl is playing this perfectly. She's unbothered. Kylo looks away, but the advisor isn't letting it go, and the pressure is mounting. It's a power play. But just when things are at their peak, Kylo's face goes completely blank, like he's shutting down. The Emperor presses Kylo, demanding to know why he didn't come directly to him with his concerns. Another advisor jumps in, pointing out Kylo should have reported suspicious activity, especially about a secluded training ground. Kylo finally speaks, admitting he didn't know about the mineral trade, but bro, his voice is strained. He claims he didn't approach the Emperor about the training ground, but the Emperor's not buying it. The Emperor demands to know why, and Kylo's face is a mess. He's clearly hiding something big. Kylo starts to crumble, his composure completely falling apart, and honestly, it's a little scary. He tries to explain, but it comes out as a choked whisper. This dude is unraveling fast. But the Emperor isn't having it, and straight up asks why Kylo didn't come to him with this information. Kylo looks utterly defeated, and it's clear he's remembering something painful. No way, this is good. He lets out a ragged breath, and it's obvious whatever he's recalling is crushing him. But what is it? Kylo spills everything. He admits he was deceived, and not just by the person involved, but by the Emperor himself. He's prepared to present his findings, asking the Emperor to judge with prudence, but it's a desperate plea. The Emperor delivers his verdict. Kylo is to be held in the dungeons beneath the prince's residence until further notice. But the prince snaps, demanding to know what temporarily evens means. He's not okay with this at all. The Emperor sighs and tells everyone to silence, clearly annoyed, and insists that will be all. The Emperor wants to be left alone, but the prince is staring. He's not backing down from this. The prince turns away, his expression unreadable, and starts to walk off. What is he planning? He spins around and steps toward the advisor who revealed everything, clearly wanting answers. And just like that, the prince is leaving the throne room, leaving everyone speechless in his wake. Okay, so the prince finds Lady Isolde just sitting there, looking all regal and sad. He asks if she's been waiting for him, and she's all coy about it, but bro, the tension is THISK. She admits she was worried about him, and honestly, it's so sweet and a little manipulative. But then she drops a bomb. She knows everything about the deception, and she's clearly playing a game. Okay, so our girl is waking up totally disoriented, and it's super bright. The title drops, My Child Will Have a Different Father, and honestly, the Duram is already building. Sunlight streams in, birds are chirping, it's all very idyllic, but we know this isn't going to be peaceful for long. She blinks, looking totally lost, and then we get a glimpse of this dude, presumably the prince, basically sprawled out beside her. It's a situation, let me tell you. He's ripped, she's close, and the tension is THK. But before things get too heated, Dea knocks, bringing tea. Talk about terrible timing. Our girl casually tells her to just leave the tea by the door, no need to come in. Savage. Dea obliges, and the door swings shut, leaving our couple in peace again. Seriously, this dude is ripped, like, seriously ripped. She's shutting him out, but we all know this is just the beginning of a very complicated relationship. She decides to wait and share the tea with the prince when he wakes up. Smooth move, honestly. She brings the tea tray closer, and the prince opens his eyes, looking straight into her. He asks if she brought tea, and she confirms it's Nilnua tea, a favorite of the royal court. She offers him a seat, and he slowly sits up, still looking kinda dazed. He's totally checking her out, and she's playing it cool, but the tension is real. But then she asks what sort of tea it is she testing him? We need answers? She explains it's Nilnua tea again, like she's making sure he remembers. Is he losing his memory? He's staring intensely, and she's definitely flustered, but trying not to show it. He's got this smoldering gaze, and she's just stuck there, and honestly, it's kinda cute. He's completely focused on her, and you can tell this is about to get complicated. Buckle up, y'all. She reaches for her teacup, but her hand is shaking. She's totally flustered by his stare. Oh no, she's dropped the cup. It shatters, and she's clutching her finger, looking genuinely hurt. He's instantly by her side, grabbing her hand and examining the cut. This dude is whipped, I swear. She's blushing hard, but tries to play it off, saying it's just a small wound. Yeah, right? He's not buying it, and starts sucking on her finger to clean the blood. Talk about intense. She's completely lost it now, her eyes wide and her face bright red. Someone get this girl a fan. He pulls her into his lap, and she nearly falls. This is escalating fast, y'all. He's whispering in her ear, and she's basically melting into a puddle. The tension is unreal. He tells her it's just a scratch, but his gaze says otherwise. This is so much more than a scratch. But then, he casually says it's merely a habit from when he treated his hunting dogs. Cold. Straight up cold. He says she's imagining things, but then admits he noticed other wounds last night. Ooh, Shaddy! He's leaning in close, and she flinches. She's definitely not expecting this level of intensity. He smirks, a full-on predator move, and says if she's feeling charitable, she should run her hands over them too. He grabs her hands and starts squeezing them, and she's completely stunned. Her eyes are huge. She gasps, calling him Your Highness. This dude is getting to her, and fast. She's blushing like crazy, and he's just watching her reaction. He's enjoying this way too much. He's talking about how gently she tends to him, and then straight up yanks her closer. No personal space here. He claims she's almost made him think she's trying to seduce him. The nerve of this guy. She's caught off guard, but holds his gaze. Our girl isn't backing down, that's for sure. He's totally playing with her, and she's starting to see through his act. It's about to get real. He's confessing he was pleased by her boldness, straight up admitting he likes a woman who makes a move. He reveals he gifted her the waist charm specifically to see if she'd wear it. This dude is a master manipulator. She remembers the waist charm and suddenly realizes he's been subtly testing her all along. No way! She tells him she already told him, didn't she? But it's a total power play. She's not letting him think he's in control. She drops a bomb. She was so shocked by his forwardness, she almost interfered with his plans. He's smirking, clearly pleased with her reaction, and leans in close. This is getting intense. He takes her hand, and she's stunned. She's kept that charm on her ever since, and he knows it. He says she can't even imagine how happy it's made him. High-nail, smooth talker much. She's reeling from his confession, and he's watching her, enjoying every second. This dude is a menace. He's totally reeling her in, and our girl is caught in his web. This is a dangerous game, but she's playing it. She asks if any ruling has been made about the third prince Kylo. She's not letting this go. This dude, the prince, looks genuinely surprised, and a little unsettled. Something's up. She recalls there being no word of Kylo's fate, no execution or loss of his claim. It's super suspicious. She demands to know why they'd let his crimes go unpunished, and honestly, we're right there with her. He insists the Chancellor and she herself are still appealing, but she doesn't buy it for a second. He confidently says they won't let Kylo's crimes slide, but that smirk is giving major red flags. She's completely captivated by him, and he lightly strokes her hair. This dude is dangerous. He's laying it on thick, saying her wearing the waist charm has made him so happy. A total manipulation tactic. She's reeling from his confession, and he's watching her, enjoying every second. This is a power play. He's got her totally wrapped around his finger, and our girl is caught in his web. It's a dangerous game. He straight up asks if she'll abandon him now that he's bared his soul. Talk about putting her on the spot. She responds with a surprisingly sweet acceptance of his confession, saying she's glad he opened up to her. But she's not just accepting. She admits she's falling for him too, and we're all a little worried about where this is going. However, she's clearly hiding something behind that sweet facade. Her eyes are filled with tears, and she's clutching her chest. Okay, so our girl gets a letter, and it's bad news like, the Count has another woman at the manor. She reads it, straight up crumples the paper, and you can tell she's fuming, honestly. She's pacing, clearly stressed, and then we see her maid rushing in with more terrible info. But here's the kicker, the Count is in bed with this other woman, and she's got a total meltdown. She's losing it, and this other woman is just lounging there, all smug and unbothered. Everything goes black for a sec, and then we see petals falling. It's giving major ominous vibes. The Count is looking all innocent, but our girl is clearly about to unleash her wrath. She confronts him, and it's intense, but he just smirks, like he expected it. She's completely devastated, and it's heartbreaking to watch her fall apart. Someone asks her if the letter upset her, but she just flinches. She's hiding so much. Okay, so the palace is buzzing about Prince Lutz, and everyone's talking about this dangerous mineral. Apparently, he uncovered it, and everyone thinks he's a total hero for getting it under control. Our girl is shocked the news has spread to the maids. It's moving fast. But here's the thing, word is Prince Lutz found the mineral himself, and she's suspicious. She's thinking, how did he even learn about it? It doesn't add up. And then it hits her she's the one who told someone about the mineral in the first place. No way. She realizes she accidentally gave Prince Lutz the intel he needed. She's piecing it together. This dude played her, and it's brilliant, honestly. She's definitely not thrilled, but it's kinda impressive, right? She's giving this whole situation a serious side eye, and we know she's plotting her next move. Okay, so she's laying it on thick explaining Trikesian informants to someone, probably trying to sound important. This other woman seems impressed by the intel, and confirms the prince has spies everywhere. Smart. Then they start talking about minerals found in Trikas. Apparently, they're super rare and interesting. But here's the kicker, one of these minerals is said to heal people, and it was found in some old ruins. Someone asks what it's called, and our girl casually drops clear quartz like she's a geologist. The other woman is oak. Clear quartz is expensive, and she's wondering how he got it. Our girl is straight up pondering. Dia seems way too interested in this quartz, and it's sus. She's thinking about whether Dia mentioned anyone being sick, because that would explain everything. And then she realizes Dia did hint at someone close to her being unwell. It all clicks. The other woman says she's tired and will leave, and our girl's just left to process. This is getting intense. She's reeling. Seter's already taken another woman, and she hasn't even conceived yet. No way. She sees a woman sewing, but is fuming. Just you wait, Seter, once Kylo deals with you. But then, someone grabs her from behind. She's screaming you fool, and flinching back. She's thrown to the ground, yelling she's innocent, but honestly, this dude isn't buying it. This chancellor is livid, bellowing about how she dares claim innocence when he knows all her misdeeds. He's straight up towering over her as she's kneeling, and it's intense. She's begging for forgiveness, but the chancellor isn't having it. He's accusing her of everything, and the situation is spiraling. She's desperately pleading her innocence, but he's completely ignoring her, and it's brutal. The chancellor continues to shout, and she's just crumpled on the floor, utterly defeated. She's really down, and the chancellor looms over her, showing no mercy. This is a disaster. The chancellor is losing it, screaming about being betrayed. And then he drops a bomb. Lutz is dying! He's blaming everything on Lutz, saying if it weren't for him, none of this would be happening, and our girl is shocked. She's trembling, desperately asking what he means by Lutz, and the chancellor's face is giving nothing away. But then, a glint in someone's eye, it's a guard, and he looks like he knows exactly what's going on. The chancellor explodes, accusing someone of dragging their dying brother into this mess. Talk about low. Suddenly, the chancellor springs into action, drawing his sword and attacking. It's a total ambush. The blonde guy is thrown to the ground, pleading for them to stop, and honestly, it's a mess. He reveals he's talking about the second Prince of Lutz, and the chancellor is clearly stunned. As it turns out, this Lutz dude is the one actually controlling their forces and is the supreme commander. No way. The chancellor is reeling, finally understanding the situation, and you can see the horror on his face. He's bowing so low to the chancellor, practically begging forgiveness for not telling him sooner. It's intense. The chancellor is clutching his head, clearly in pain, and then straight up bleeds from the mouth. No way. He's trying to compose himself, but his face is a mess, and he lets out a long, shaky sigh. But then, a voice cuts through the tension. Someone's talking about the heir to the throne being sick. They say the second prince is a ticking time bomb, and honestly, that's a little ominous. The chancellor's eyes narrow, and you can tell he's processing something huge. This is getting good. He's looking down at the blonde guy, who's still groveling, and calls him a blundering fool. Harsh. The blonde guy is still on the ground, but the chancellor is just ignoring him, lost in thought. He's brooding in his chair, looking defeated, and it's clear something is seriously weighing on him. However, despite everything, the chancellor seems to be steeling himself. Bro is planning something. Days have passed, and we get a stunning view of the castle. It's seriously majestic. A tower stands out looking all mysterious and important, surrounded by snowy trees. Meanwhile inside, this dude, the second prince, is striding through a grand hallway, looking all brooding. He's giving off major I'm about to cause some trouble vibes, and honestly, we're here for it. Our girl is leaving, straight up ditching this guy after a tense conversation. She turns and walks away, looking absolutely regal in a killer red gown. But this dude, Count Phil, is now taking it well. He's clutching his chest and looking wrecked. He rambles about how their arrangement was perfect, but honestly, he's sounding kinda desperate. He bites his lip, clearly spiraling, while reaching for something hidden in his robes. This dude is sliding a knife out, and things are about to get real messy. He declares he trusts she'll find his proposition agreeable, a threat if we've ever heard one. But wait, a mysterious figure appears, giving us a chilling glance and a whole lot of questions. He says it's a compelling offer, but bro, this is looking less like a negotiation and more like a trap. This dude, Count Phil, reveals his only desire to ruin the man who took Hynail from him. His eye glints with pure malice. This is straight up terrifying, and he's fixated on Lutz. He lays it all out. He wants Lutz brought to ruin and demands support for this scheme. But the other man, sitting calmly across from him, coolly agrees to help. No way, what a power move. He reaches for something, and it looks like he's about to seal a deal with a handshake. However, this is a total setup. The man casually reveals they were the only two at that meeting. Then, he casually ruffles Lutz's hair, a totally unsettling gesture, honestly. Lutz grits his teeth, clearly trying to keep his cool, but this dude is pushing his buttons. And just like that, the man gives his full support. Bro is playing a dangerous game. Our girl is about to walk into a viper's nest, and things are about to explode. Hynail casually asks the maids if there was an issue with breakfast this morning. She's playing it cool, but she's totally fishing for info, because she's actually wondering what Lutz's favorite dish is. Sneaky. One of the maids spills something, freaking out, and Hynail's smile doesn't falter. She's ice cold. Hynail smoothly claims she's just curious about Lutz's preferences, but it's clearly a calculated move. The maid scrambles to explain, while Hynail maintains that sweet smile. This is masterful manipulation. She presses further, asking about the breakfast incident, and the maid practically crumbles under the pressure. However, Hynail suddenly pivots, questioning why they'd even bother making breakfast for Lutz. She straight up asks if Lutz even touched the food, and the maid admits he didn't. Something's definitely up. Hynail's expression hardens. She's piecing things together, and it looks like she's onto something big. Our girl is officially suspicious, and you know she won't rest until she finds out what's really going on. Hynail straight up announces she's going to make the dish herself, shocking everyone around her. One of the headmaids is completely taken aback, insisting such tasks aren't for her highness. The audacity. But Hynail doesn't back down. She insists she wants to do it herself, and you can see the surprise on everyone's face. She explains Lutz has been out of sorts lately, and she wants to comfort him with a home-cooked meal. So sweet. The headmaid beams, finally relenting and offering to lead Hynail to the kitchen. She's playing along. The maid gives a little curtsy, a smile on her face, and leads the way. Things are getting interesting. We get a shot of the kitchen, doors swinging open with a click and clack. It's a dramatic entrance. Hynail enters, holding a beautifully prepared dish. She clearly put in the work, and it looks amazing. Hynail confidently takes the covered dish, announcing she's bringing it to Lutz. She's totally playing it cool. She whirls around and heads toward Lutz, but the kitchen staff is already freaking out behind her. No way, the headmaid stumbles, dropping everything as Hynail breezes past. Total chaos. The maids are straight up begging each other to keep Hynail out of the kitchen. They know something bad happens. One maid shudders, agreeing with the other. This kitchen is clearly a danger zone for our girl. And the scene, a complete disaster, splattered sauce, spilled ingredients, it's a mess. They're convinced she's not to set foot past that door again. They've seen something, for sure. Hynail returns, seemingly oblivious, and is greeted with a polite greetings, Your Highness. She's so composed. But this dude is hiding something, and Hynail is about to figure it out. However, Hynail's expression is steely. She's definitely onto something, and it's gonna be good. Someone shares that Prince Kylo seems really weighed down by recent business dealings. It's clearly affecting him. Hynail confidently declares she'll handle things herself, promising to visit him despite the warnings. We get a close-up of Lutz, looking absolutely miserable. This dude is a mess, honestly. Hynail approaches his door and knocks, but the silence that follows is so thick you could cut it. She knocks again, still nothing, and then slowly starts to open the door. The door clicks open and Hynail steps inside, but the room is completely empty, which is super sus. Hynail scans the room, her expression unreadable. She's definitely expecting something or someone. But then, she spots something or someone hiding in the shadows, and her eyes narrow. No way. She's discovered that Lutz has been secretly meeting with someone? A clandestine rendezvous? Hynail is clearly shocked, but she's playing it cool. She's a master of disguise and deception. Hynail confronts Lutz, and bro, she is now happy. She demands an explanation for his secret meeting. Lutz tries to play it off, claiming it was nothing, but Heinel isn't buying it for a second. She's calling his bluff. However, Lutz suddenly reveals he's been meeting with the Emperor's concubine, straight up admitting he's been gathering intel. But Heinel isn't relieved. She's furious he kept it from her, and now she's questioning everything about this dude. Okay, so this dude, the Emperor, asks our girl if she has any pressing concerns right now. Someone tells him she's been summoned to the Imperial Council meeting, which is wild because he never invited her before. She's instantly suspicious, and honestly, she's right to be. This is a setup. She wonders what game this Emperor is playing, and bro is straight up scowling at the thought. The title card hits us with the core of the story. She's determined her child will have a different father. The Emperor dismisses her, saying they'll talk later, but it's clearly a power move. Her knight bows and leaves. But she's definitely not buying this sudden interest from the Emperor. He turns away, and our girl gives him a long, assessing glance. She's sizing him up. She's clearly thinking about how to play this, and it's amazing to watch her strategize. She thinks the Emperor is trying to trick her, but her attendant believes he's genuinely starting to trust her. However, the attendant insists the Emperor's pardon of Prince Kylo isn't enough to erase all suspicion. She straight up thinks the Emperor is trying to give her more responsibility, and our girl is not convinced. The Emperor sighs and for a hot second, actually seems to agree with her assessment. But then she notices him subtly squeezing her hand, and she totally squirms away. She's onto him. She wonders what he's trying to accomplish, what his endgame is, and honestly, we're right there with her. Her attendant asks what she can do to lift his spirits, and our girl's expression is intensy. She's got a plan brewing, and it's clear she's not about to let this Emperor control the narrative any longer. This dude, Prince Kylo, pulls her into a super tight hug and confesses his feelings, straight up telling her he's there for her. He's looking at her with such intensity, asking if she thinks he's just pretending, and honestly, the man is smitten. She asks what she can even do for him, and you can see the wheels turning in her head. She's playing this perfectly. Her eyes widen, and she looks completely shocked. It's like she's realizing something huge is about to happen. Their hands touch, and it's electric. She's totally testing the waters, seeing how far she can push. He swoops in for another hug and asks if she's certain she can handle him. Talk about a power move! Her expression is unreadable, but her eyes are saying everything. She's definitely surprised by his boldness. She's blushing like crazy and looks totally flustered. This dude is clearly getting to her. She asks what he wants exactly, but it's a trap. She already knows, and she's letting him think he's in control. He responds with a smirk, telling her she knows precisely what he wants. And bro, the tension is thick. He's going for it, straight up leaning in for a kiss, and our girl looks totally stunned. She's completely flustered, eyes wide as he gets closer, and honestly, the blush is real. He finally connects with her, and she gasps, but she's not pushing him away, which is wild. This dude is bold, deepening the kiss, and she's responding now, hands reaching up. They're tangled up on the bed, the kiss getting intense, and she lets out a little huh? She's into it. He pulls back just enough to look her in the eyes and confesses his love, saying her name. He's staring right into her soul, and she's practically speechless, still reeling from the kiss. He asks if she truly feels the same, and bro, the anticipation is killing me. She gives him a simple, powerful I do, and it's like the world stops. No way! She's looking at him with such longing, and he's practically radiating happiness. This is a game changer. She's crying, but he's wiping away her tears, saying he understands what troubles her. Talk about a mood swing. She reveals she came to him to escape a marriage to Count Phil. Wait, what? He's reeling, processing that she ran from a wedding, and then drops a bomb. He only accepted her proposal as a formality. He clarifies he wanted to be her husband in title only, but she's begging him to say it out loud. This is brutal. She's desperate for him to confirm their connection, practically pleading for him to acknowledge their feelings. He's stunned by her reaction, staring at her with a complicated expression. Something is definitely brewing. He's lost in thought, remembering her vulnerability, but then his expression hardens. Oh, here we go. He's freezing, literally, and she's shocked. What does this dude even mean by that? He asks if she truly takes him for just any man. And the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. But even if he's being cold, she's determined to hear him say it. She needs to know where she stands with this complicated man. He's all up in her space, questioning if she really expects him to change his heart so quickly. Rude. Our girl straight up admits it's her fault, that she's the one with issues, and honestly, it's a bold move. She says despite everything he's still loved her, and she's practically glowing as she says it. So sweet. She spontaneously bites her lip, and it's a total power play. She's taking control of the situation. He tries to reject her advance, saying no, your highness, but bro, she's already got him hooked. She's declaring that being loved by him fills her with happiness, and it's such a vulnerable moment. She asks him to keep loving her, as much as his heart desires. It's a direct, passionate plea. He finally clasps her hand and the flowers around them are practically bursting with joy. Yes, she's beaming, completely lost in the moment, and it's clear she finally feels safe with him. This dude is head over heels, and she's finally getting the love she deserves. It's a total win. She's reaching for him, needing his touch, and it's so sweet and vulnerable right now. Her hand finds his robe, and she's gently grasping it. Like she's afraid he'll disappear if she holds on too tight. He's letting her touch him, letting her pull him closer, and honestly, this dude is melting. She's completely lost in the moment, eyes shining. And it's clear she's finally found the safety she's been craving. Our girl is determined to make sure the Emperor's son is her baby's father, no matter what it takes. They arrive at this freezing lake, and honestly, it's giving major final showdown vibes. She mentions feeling the same chill as their last visit, reminiscing about a past moment with the prince. But the second princess straight up gives off a sinister smirk, and we know she's scheming. She casually throws shade, suggesting our girl might struggle with the cold, a dig referencing a past weakness. The second princess is playing mind games, and she's not even trying to hide it, bro. She pretends to be concerned, offering to help find shelter, but we all know it's a trap. With each step, the tension is building, and the princess is totally leading her somewhere suspicious. Our girl follows, oblivious, and honestly, we're on the edge of our seats, waiting for the other shoe to drop. She steps onto the ice, carefully trying not to break it, but crack, it immediately gives way. The second princess is fishing with a long pole, and honestly, it feels like she's fishing for information. She casually drops a bomb, saying our girl seems preoccupied lately, hinting at something serious. Our girl plays it cool, asking what the princess means, but she's totally suspicious, we can tell. The princess claims it's nothing, but then throws more shade, suggesting the prince might be upset. She says his highness has nothing but respect for the emperor, but her tone is so off, bro. Our girl calls her out on the weirdness, and the princess just gives this icy glare. No way! The princess huffs, turning away, and honestly, this is getting intense. She's totally trying to drive a wedge between our girl and the prince. But our girl isn't falling for it. But the princess is clearly hiding something, and she's not giving up. This is far from over. The princess straight up flinches as she fiddles with a gorgeous necklace. Something is definitely up. She tries to play it off, saying His Majesty pardoned someone, but her smile doesn't reach her eyes. She claims she's the only one catching anything, and honestly, it's a super shady brag. Our girl calls her out, and this dude's expression is intensy. She's clearly onto something. The princess insists it's just her fishing spot, but we know she's twisting the truth, bro. She doubles down, saying her location is the problem, and our girl is starting to see through it all. However, the princess quickly pivots, claiming she's luring all the fish away. What a weird flex. But our girl isn't buying it, and the princess's smug smile is getting on our nerves. The princess is totally playing mind games, but our girl is holding her own. She's a pro. And just when you think things are cooling down, the sun bursts through the clouds, ominous much. The princess offers to move their fishing spot, but our girl politely declines. She's playing this cool. The princess shakes her head, clearly annoyed, but our girl remains unfazed. She's not intimidated. This dude is getting seriously frustrated because nothing is biting on her line, and she's muttering under her breath. She suddenly suggests widening the hole, and our girl is immediately suspicious. That's a weird offer. Our girl tries to protest, but the princess springs into action, yanking on the fishing rod, so fast. No way! The fishing rod isn't just a fishing rod. It's a weapon, and she's swinging it right at our girl. Our girl barely dodges and the blade flashes. This just escalated so quickly. But the princess isn't trying to hurt her. She's actually trying to protect her from something in the darkness. She yells for someone to leave it to her, and raises the weapon high. What's she fighting? A shadowy figure emerges, and it looks seriously terrifying. This is about to get real. The ice cracks under the princess's continued strikes. It's seriously starting to give way. Our girl realizes the princess is going for broke, and is about to fall through the ice. She flinches, wondering if this is actually an attempt on her life. What a twist! But before our girl can react, the ice finally gives way with a massive crack. She tries to move, but it's too late. The ice is collapsing all around her. The princess goes down, falling into the icy water with a splash. No way! Our girl stares in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. What just happened? She's completely submerged, and the ice continues to crumble. It's a disaster. But wait, something is pulling her down. A shadowy figure rises from the depths. Our girl screams, realizing the princess was protecting her from something under the ice. The princess demands help, and honestly, she's stressed. But our girl is already covering for the accident. She turns, trying to play it cool, and these attendants scurry away. They're totally buying it. Our girl mutters that it was just a tragic mishap, but her face says otherwise. She's a mess. She insists she's done nothing wrong, but her eyes dart around like she's about to be caught red-handed. Her gaze locks on something, or someone, and she gasps, completely frozen with fear. And then, she's plummeting into the icy water. No time to process what's happening. The water explodes around her, and it's straight up chaotic as she disappears under the surface. She's sinking fast, but then a hand grabs her. What is going on? Someone pulls her up, but she's still coughing and sputtering. This whole situation is insane. She's hauled onto solid ice, completely drenched, and just stares ahead, totally shocked. She's spiraling downwards, convinced this is how it ends, totally giving up hope. But hold up. Someone is pulling her back up, and it's none other than the prince himself. He's got her in his arms, and she's staring up at him, breathless and completely stunned. No way. She's coughing up water, but she can't help but wonder why this dude saved her, and what he's thinking. Okay, so our girl is plotting to get with the enemy prince to change her kid's fate. And it's going well. This dude Kylo finds out she was planning to go ice fishing with Yerva, the third princess, and he is not pleased. He's straight up demanding answers, and she doesn't even bother to pretend she didn't go. She's playing it cool, saying he can blame the third princess, but honestly, she's so unbothered right now. Kylo is losing it, questioning what Hanael is even thinking, keeping company with Yerva. He's convinced there's more to the story with Kylo, and he's determined to find out everything. But he's also pretending he doesn't care, claiming there's nothing left to uncover, which is a total lie. He dismisses her, telling her she's free to go, but you can tell he's simmering with jealousy and suspicion. Yerva bows and leaves, and we're left wondering what Kylo is going to do next. This is getting good. Kylo's brooding in his study, muttering about following them. This dude is obsessed, seriously. He's convinced Hanael is up to something, and he's determined to figure it out, but he's trying to act cool. Cut to a snowy landscape, and suddenly, Kylo and Yerva are there, hidden amongst the trees. They're watching a group of people in white cloaks, and Yerva's robes rustle. Super suspicious, right? Kylo asks what on earth he's doing out here, and honestly, it's a legit question. Yerva straight up accuses Kylo of spying on Hanael, but he denies it, claiming he's just ensuring her safety. He's laying it on thick, saying he's merely keeping watch, but Yerva isn't buying it for a second. Yerva calls him out, and Kylo doubles down, saying he's just concerned for her well-being. Yerva's not having it, suggesting the weather might melt the ice, and Kylo's expression is priceless. But Yerva's subtle shade is working. Kylo's definitely rattled, and our girl's plan is unfolding perfectly. Yerva claims Princess Yerva did the spear throw, not Hanael. Total save, honestly. Kylo looks shocked, but brushes it off, saying never mind. Yeah right, we see through that. He narrows his eyes, clearly not believing her, and you can feel the tension building. Someone reports Princess Yerva striking the ice, and Kylo whips around, totally suspicious. Suddenly, a massive wave of water crashes over them, splash, and Kylo gets soaked. Kylo's reeling, clutching his face, and Yerva's standing there looking unbothered. Yerva calmly says she merely wanted to test if the ice was sturdy, and bro, the audacity. Kylo's face is a mask of fury, but he's trying to maintain composure. It's hilarious. He demands to know what's going on, but Yerva just stares him down, and the power dynamic is shifting. Our girl's playing this game perfectly, and Kylo's losing control. This is epic. Kylo's about to completely lose it, demanding answers, but Princess Yerva straight up grabs his arm. She's pulling him, insisting they need to leave immediately. And Kylo's face is a mess. Kylo tries to resist, but Yerva's surprisingly strong, dragging him forward. What is going on? They rush through the snow, and it's clear Yerva's leading him towards something. Or someone. Suddenly, a shadowy figure swoops down, and Kylo's totally caught off guard. No way! The figure envelopes Kylo, and Yurva cries out, "Princess Hinale." It's a rescue mission. Kylo's being pulled away, and Yurva's clearly orchestrating this whole thing. She's a mastermind. They're plunging into the icy water, and Yurva's still clinging to Kylo. This is intense. But wait, another figure appears, rushing toward them. Is this a double rescue? Yurva's yelling for Hinale, and the scene is total chaos. Our girl is pulling off the impossible. Yurva tells everyone she's already sent for help, but then, dang, servants burst in with news. They report the second princess consort fell into the lake, and Prince Lutz immediately jumped in after her. Yurva's face doesn't even flinch. She's totally unfazed, insisting Lutz will bring her back safely. The servants are shocked, begging her pardon, but Yurva's already miles away mentally. She's playing 4D chess? Then, out of nowhere, Gissun cries out, "Something's happening with the rescued princess." We see Gissun cradling the princess, who looks totally limp. Oh no, this can't be good. But wait, it turns out the princess wasn't drowning. She was poisoned. Yurva's face is unreadable, but you know she's got a plan brewing. She's always 3 steps ahead. However, Gissun just revealed a huge detail. The poison is a rare type only found in the Eastern Empire, and that means the Eastern Empire is trying to take Yurva out. This just got real. Gissun demands a warm bath be drawn for them immediately, but he's also totally checking out Hinale. Creepy. Lutz is straight up furious, demanding to know what happened, and Yurva coolly suggests he change clothes too. He carries Hinale bridal style. Talk about a power move, and Yurva's assistant points out Hinale has a wound. Lutz notices the wound and his grip tightens. Bro is protective and honestly, good for him. Yurva claims the poison will take effect soon, so they need to hurry, but she's definitely hiding something. They reach the bath, and the scene is all golden light and luxury. It's giving major spa vibes. Lutz carefully sets Hinale down, and you can tell he's completely captivated by her. It's kinda sweet. He leans in close, studying her face, and Yurva is watching their every move. This is getting tense. However, Yurva interrupts, asking if Hinale remembers anything about being poisoned. She's relentless. Hinale's still unconscious, and Lutz looks ready to explode. This dude is about to lose it, I swear. Someone tries to approach Hinale, offering to care for her, but Lutz straight up shuts it down. No one gets near his precious cargo. Lutz orders everyone to leave, and his voice is icy. You can feel the tension radiating off him, no cap. He cradles Hinale close, and Yurva notices the damage to the bedding. Something happened here, and it wasn't good. But Yurva's not worried about the sheets. She's focused on what Lutz is hiding. Our girl is suspicious, and rightfully so. Okay, so our girl is recovering, sipping tea, and looking all delicate after a lot. This dude, the prince, is being super attentive, checking if she's feeling better, and honestly, it's kinda sweet. She assures him she's fine, even manages a smile, but you know there's definitely a plan brewing behind those eyes. He asks why she agreed to go ice fishing with the third princess consort, which is a totally loaded question. She drops a bomb. They already exposed Kylo's treachery, and that's why she went. No way. This dude is playing it cool, all well, but we know he's processing this info fast. He's smooth though, totally keeping his reaction in check, while she looks radiant and unbothered. She's playing the perfect recovering patient, but she's clearly got a strategy, and it's working on him. Our girl is totally in control of this situation, and the prince is completely captivated. It's kinda scary. She's playing the long game, and this dude is falling right into her trap. Honestly, it's brilliant. She casually mentions a rare incense she smelled in Princess Yorva's chambers, and it's got the prince's attention immediately. This incense isn't just any scent. Apparently, Prince Kylo went to extreme lengths to get it, which is sazaf. She's laying it on thick, saying the scent is unlike any perfume or floral fragrance, clearly hinting at something deeper. She reveals she suspects it's connected to the crown prince, and bro, the tension is building. You can cut it with a knife. He's trying to play it cool, but his eyes betray him. He's definitely concerned, and she can't announce it. She presses him, asking if he was hoping to uncover something, and honestly, she's reading him like a book. He deflects, but she's relentless, asking if he's worried about her, and the look on his face is priceless. She confirms she was definitely hoping to uncover something, and bro, the way she says it is so confident. She explains she smelled that unusual incense when visiting Princess Yorva, and it's all starting to click for her. She suspects the incense is somehow tied to the crown prince, and this dude is straight up so oak. Our girl is a mastermind. She straight up admits she expected things to turn out differently, but she's not backing down. Our girl is fearless. He reaches out to brush a strand of hair from her face, and the intimacy is so intense. It's a total power move. She's visibly shaken, but she's masking it well, and it's clear this situation is hitting her harder than she lets on. He pulls her closer, saying she only needs to focus on recovering, but she's definitely not buying his concern. She calls him out by name, "Hi Nail," and the way she says it is dripping with suspicion. She's onto him, for sure. He scoffs, claiming he has no pressing matters, but she's not fooled for a second. This dude is hiding something big. He pulls her even closer, and she jolts back, completely surprised by his sudden move. The tension is unreal. She asks what he's up to, and his expression is so unreadable. He's playing a dangerous game. He's got that smirking look on his face, and it's clear he's enjoying this whole power play. This dude. She's totally caught off guard by his actions, and she's clearly starting to realize just how much control he has. She's tearing up, saying the gift he gave her means everything, but her face says she's totally conflicted. He smirks, and it's clear he's enjoying her distress. This dude is a master manipulator, honestly. He's holding a cup, and she squirms as she remembers it was his gift. The plot thickens. He lifts her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze, and she's visibly struggling to keep it together. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. Talk about bad timing. Someone asks if Prince Lutz is all right, and she's about to spill everything, but he cuts her off. He says she has matters to attend to, and bro is low-key dismissing her feelings. Rude. She forces a smile, telling everyone she's fine and they can go, but she's clearly putting on a show. He tells her to summon the court physician if she feels even a little unwell. Total control freak move. She agrees and he starts to walk away, giving her a quick glance over his shoulder. So mysterious. But just as he reaches the door, someone calls out, saying he's not supposed to be idling around. He practically shoves the person aside, and they stumble back. Wow, this dude is ruthless. She watches everything unfold, thinking he's so busy, and honestly, she's starting to see through his act. He doesn't even acknowledge the interruption, just walks right through the door. So cold. She's left standing there, clearly rattled, and realizing she's playing a dangerous game with this guy. However, she quickly composes herself, forcing a smile and telling everyone she's fine. What a pro. She's putting on a show, pretending everything is okay, but her eyes tell a different story. Our girl is starting to understand that this prince is way more complex than she thought. She wishes she could talk to the crown princess, but she hasn't responded, likely due to the prince's condition. Our girl is worried. What if something happens to Prince Lutz because of her? She's clenching her fist, straight up stressing. Someone mentions an unusual scent in Yerva's chambers, and this dude, Nail, clicks his tongue, looking suspicious. He announces he's going to investigate the scent and pay the third princess consort a visit, no matter what anyone thinks. The attendant is shocked, but Nail shuts it down. He doesn't care about their opinions. He's determined to find out what's going on, and honestly, this whole situation is giving me the chills. But she's starting to piece things together, realizing there's more to this than meets the eye. She wants to speak with the crown princess, but it seems impossible right now. However, it looks like Nail is already onto something. This is about to get interesting. She's clearly worried about Lutz, but she's playing it cool, and that's what matters right now. Nail is losing it, demanding to know what's happening with the prince, and it's intense. He grabs the prince's arm, practically dragging him away, and the poor guy looks totally bewildered. The prince glares, and our girl is shocked. She didn't expect him to react like that. But Nail is relentless, and now he's demanding answers about what the prince was doing. Okay, so our girl is all dressed up, looking regal as heck, but things are about to get wild. This dude, the emperor, is straight up accusing her of being in a terrible position, like she's a pawn in some game. She demands the truth, and honestly, the intensity in her eyes is sending chills. She's not playing around. She's remembering something, a near attack, and it's clearly freaking her out. She almost got caught. She's reeling, questioning what he's implying, totally playing innocent, but we know she's a mastermind. But then she remembers, was it really true? This dude's got her thinking about the past all of a sudden. She jolts, remembering something shocking, like a memory just slammed into her brain. No way. She's denying everything, saying she doesn't understand his accusations, but her face is giving her away. She's looking up at him, all wide-eyed and flustered. This conversation is a total power play. He asks for the truth, and our girl is visibly shaken, like he's hit a nerve. This is gonna be good. Yorva is totally spiraling, convinced the prince has abandoned her to take the blame for everything. She's trying to convince herself he just needed space, but her heart is pounding like crazy. But then the prince walks in, and he's not happy. He's calling her out for even thinking he'd leave her to suffer. He straight up tells her he left so she'd be the one to bear the consequences, and she's absolutely floored. She's reeling, completely broken, and it's honestly heartbreaking to watch. But wait, he's not done. He lays it on thick, saying she's the one who's been playing everyone this whole time. She's trying to process this, to deny it, but the truth is hitting her like a ton of bricks. He's laying out all her manipulations, and our girl is starting to crumble under the pressure. And then he drops the bomb. He knew all along she was using him, and he let her. He reveals he wanted to see just how far she'd go, and honestly, this dude is playing a dangerous game. This dude is laying down the law, saying no punishment is enough for harming her. Talk about possessive. But he immediately follows it up with, she'll just deny it, because there's no proof. Smooth bro. He's grabbing her, pulling her close, and honestly, the power dynamic is intense right now. He says she's causing needless offense to his majesty, so he's deflecting and playing the victim card. Our girl is a mess, tears streaming down her face, and she's practically begging him what he wants. He demands to know what she wants him to do, and his expression is so cold, it sends shivers. He's staring intently, and it's clear he's not buying a single tear she's shedding. Someone reports that she seemed really disturbed, and this dude is just listening intently. He's demanding to know at Kylo's behest, and she confirms she was totally unsettled, which is huge. No way, this is a setup. He knew she was manipulating him, and he let her play out the game. She reveals Kylo invited her ice fishing, even though he'd never responded to her letters before. Talk about a power move. She's recounting everything to someone, and honestly, she's totally rattled by the whole encounter. But then she notices the other woman is listening intently, and her eyes narrow. Something's up. She suspects the other woman received orders directly from Prince Kylo, and immediately clutches her hands, getting serious. She's thinking she should summon the other man and force a confession, but the woman beside her quickly objects. The woman suggests they drive a wedge between Kylo and Princess Yorva instead. She's playing a dangerous game, but we love it. She's giving Kylo a side eye, clearly not trusting his motives, and honestly, she's right to be suspicious. He's getting defensive, saying she's needlessly offending his majesty. Total deflection tactic, bro. Our girl is straight up begging him what he wants, tears flowing, and it's heartbreaking to watch. He's demanding answers, wanting to know what she expects him to do, and his cold stare sends shivers down your spine. He's pondering how to turn them against each other, but the woman interrupts. She's got info. She asks if he's checked the incense Kylo gifted, and it's a total curveball. Apparently, she neglected to mention it's not inherently dangerous. She's playing coy, but why? She reveals the incense is actually popular in foreign realms, and our girl is starting to sweat. But here's the kicker. There are reports of prolonged exposure being fatal, and she's horrified. She jolts, realizing the danger, but the woman insists nothing is certain, so shady. The woman explains cases are few, and the incense's harm depends on usage, but still, she believes this information could trick Princess Yorva, and we're all on the edge of our seats. They need to compare Yorva's incense to what's used in the Crown Prince's residence. It's getting intense. She's clutching his arm, and honestly, this duo is about to pull off something major. This dude is laying out his plan. He wants Hynail to sneak into the Crown Prince's residence. He's convinced Yorva won't believe Kylo would betray her, and is using that to his advantage. He asks if she's been feeling unwell, and it's immediately suspicious. What's he up to? She questions why he's asking, but he drops a bomb. Kylo brought in incense from abroad. And here's the kicker. The incense is highly toxic, weakening people with prolonged exposure. Yorva is shocked, realizing the danger, but the man insists it's just a rumor. He claims cases are rare, but the incense can be fatal, straight up terrifying. He believes this info will make Yorva suspicious, and honestly, this is a genius move. They need to compare the incense to what's in the prince's residence. The stakes are so high. She's admitting she's been feeling unwell, and it all clicks. The incense is getting to her. Yorva suddenly wonders if the incense Kylo gifted her is actually preventing her from getting pregnant. No way. This dude, the one manipulating everything, asks if Kylo could be behind it all, and honestly, he's hitting close to home. Yorva immediately defends Kylo, saying there's absolutely no way he'd cast her aside. She's so loyal? But she's clearly distressed, clutching her chest, and the realization that the incense is affecting her is hitting hard. Okay, so our girl is meeting with someone, and this dude straight up has the incense blend from the crown princess. He hands it over, and it looks like a simple exchange, but something feels off, right? He says he got it from the crown princess, and the prince is immediately suspicious, because he already has some. The prince examines the incense, and confirms it's the same stuff he retrieved from Princess Yorva. No way! He's thinking it might be dangerous, and decides to take it off her hands immediately. She doesn't even argue. She's like, fine, take it, which is a little too easy, honestly. The prince tucks the incense away, super protective of it, and she's just watching him. She agrees without question, and bro, her expression is kinda unsettling. Is she playing a game? He looks at her, and you can tell he's still questioning everything, but she's totally unreadable. Something is definitely up with this incense, and our girl is absolutely involved somehow. She calmly reveals that to him. Nothing matters more than gaining power, not even family. Then she drops the bomb. If the powder is poison, he won't save the crown prince, and she says it so confidently. He responds with a straight up no, shaking his head. This dude is cold. And then, something happens. A blade flashes out, aiming for his throat. No way, it's a surprise attack, but it's deflected, and we see it's a test. He was checking her loyalty, but it's intense. She clasps her hands together, seemingly unfazed as he explains the rules of succession. If they're spared, they're tossed onto the battlefield as cannon fodder. Harsh, but that's how it is. We get a glimpse of someone falling, and a raven perched ominously. This feels like a bad omen. The scene shifts, and she's watching the window. She's definitely plotting something. This whole scene is giving me chills, honestly. Our girl is playing a dangerous game, and this dude is right there with her. She tells him she wants to see him crowned, and honestly, it's a little too sweet. Something's brewing. But she's immediately distracted, wondering why Princess Mabeth keeps popping into her thoughts. Like, what gives? We cut to a few days later, and the castle looks absolutely majestic. It's a total glow up. This dude, a red-haired advisor, is handing someone a small pouch, looking super shady, and bro, it's suspicious. He explains the pouch contains a poison that's only deadly to people with a specific constitution. Yikes! He hands over a document, and it rustles ominously. This is getting intense, I can feel it. Our girl is watching all of this unfold, and you can tell she's piecing everything together. She's a mastermind. He's all cool and collected, but she's definitely playing a long game, and I'm here for it. However, he's already anticipating her moves. This dude is one step ahead, it seems. She calmly insists she wishes to see him crowned, but her internal monologue reveals she's got other plans. Total power move. Kylo figures out the crown prince is searching for this rare herb, and it's a perfect assassination tool. He smirks, realizing the herb allows for undetectable kills, but our girl is already onto him. Kylo calmly states this is just another one of the prince's schemes, and she's playing right into his hands. However, she's totally prepared. She's letting him think he's winning, but she'll pull the strings instead. Someone asks if she wants to inform the princess about this, but she shuts it down immediately. She's keeping her cards close. She dismisses them, needing time to think, and honestly, this whole scene is radiating power. The advisor bows, then dramatically collapses. No way! And she's clearly unfazed by the theatrics. She's totally playing the long game, and this dude underestimated her, straight up. Her gaze is intense. She's not messing around, and I'm living for it. The advisor hits the floor with a thud, and it's clear our girl is in control of everything. Kylo's having a headache, but he's masking it. He's got up here strong, even while struggling. He realizes his father wouldn't overlook an offense against the appointed heir, so he's playing a dangerous game. He reaches for a pastry but freezes. Someone's knocking, and it's Evan, of all people. Evan demands to know what's going on, and Kylo's internal monologue reveals he needs everything to fall into place, or he's in danger. She enters, and Kylo immediately asks what she wants. He's totally putting up a front. She responds with a simple no, and honestly, the tension is teach ice K, you can cut it with a knife. He steps closer, asking what she wants, and she's definitely playing coy. She's got a secret. She whispers shh, hinting at something major. This is getting good, y'all. She says it's true, whatever it is, and bro, the look on her face is intense. But Kylo doesn't react. He's keeping his composure, and honestly, I'm kinda scared for whoever messed with them. Kylo pulls her close, whispering they need privacy. This dude is playing a dangerous game, I see it. She agrees, and the door slams shut with a dramatic thud. Something's about to go down, I just know it. He's examining papers and a strange glowing orb, and it's clear they're investigating something big. No way. They discover it was poison. Straight up, someone tried to take Kylo out. She states it's for the best, that Kylo will lose his father's trust, but is she happy about it? Sketchy. Kylo's smirking, saying he's pleased, but his eyes say something else entirely. This is unsettling. She admits she's unsure how she feels and he clasps her hand. Talk about mixed signals, y'all. He's definitely got a plan, and she's involved, but I have a feeling it's not what we expect. However, she's clearly manipulating him, and honestly, I'm here for the chaos. She's reeling, saying she wasn't prepared for this. But what exactly is this? I need answers. She confesses she feels at ease when she's with him. Our girl is dropping some serious feels. Kylo gently pats her head, looking down at her with a complicated expression. But is it genuine? He's holding her close, seemingly protective, but I'm starting to think this dude has layers upon layers. She repeats she feels at ease, and honestly, it's a little unsettling how quickly she's leaning into this. Okay, so our girl is making big moves. She wants a different father for her kid, period. She's in the royal library, and this dude, the prince, is totally fixated on a mana stone. He's convinced Hynael absorbed the stone's energy, and is straight up scheming about what to do with her. This dude is staring intensiel, like creepy intense, and is clearly plotting something. He thinks if Hynael did absorb the mana stone, then it's worth testing her to confirm. Talk about suspicious. He's holding this ornate statue, and it's glowing with the same energy as the mana stone. No way. He's all, just gotta be certain, and his expression is giving major villain vibes, honestly. We get a close-up of his face, and bro is radiating cold calculation. This is not good. The scene cuts to a gorgeous view of the castle, but it's all ominous foreshadowing, trust me. But seriously, he's about to test her, and our girl is walking right into his trap. It's about to go in. He asks for her hand, all smooth and charming, but she's totally caught off guard. What is happening? She bows, agreeing to give him her hand, but she's visibly flinching, and something feels so wrong. This dude straight up says he wants to see if she has a wound from the almoner. A wound. She's reeling, clearly shocked by his request, and is trying to process what he just asked. She extends her hand, but her expression is screaming, I'm uncomfortable, and honestly, same. He's explaining he wants to see if the mana stone's energy can be absorbed through a wound. It's creepy and calculated. She finally says she understands, but her face says otherwise, and she's clearly playing along with the plan. She's extending her hand, and this dude is about to touch her, but something tells me this is a huge mistake. But she's playing it cool, and he's falling for it. She's a master manipulator, honestly. He's reaching for her hand, thinking he's in control, but our girl is about to turn the tables? I can feel it. She tells him she tried the mana stone on herself, but it didn't work. Total lie, obviously. He moves in close, and she doesn't feel anything, which is suspicious, but he doesn't seem to notice. He suddenly steps back, and she's about to retreat, but he's got other plans brewing. He pulls her into a hug, and she visibly sues. This is getting intense. He's holding her tightly, and she's sweating bullets, but he's smirking like he's won. She's playing it cool, and he thinks an embrace is enough, but she's clearly planning something. He tells her to get closer because he wants to try something else, and she straight up stiffens. She lets out a little squeak, and this dude is about to cross a line. I can feel it. He's getting way too close for comfort, and she's about to lose it, but she's holding strong. He says an embrace won't be enough, and honestly, this is a huge red flag, bro. He turns away, deciding Evan will have to handle things. But she's already plotting her next move. He's totally dazed, and she uses the moment to slip away, leaving him confused and alone. She's walking through the mansion, and it's eerily quiet, like something bad is about to happen. She finds a woman, presumably a maid, and it's clear she's hiding something, bro. The maid is spilling tea about a secret room, and our girl is all ears. This is gonna be good. She's heading towards the secret room, and it's giving off major creepy vibes. No way. She finds the room, and it's filled with portraits. But they're all covered up, which is sis. She starts uncovering the portraits, and they're of women who look exactly like her. What is going on? One of the portraits shows a woman with a knife, and she's clearly distressed. This is getting dark. She's staring at the portrait, tears welling up, and it's clear this revelation is hitting her higher D. She's clutching a letter, and tears are streaming down her face. She's straight up devastated. She's asking herself if carrying his heir would bring him back to her, and the pain is real. Tears are literally dripping onto the paper, and it's a mess. This is heartbreaking, bro. She grits her teeth, trying to stay strong, but it's clear she's falling apart. Haineo calls out, and our girl responds immediately. She's trying to keep it together. Someone is stepping forward and she asks if they have a moment. Uh-oh, here comes trouble. This dude and his assistant are approaching, and honestly the tension is THK. They keep stepping, and it's clear they mean business. Something big is about to go down. He's all business, and she's clearly trying to hide her emotions. She's a master of disguise. He's staring right at her, and you can feel the power dynamic shifting. This is gonna be a showdown. He nods and she's shocked, so they're moving forward with the sample rather quickly. But hold up, the sample from Princess Yerva is harmless, but the incense from the Crown Prince's place, laced with poison. This dude is smirking, and it's sending chills. He knew all along, didn't he? No way. Inhaling the smoke would destroy someone's lungs, and our girl just flinched. He's watching her reaction, and it's terrifying. This guy is playing a dangerous game. He's thinking if Princess Maybeth learns about this, her heart will break. Cold, bro, so cold. Someone is questioning if she'll be okay, but he just responds with I shall. Talk about a power move. And honestly, that's a terrifying response, because it implies he's got a plan. He's plotting something, and it's clear Princess Maybeth is in serious danger. But this dude thinks he's in control. However, our girl is a force to be reckoned with. She agrees to attend the council meeting, but her composure is cracking. You can practically see it. Someone announces the meeting is about to begin, and she just responds with a simple, yes. So cool under pressure. But straight up, this is a trap. He's setting her up for something terrible, and she knows it. However, our girl isn't backing down, and she's preparing to play his game. She's a queen, honestly. Okay, so our girl is totally freaking out because someone knew about the secret mission. A mission only a handful of people were supposed to know about. She's peering through the palace windows and spots a cloaked figure, and honestly, it's super suspicious. Then bam, a vision hits her. It's Princess Yerva, but she looks gone, like vanished into thin air. She's shocked, asking if it could really be Yerva, because His Highness assured her the princess had changed her ways. But it seems like the princess's change of heart wasn't enough, and our girl's hands start to tremble as she realizes something is wrong. She's staring out the window, totally stressed, and then notices a figure raising a hand. It's someone signaling from afar. The person is giving a signal, and she's starting to suspect something big is happening, something that involves the princess. No way, the princess is straight up gone. The signal was for her disappearance, and everyone's realizing it now. The cloaked figure is gone, the princess is gone, and our girl is left wondering what just happened. Like, what is going on? Everything's a mess, and she's reeling from the news. This is about to be a wild ride, I can feel it. Our girl decides she's just gonna wait in Prince Litz's chambers tonight. Talk about bold. She's clutching her necklace, clearly stressed, like this whole situation is giving her anxiety. She turns, and who does she see? Dia, another princess, looking totally surprised. The door clicks shut behind Dia, and our girl is officially on edge. Something feels off. She takes a step forward, looking cautiously at Dia, because what is even happening right now? Dia asks who could be up at this hour, and our girl is about to drop a bomb. She thought she was heading to Lutz's room. She explains she was on her way to check on Prince Lutz, but decided to wait in his chambers instead. Talk about a misunderstanding. Dia looks confused, and honestly, this whole conversation is just awkward. Our girl is trying to play it cool, but her expression says it all. She's totally caught off guard. Dia seems suspicious, like she's not buying this story at all. This is about to get messy. Dia agrees to fetch the prince in the morning, sounding totally polite, but our girl is sensing major side eye. Our girl thanks her, but it's clear she doesn't trust Dia for a second. Something is definitely up. It starts to rain, and our girl is staring out the window, worried about the prince. Is he okay? She's straight up panicking, imagining something bad has happened to him. She needs to see him now. Suddenly, the door creaks open, and she jumps. Talk about a jump scare! She's bracing herself, thinking it's Lutz, but it's no one. What is going on? She cautiously checks the hallway, and it's empty. But then the door creaks open again. Our girl is officially freaked out, convinced someone is messing with her. This is getting intense. She's so worried about the prince, and now this. Something bad is definitely happening, she can feel it. She's clutching her necklace, totally stressed. This is a disaster, and she has no idea what's coming. Our girl's trying to calm Lutz down, insisting he's okay. But he's clearly in rough shape. Lutz is babbling about blood, and straight up warns her she'll get covered in it. Creepy. Dia bursts in, looking shocked, and Litz immediately pulls her into a protective embrace. He's shielding her from something. But Dia looks totally unbothered. Something's fishy. Litz tells Dia to wait, saying he's not in the best state, but she's already backing away. Dia's clutching her necklace and it snaps. No way. That's a bad omen if we've ever seen one. She's staring at Lutz, and you can tell she's realized something huge. This is about to explode. Dia's backing away slowly, and Lutz is trying to hold her, but she's pulling away. It's tense. She's totally playing the victim, but our girl sees right through it. This is a setup. Dia is gone, and Lutz is left standing there, confused and covered in something. What just happened? Lutz grabs Dia, trying to pull her close, but she's totally avoiding him. Something is seriously wrong. He insists the blood isn't his, just from dispatching enemies, but Dia doesn't believe him for a second. Dia thanks him, but it feels so forced. She's playing a role, and Lutz is clueless. She staggers back, and he tries to catch her, but she's actively pulling away, like he's contaminated. Dia demands to know what he's doing here, accusing him of getting no sleep. She's laying it on thick. Lutz claims he was just worried about her, but she doesn't buy it. This dude is so transparent. He says he's going to wash up and get some rest. But his expression is so off, totally hiding something. Lutz stares off into the distance, and honestly, he looks super smug. Something's definitely up with this guy. He's got a secret smirk, and it's clear he's not telling the truth about anything. Our girl is walking into a trap. But wait, is that a hidden room behind him? This whole situation is about to get even more complicated. Dia is spiraling, questioning if what she saw was actually Princess Yorva. It's a total mind trip. She wonders what reason the princess could have for being there, but honestly, she's already suspicious of everything. Lutz walks in, all brooding and half-dressed, asking what has her so lost in thought. Talk about dramatic timing. Dia reveals she saw someone watching Lutz leave last night, and his reaction is intense. This dude is hiding something. She explains they were cloaked, so she couldn't get a good look, but they were clearly fixated on him. Creepy. Lutz seems to piece things together, suspecting Princess Yorva has changed her mind and told Prince Kylo everything. He's got a plan brewing, and it looks like Dia is walking right into it. She needs to be careful. But wait, he's clearly lying through his teeth, and she's totally picking up on it. This dude is a master manipulator. Dia tries to play it cool, but she's clearly rattled. She's starting to realize she's in way over her head. However, Lutz is getting closer, and his smirk is giving me major villain vibes. Our girl is in danger. Lutz is all up in Dia's space, stroking her cheek and acting way too sweet. It's giving major red flags. She's clearly uncomfortable, but Lutz just wraps his arms around her, pulling her even closer. No way is this okay. Dia tries to pull away, but he holds her tight, and she's starting to realize this isn't a loving gesture at all. However, she plays along for now, forcing a smile while secretly planning her escape. Our girl is a pro at deception. Okay, so our girl is waking up, clearly having a rough morning, and it's all about him. She hears a little chirp, probably a bird, but she's already thinking about how he's probably still asleep. She blinks, and then someone calls Your Highness, but it's super quiet, like they're hesitant to disturb him. She's rising from bed and honestly, she looks stunning even just waking up. Silence falls as she looks toward the door, and you can feel the tension building. But she's not about to just sit around waiting for this dude. She's taking charge of the situation. She slips on her slippers, and it's clear she's already plotting something. She's thinking she won't just wait for him, and we kinda know she's about to cause some chaos. She's pulling something toward her, maybe a robe, maybe a plan. We'll see. She's definitely thinking ahead, and it's clear this isn't going to be a normal day for anyone involved. Someone asks what the tea is, and it's Nilnua tea. Apparently, the royal court loves it. Our girl decides he needs tea after being out in the rain all night, thinking he might get sick. She heads for the door, but then pauses. Dia was supposed to come for her. Where is she? She wonders where Dia is, but decides to go ahead anyway, thinking Dia can join them for tea when she arrives. The door creaks open, and we get a quick glimpse of some pots and pans hanging above the stove, foreshadowing. She's clearly up to something, and honestly, we're here for it. She's thinking about Dia again, but trying to push it aside and focus on the task at hand. She's staring intently, and bro, her eyes are intense. Something's definitely brewing. She's lost in thought, but determined to keep going, whatever it is. She's got a plan, and we know it's going to be good. She tells this dude she's brewing tea, but he immediately assumes she's about to start cooking again. The audacity! He's skeptical, and she's like, totally playing it cool, but we see right through it. She brushes it off, saying it's nothing, but her eyes say otherwise. She's hiding something, for sure. The maid points her toward the tea selection, and then the door clicks shut, isolating our girl. She starts browsing the shelves, looking for the right tea. It seems innocent enough, right? She grabs a box, but it's flimsy and it immediately starts to break apart in her hands. She manages to salvage some tea and is now focused on making the perfect brew, thinking only of the process. She tears the packaging, and then the box completely falls apart. This is getting ridiculous. She's determined to keep going though. Despite the chaos, our girl is a pro at damage control. She needs to boil water, but honestly, we all know this tea situation is about to explode. Dia suddenly looks super unwell, and the blonde maid asks if she's okay. Something is definitely off. She claims it's just lack of sleep, but the maid isn't buying it, and honestly, neither are we. The maid points out she looks way too thin and offers to let her rest. She's seriously concerned. Dia insists she won't trouble anyone today, and will definitely get some rest, but we know that's a lie. She asks the maid to take care of herself, and the blonde looks genuinely worried about our girl. But then, Dia's expression changes. She's clearly hiding something, and it's weighing on her. She's questioning what eat is, and it's obvious she's struggling with a secret she can't share. The blonde maid's eyes are full of concern, and she's clearly picking up on Dia's distress. Dia forces a smile, but it doesn't reach her eyes. This whole situation is giving us bad vibes. The blonde stares at Dia, looking deeply troubled, and bro, something tells us this isn't over. This dude, Kaiser, is straight up lamenting Dia's absence. He thinks she's already left. Talk about dramatic. But hold up, Dia's suddenly at the door, and she looks unwell, to say the least. She asks what the tea is, and the blonde reveals she brewed it herself, remembering Dia's curiosity. The blonde explains she brewed the Nilnia tea Dia asked about. How sweet is that? Kaiser steps forward, and his expression is unreadable. He's totally playing it cool. He claims he was just lamenting her absence, thinking she'd already left. Smooth talker. This one? The blonde looks at him, clearly questioning his motives. She's not falling for it. Kaiser asks if she was really curious about the tea, and she just stares back. Tension is building. She says she was, and he insists he brewed it himself. But something feels off with this whole scene. However, she's clearly suspicious, and we are too. What's really going on with this tea? Kaiser gives Dia a small smile. It's kinda sweet honestly, but she's totally side-eyeing him. He thanks her, but she asks how he knew she wanted the tea. She's pressing him for answers. The blonde explains she overheard Dia asking about it, and bro, she's beaming, so proud she remembered. Kaiser takes a sip of the tea and his face is unreadable. Is he enjoying it, or is something up? The blonde asks if he likes it, and he admits it tastes different than usual. Wait, what does that mean? She says it's because it's her first attempt at brewing it, but Kaiser's expression is getting intense. He asks if the scent is as she remembers, and she just stares back. This is getting seriously awkward. Kaiser claims he brewed it himself, but the blonde quickly corrects him. She's not letting him take credit. However, Dia is glad to hear that. She seems to be playing along with whatever's going on. But she's clearly skeptical, and honestly same. This whole tea situation is sus, and we need answers. Kaiser straight up tells Dia he has a day to himself and wants to spend it with her. Smooth, my dude. Dia's response. I like that very much, and honestly, we're here for it. But then Kaiser announces he's going to inform Gissen. Wait, what's happening? He rises from his seat, and the panel zooms in on his hand. It's a power move, and we're sensing tension. Dia's straight up having a meltdown, flinching at something we don't even see yet. Talk about suspense. She's spiraling, whispering it can't be. And why Dia? Something Hiji is going down. No way, this dude is holding a poison pastry and it's ageness. Someone is questioning why this dude has the pastry, and then, Duan, the scene cuts to black. The title card hits us with "My child will have a different father." This is getting good, y'all. Our girl is sneaking through the palace, clearly on a mission, and she's moving fast. She's tiptoeing, one careful step at a time. She's trying to be stealthy, but is she too late? Dee is dashing now, and honestly, she looks determined to get something done. She's running, she's dodging, she's a woman on a mission. The tension is real. This is a high-stakes situation, and she's moving like she knows exactly what she's doing. Dia bumps into someone, and she's convinced she's mistaken, but the shock on her face says otherwise. She's frantically trying to figure out what's happening. and it's clear this encounter is throwing her off. The door to the room bursts open, and someone is rushing in. It's a total scramble. Dia swings around, clearly startled, and the room is spinning with chaos. She spots a candle and rushes toward it, desperately trying to find some clarity in the darkness. Dia's confronting someone in the shadows, and it looks intense. She's not holding back. She declares she just needs to put her doubts to rest, then steps forward with a determined look. And then, no way, she's grabbing this dude's sleeve demanding answers. She begs for forgiveness from Dia, and honestly, the desperation is real. This dude is clearly in trouble, and Dia isn't letting him off easy. The tension is insane. Dia's counting letters on the envelope, and she's getting seriously suspicious. What is going on? She wonders if all the letters are from Sal, then starts rummaging through the pile like a detective. But wait, she realizes the sheer volume of letters means this woman kept a lot of acquaintances. Dia's staring at the letter, and something about the handwriting is hitting her hard. It's familiar. Her eyes widen, and she's clutching the letter tighter, because no way, she's seen this writing before. She remembers seeing it countless times in her past life, and honestly, this is a Hoja reveal. Dia straight up declares this letter is from Cheddar Phil, and her expression is icy. She's putting the pieces together. She's reeling, because it can't be, but the evidence is right there in her hands, and it's a total gut punch. The letter itself details instructions to deliver something to the third prince's residence, and our girl is piecing it all together. Dia's face is unreadable, and she's realizing the depth of the conspiracy. This is about to get messy. Okay, so this mysterious benefactor is straight up blackmailing Dia. He's sent funds to her mother, contingent on her continuing to take a drug. He demands she doesn't miss a single dose, and the threat is clear: weaken her, or her mother suffers. Dia is furious, but she's trying to stay calm, wondering when this all began. Was it after she arrived in Tricas, or even earlier? She's squeezing her hands, visibly stressed, and questioning if it started in her past life. This is getting intense. Suddenly, this dude, the third prince, swings into the room, looking all serious and broody. He demands they both step outside, but the woman accompanying Dia is freaking out about a snowstorm. Talk about bad timing. The prince barely acknowledges her protest, and honestly, he's giving off major I don't care vibes. Dia is still reeling from the letter, but she's trying to compose herself while this whole scene is unfolding. The prince is all stern and imposing, and it's clear he's about to lay down the law. However, Dia is clearly onto something, and this entire situation feels like a trap. She's not backing down. Dia instantly suspects the carriage repair was a setup, and she needs to get out of here like no doubu. She's dizzy and nauseous, realizing they're trying to isolate her. This is seriously messed up. She bolts for the door, ignoring the protests, but trips over a loose stone. Ouch! The door creaks open, and she stumbles out, but a shadowy figure is already blocking her path. No way! Dia is completely disoriented, staggering and swaying, desperately trying to figure out what to do. She glances up, and her eyes widen in horror as she sees who's standing before her. It's the third prince. He's blocking her escape, and she's trapped. Realizing this isn't just a coincidence, it's a calculated move. Dia is panicking, but she tries to regain her composure, knowing she has to play this carefully. However, she can't shake the feeling she's walked straight into a carefully laid trap, and it's terrifying. She's completely cornered, and her expression shows she knows this is about to get really dangerous. Dia is sobbing, completely distraught, and straight up collapses against the doorframe. This is heartbreaking. She's desperately trying to compose herself, clutching at her chest, but her eyes are filled with tears. Suddenly, a man bursts in, grabbing the third prince. It's a chaotic scramble, and Dia is caught in the middle. The third prince yells for help, but it's drowned out by the commotion as the attacker pins him down. Someone shouts for His Highness, and everyone rushes toward the fight. Total pandemonium erupts. But wait, Dia is clinging to the attacker, seemingly protecting him. What is going on? The attacker throws a furious glare, and you can see the rage building in his eyes. This is intense. He's covered in some kind of dark substance, maybe blood, and it's splattering everywhere. It's brutal. Dia looks completely shocked, and honestly, so are we. She's caught in a seriously messed up situation. Our girl is staring at the attacker, a mix of fear and something else in her eyes. This is going to be good. Dia's clutching this dude, desperately trying to loosen his grip. She's pleading with him, but he just stares back, totally unreadable. No way. He suddenly collapses, coughing up a storm, and she's left scrambling to hold him up. It's a mess. He straight up asks if she was worried when he disappeared. Can you believe the audacity? He's playing games. But wait, she's dazed, lost in thought. What is she planning? This is a total power move, and we're here for it. Okay, so it's the next day and Dia straight up asks for time away from the palace. Like out of nowhere. The title card drops. My child will have a different father. And honestly, the drama is already building. We see the palace, all grand and imposing, but Dia's request throws everything into chaos, it seems. Dia asks her handmaiden for leave, saying she needs time, and her handmaiden is instantly suspicious. It's super obvious to everyone that she's planning to go meet Chedair, which bold move, our girl. Her handmaiden questions the suddenness of it all, and Dia's just standing there, looking kinda guilty. Dia claims her mother is ill, but she's clearly hiding something and her handmaiden isn't buying it for a second. Dia's all teary-eyed, playing the worried daughter card, but bro, we know she's up to something. The handmaiden insists she should have been told days prior, and Dia's response is weak, to say the least. Dia doubles down on the sick mother excuse, but honestly, it's so transparent. This is gonna be good. Dia promises to speak with Prince Lutz about the request, and honestly, she's playing it cool. She nods at her handmaiden, trying to seem agreeable, but her inner monologue is a mess. Our girl is straight up strategizing how to act natural while getting what she wants. Smooth. Dia clasps her handmaidens, all sweet and innocent, but it feels kind of forced. The handmaiden seems pleased, and Dia's putting on a show, but we know she's got ulterior motives. They reach the door, and it clicks shut, a little too dramatically if you ask me. Then, something happens behind the door, and it does not sound good. The handmaiden is suddenly framed by a dark, ominous red, and it's giving major villain vibes. This dude is definitely not happy. Her expression is terrifying, and she's sizing Dia up. She's giving Dia the side eye, like she's figured out everything, and our girl is in serious danger. Princelet suddenly swings around, grabbing Dia and pulling her close, total power move. Dia's shocked, but she quickly recovers and asks what's going on, playing it cool. Lutz admits he needed her, and thanks her, but it feels off, like a setup honestly. Dia smoothly replies he should have summoned her earlier, maintaining her composure. But then she brings up Dia, Lutz's sister, and things get tense fast. Lutz is visibly annoyed, demanding to know what she wants to discuss about Dia. Dia states she wants to talk about Dia, and it's clear Lutz isn't thrilled. He asks what brings her here, and Dia is about to spill the tea. This is it. Dia announces she wants to speak about Dia, and bro, the tension is thick. Lutz is definitely suspicious. This conversation is a minefield, and our girl just stepped in. Someone asks if the maid said anything unusual, and Lutz is straight up grilling his assistant. The assistant says Dia simply requested a leave of absence, abruptly no less, and Lutz is not buying it. Dia's sister chimes in, sensing something is amiss, and honestly, she's totally right to be worried. Lutz thinks if he lets her go, she'll run straight to Chedair, but he's stuck because of her mother's supposed illness. He decides to grant her 3 days leave, but Dia's sister questions if it's a wise move. Good call, sis. Lutz reveals his plan: keep her under close watch, and maybe they'll learn something about Chedair's movements. He's laying it all out, and the details on his uniform are immaculate. But we're here for the drama. Dia's sister looks skeptical, but Lutz is confident they can figure out what she's up to. Famous last words. Lutz thinks he's playing it cool, but Dia's sister sees right through him. She's a formidable opponent. Our girl is about to make a move, and this whole situation is about to explode. Hold on tight. Dia asks why everyone is so fixated on her almoner, and Lutz is playing it cool, acting like it's no big deal. But he's totally lying. He straight up thinks the almoner is her dearest possession, and that's why Chedair is after it. Dia insists there's not much to it, but Lutz is convinced it's something important, and she's restless without it. Lutz announces he'll allow Dia to leave, and her sister looks relieved. But something's off. Lutz's face twitches as he makes the announcement, and our girl immediately senses something is wrong. Dia stops him, demanding to know what's going on. She's not falling for his act, and good for her. This dude is a master manipulator, but Dia is ready to call his bluff. She's totally playing it cool, but her eyes say it all. This is about to get intense. Lutz is confident he's got everything under control, but Dia's sister is worried sick. Dia demands to know what he's planning, and Lutz just smirks. Oh no, this is escalating quickly. Lutz lays it all out. He's handling Kylo, so Dia doesn't need to worry about him right now. He claims Kylo won't act anytime soon, but Dia's sister is totally buying it. She looks relieved. Dia thanks him, playing along, but Lutz is clearly hiding something in sighs and frustration. She announces she's leaving, and her sister finally starts to exit. But then, wham, a blade flies out. No way, someone tries to assassinate Dia's sister, but Lutz moves lightning fast to protect her. The attack fails and the sister collapses, but Lutz is furious, and that's a scary sight. He demands to know who dared to try and hurt her, and his voice is ice cold. Bro. Dia realizes Lutz was letting her leave so someone could attack her sister. This dude is savage. She's furious and confronts him, but Lutz just stares her down, totally unbothered. He straight up says he'll deal with the attacker, but Dia knows he set this whole thing up. Lutz murmurs something, looking super smug. He's clearly enjoying Dia's reaction right now. Dia's carriage arrives, and she announces she's leaving, but Lutz is totally playing the long game. She's all set to go, and the driver is waiting, but honestly, it feels like a trap is snapping shut. Our girl is leaving, but she's definitely not fooled. She knows Lutz is up to no good, and it's intense. Okay, so our girl is chilling in this massive castle, totally living her best life. She's got a plan to get with the enemy prince and have his baby, changing her fate. It's a whole vibe. But things go sideways fast because her brother and sister burst in, screaming about an attack. Someone straight up bursts through the doors, and it's chaos as everyone rushes around in panic. Her husband is on the ground, looking seriously injured, and honestly, this dude had it coming. Our girl slumps against the cushions, completely devastated by what's happening before her eyes. A maid wails in the background as the scene descends into total despair. It's heartbreaking. But wait, she's not actually upset. She's looking up, a mischievous glint in her eye. She's subtly smirking, and it's clear she's scheming something major, like always. However, her expression is calculating, and she's clearly using this disaster to her advantage. Our girl strides toward a fancy door, looking totally composed despite everything going down. She opens the door with a click, and it's revealed to be a room where the second prince is chilling. She walks right up to him, and bro doesn't even flinch. He's clearly expecting her. She asks if he remembers what she told him before leaving the palace, playing it cool. He replies that he does indeed, and she's giving off major "I knew you would" energy. But then a maid bursts in, freaking out about why the second prince's residence is so calm. It's suspicious. The prince raises an eyebrow, looking seriously unimpressed by the interruption. He's clearly thinking something's up, and his expression is giving off major "I see through your game" vibes. He murmurs, This dude is about to unravel everything, and it's awesome. Our girl is unfazed, and honestly, she's playing this whole situation like a pro. She tells him Lutz won't be showing his face in court anymore. Total power move. The prince looks way too pleased by this news, and it's kinda creepy, honestly. She asks if he has something in mind, playing it all innocent, but we know better. He smirks, saying Lutz will bear his true colors before everyone. This is getting good. The prince casually leans closer, and our girl doesn't even flinch. She's ice cold. He's staring right at her, and it's super intense, like he's reading her soul. But then, the light shifts, and he turns towards the window, looking all brooding. He's lost in thought, and the sunlight is hitting him just right. Moody much. He's clearly planning something big, and it involves exposing someone's true self. The light is practically blinding, and it feels like a dramatic reveal is coming. No way! He's got the almoner under his control and is straight up convinced Lutz is losing it. This dude thinks Lutz will be too preoccupied to even care about the incense supplier. Talk about underestimating someone? But even if word gets to the emperor, he's sure the funeral will be the end of Lutz. Bold claim. He's convinced that Lutz, even if he clings to power, won't survive the funeral. Harsh. The prince is straight up sneering, picturing Lutz's downfall, and it's kinda terrifying. He's declaring a prince who causes a scene at the funeral could never be heir. Major foreshadowing, bro. And should Lutz somehow survive, he's got plenty of ways to finish him off. Seriously, this guy is ruthless. He turns away, and we see him walking across the room. It's like he's already won. He picks up a ring, and it clinks as he sets it down, a symbolic gesture for sure. He drops a bomb. If it weren't for our girl, he wouldn't have dirtied his hands. What does that even mean? Someone calls the prince your highness, and honestly, he's radiating smugness, like he owns the place. He corners Lutz's wife, asking if she's uncomfortable, and she's visibly flustered. This is so awkward. Lutz suddenly appears, and his gaze is INTS. Bro is not happy about this interaction. Lutz pulls her closer, completely ignoring the prince, and she's practically trembling. Major possessive vibes. She's internally panicking about being found like this, but Lutz is giving off a don't care energy. She's clearly anxious, fidgeting, but Lutz just tightens his grip. Talk about a power move. Lutz admits he hasn't wanted to be apart from her for even a moment, and it's kinda sweet, kinda creepy. He reveals he only helped her because of her, and it's a total bombshell. What a twist. She's staring at him, shocked, and her eyes are sparkling. Something's definitely shifting here. Lutz looks back at her with that intense gaze again, and it's clear he's fully invested. This is getting intense. Okay, so the queen is straight up fuming. Apparently Kylo took her almoner, and she's not pleased. Someone knocks on the door, and she tells them to come in, but it's Lutz's wife, looking stressed. No way. Lutz's wife blurts out that His Majesty wants to see her tonight. Talk about unexpected. She responds calmly, saying she'll go, and Lutz gives a single nod. This is getting suspicious. Lutz and the prince are having a moment, and honestly, the prince's smile is kinda creepy. The prince leans in close, and our girl looks totally flustered. It's a power play, for sure. He's whispering sweet nothings and she's blushing like crazy. This is a lot. But then, the prince's expression shifts, becoming calculating and intense. Something's off. He straight up says he's been watching her, and she's visibly shocked. What a possessive jerk. However, Lutz is clearly not happy with this whole scene, and his gaze is burning holes into the prince. Whoa, someone's trying to stop her. A sharp halt with a shoe. Talk about dramatic. She's announcing Hynale will be accompanying her, and the woman overhears, looking totally startled. Someone begs her pardon, but she's not backing down. She needs Hynale with her. But apparently, she needs the king's approval for this, and this dude is clearly stressed about it. Okay, so our girl is seriously playing with fire. She tells Kylo she'll handle things herself. She's got a cut on her back, but honestly she's radiating confidence right now. This dude Dunn is straight up dismissing the crown prince's murder, like it's nothing. But someone overhears, and they are not happy about Dunn's nonchalant attitude. They're thinking he's brushing off the murder way too easily, and it's making them suspicious. Dunn starts walking through the palace, taking these dramatic steps like he owns the place. Each step is highlighted, building the tension, and it's kinda working. He's got a vibe. He continues his walk, and the palace feels super ominous with all the shadows. More steps, more shadows, more drama. This dude is definitely up to something. And honestly, this whole scene just feels off. Something big is about to go down. Hynale is worried sick, telling Dunn not to let Kylo's actions weigh him down. She's a sweetheart, honestly. Dunn assures her that once they have evidence, even the king will have to act, and he's determined to get it. They start walking together, and you can tell Dunn is already plotting his next move. This dude is a mastermind. Dunn nods, saying they can only hope things go as planned, but he's already decided what he's doing. He declares he'll keep gathering proof of Kylo's misdeeds, and it will be simple enough. Confident much. He grits his teeth, and it's clear he's serious about taking Kylo down, no matter the cost. Dunn tells Hynale not to worry about him, which is kinda sweet, but also super suspicious. Hynale looks up at him, clearly relieved, but the air has become heavy. Something's definitely shifting. She asks what's wrong, and Dunn just smirks like he's got everything under control. But does he? He's got this intense look in his eyes, and bro, I'm kinda scared for Kylo right now. Hynale sips her tea, declaring it delightfully fragrant, but Dunn is staring daggers at her. Something is definitely wrong. Dunn asks if she's upset, and she denies it, but bro, she's clearly hiding something. However, Dunn isn't buying it for a second, and straight up says there's something he's wanted to tell her. He admits he wasn't sure if he should tell her, but now he feels he absolutely must. The tension is killing me. Dunn leans in close, and no way, is he about to confess feelings? This is getting intense. He starts to reveal something, but his face suddenly darkens, and the panel goes all purple and ominous. What's happening? Dunn confesses that he's been hiding his true feelings all along, and it's a total shocker. He admits he's been suppressing his feelings, but now feels he has to say something. Our girl is stunned. Hynale looks completely taken aback, and honestly, I didn't see this plot twist coming. Dunn's confession is interrupted by a flash of purple energy. But what does it mean? This is a cliffhanger. Dunn asks Hynale if she remembers him telling her the imperial family inherited a monster's curse. Talk about a bombshell. He explains the temple used to purge monsters, but when numbers grew, the imperial family stepped in and took on the curse themselves. But Hynale points out he said it was just a legend. And Dunn straight up says he's afraid it isn't. He drops the biggest bomb of all theft. He is the one who bears the monster's curse, and Hynale looks like she's seen a ghost. We get a glimpse of the curse manifesting on his body. It's creeping and unsettling, and Hinail is totally horrified. Hinail stammers, trying to process everything, and Dun just stares at her, his expression unreadable. Dun reveals he's been suppressing the curse for a long time, and honestly, this dude is suffering in silence. He says he thought hiding it would protect her, but now he feels he had to tell her. This is intense. Hinail is reeling, clearly shocked, and it's a total cliffhanger moment. She's questioning everything, and bro, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. The founding emperor, way back when, was obsessed with slaying the black dragon. Talk about a power move. We see soldiers surrounding what looks like a fallen beast, and honestly, it's a bleak scene. The dragon's final moments are here, and it's laying down a curse on whoever rules the land after its death. This dragon is not going down without a fight, baring its teeth in a terrifying display of rage. Dun's seriously wounded, clutching his side, but he's still standing. Our guy is resilient, I swear. As the dragon breathes its last, it declares anyone who rules this land will bear its curse for eternity. No way! But then, a flash of light and we cut to a distraught woman. Hinail is clearly upset about something. She's covering her mouth, tears welling up, and it's heartbreaking, seriously. Hinail cries out no, and bro, this is a bad sign. She's absolutely devastated, and it's clear something terrible just happened. The tension is killing me. This dude thought he could suppress the curse, but it could only be subdued temporarily. Never fully gone. Until one day, he discovers the curse has vanished, and it's the very day their child is born. No way. Hinail asks if the curse transferred to the baby, and the answer is a chilling ice. Oh no, here we go. We get a glimpse of the curse manifesting as a massive, terrifying dragon, and it's straight up menacing. The imperial family feared the curse spreading beyond their bloodline, so they made a drastic decision. The throne would only pass to whoever bore the curse. Talk about a messed up inheritance. Over time, the curse became a closely guarded secret, known only to the heir apparent. So shady. But here's the kicker, the curse didn't just disappear. It endured, passed down through generations. Our girl is reeling, and honestly, this is a huge twist. I did not see this coming. Hinail is completely floored, and bro, this reveal changes everything. The stakes just got way higher. Okay, so Hinail learns her father wed her mother as a political move. Talk about cold. But it gets worse. He was secretly having an affair with the current empress the entire time off. He actually fathered a child with the empress first. Can you believe the audacity of this dude? And then, her mother fell pregnant soon after. It's a tangled web of betrayal and scheming, honestly. Okay, so things are intense. She's straight up confessing she was just choosing him as a safe haven. But this dude, the prince, is not playing. He's absolutely fuming, eyes flashing red. No way. She asks what he wants, and honestly, she looks terrified, but also kinda defiant, which I love. He drops a bomb. She thought he was just a refuge, but he's about to make sure she regrets that decision forever. And then the threat. He swears revenge on the guy who hurt her will be far worse than anything he did. But then the mood shifts. He pulls her into a hug and promises to make her trust in him worthwhile. She's reaching for him, saying, "Your Highness," and you can feel the tension radiating off the page. He's wrapping his arms around her tight, and it's all soft lighting and implied promises. He straight up says he'd give his life to protect her, which is a lot, even for this bro. He's looking at her with this intense, possessive gaze, and our girl is clearly falling for it. He's promising her she'll never have to face her fears alone, and seriously, the tenderness is hitting different. This dude pulls her close, and it's a full-on, passionate moment. She's clearly losing it for him. They're embracing, surrounded by flowers, and it's all soft focus and intense longing, honestly. But the moment is broken by news her maid has left for Tricas, and our girl is instantly on edge. She assumes the maid will arrive late, but a dark thought crosses her mind. Something's definitely brewing. Her eyes narrow, and you can see the gears turning. She knows someone is plotting against her, and she's ready. She's realizing they've seized her almoner, and now she's convinced they're planning their next move. And she's right to be suspicious, because things are about to get messy. She's totally anticipating trouble. Our girl looks determined, but also a little vulnerable. She's bracing herself for whatever comes next. But whatever it is, she's not backing down, and honestly, I'm here for it. He suspects the New Year's ceremony won't pass without some kind of incident, and is clearly worried. She's freaking out about her almoner being in their hands, realizing they're trying to make her look unstable. This dude thinks they'll assume she's lost control, and that a scandal will ruin her reputation. It's a full-blown smear campaign. She asks what he proposes they do, and honestly she looks totally lost and reliant on him. He leans in close, whispering his plan, and she's all eyes and anticipation. This is getting intense. He's laying out how to turn the tables, using their expectations against them, and our girl is actually impressed. He wants to make it look like he's the one controlling the situation, and she's surprisingly on board with this. She's thinking this might actually work, and it's a huge relief. Finally, a solid plan. He's saying they need to act quickly before the ceremony kicks off, and she nods, totally focused. But there's a little spark of something else there, like she's starting to trust him completely, which is a little scary. Dia's back from her leave, and this dude, her husband, greets her with all the sweetness. It feels so fake. She gives him a polite thanks, but her expression is totally off. She's hiding something, for sure. Someone else is watching them, and they're immediately suspicious of Dia's demeanor. Uh-oh, trouble brewing. This observer thinks Dia's unsettled and that whatever she was doing didn't go as planned. They're already jumping to conclusions. Dia's internal monologue reveals she's playing a part, pretending everything is fine, but she's internally reeling. She's worried about the almoner, the one who knows her secret, and is trying to gauge how much her husband suspects. She asks if everything went well during her absence, and he launches into a speech about the upcoming ceremony. He's trying to control the conversation, steer her away from anything sensitive, but she's not letting it go. Dia presses him about the almoner, and he straight up denies anything is wrong. Total gaslighting. She accepts his answer, but her face says it all. She doesn't believe a word he says, and things are about to explode. Dia's grabbing a vial, and she's thinking someone saw the letters. Major problem for her plan. She's convinced handing over the almoner was supposed to be the edge of it, but it clearly isn't. Now she's sure she's trapped because someone witnessed her correspondence. No way out. She clutches at her chest, totally stressed, and suddenly, a horse is right behind her. The sound of hooves echoes, "Selop," and she whirls around, clearly startled. It's him, the prince. He's looking down at her with that intense gaze, and she's trying to play it cool. She quickly adjusts her collar, attempting to regain composure, but bro, the tension is THEK. Dia forces a smile, pretending to be calm, but her eyes reveal she's seriously rattled. She's so focused on appearing unfazed, but honestly, this whole situation is spiraling out of control. The prince dismounts, and our girl knows, deep down, this encounter is anything but accidental. Dia thinks she's about to escape, and she's practically sprinting for the carriage. Freedom is so close! She swings the door open, ready to dash, but the prince is teary, blocking her path. No escape! He's got this weird, knowing smirk, and she's totally caught off guard, questioning what's happening. He casually drops that it's been too long, Dia, and her face is screaming no, he knows. Dia tries to act nonchalant, but her shoe slips, and she's about to fall, awkward. This dude grabs her arm, steadying her, and the touch sends sparks flying. It's intense. She's reeling, and he's just staring, and honestly, it's giving major predator vibes. Dia is speechless, and her eyes are wide with shock, realizing she's walked right into his trap. He's got her cornered, and she's desperately trying to figure out what his game is. He's tightening his grip, and she's totally frozen, realizing she's nowhere near free. Dia pleads with him to wait, but it's too late. The carriage lurches forward with a clunk. Everything rattles and shakes as the carriage speeds up, and then something major just happened. She's thrown forward, and the carriage is careening out of control. Bro, it's a disaster. Dia is totally stunned, realizing this wasn't just a ride. It was a setup, straight up. Okay, so this dude just got wrecked in a sparring match, and he's straight up pretending it was nothing? Like, no big deal. He even says it was better than his usual fights with the prince, which is a super shady flex, honestly. He's trying to play it cool, apologizing for something, but it's clear he's sizing things up. Then he asks about High Nail, and it's immediately clear something's up. She's chilling in her chambers, but her maid is gone. And get this, the maid is heading straight for the third prince's residence. No way! What is happening? Our guy just calmly takes in the info, acting like he didn't already suspect something was brewing. He asks Evan when they will make their move, and Evan thinks it'll be during the New Year's ceremony. A perfect opportunity for chaos with everyone gathered, apparently. This is getting intense. Evan confirms it, and our brooding prince is already deep in thought, plotting his next move. But honestly, this whole situation feels like a trap, and I have a feeling our girl is right in the middle of it. Okay, so the prince is asking about the chancellor. He seems super suspicious of him, TB. His advisor says the chancellor is impossible to read, even on a good day. That's concerning. But he admits the chancellor is the only one who can help right now, so the prince decides to send for him. The prince's guard relays the message, bowing deeply. This dude is all business. Then we get a glimpse of the prince and Hainail, and they're clearly discussing something serious. The scene cuts to a wide shot, showing a lavish room and the pair deep in conversation. Hainail is practically slumped over, looking exhausted, and the prince is just watching her. He's holding a teacup, looking all calm and collected. This dude is a master of composure. But it's a super unsettling vibe, because we know something is off with the maid and the New Year's ceremony. The prince is definitely playing a long game, and I'm starting to think our girl is his pawn. The prince straight up tells Hainail she doesn't need to be on guard with him. They have no secrets. He wraps an arm around her, and she looks totally vulnerable, but also determined, like she's playing a role. Meanwhile, the chancellor reveals he didn't expect Hainail to get involved in state matters, and he's smiling. Hainail clenches her fist, thinking she'll participate in state affairs only as the prince's wife and confidante. She's deciding to play the part, but her eyes show she's got her own agenda. Our girl is a mastermind. The chancellor looks at her with a strange expression. He's definitely sizing her up, and it's creepy. But he quickly recovers and asks what they want, all smooth and polite, like nothing happened. Hainail says she'll work hard, but it's clear she's hiding something, and the chancellor sees right through it. He's calculating, and honestly, I don't trust him for a second. This dude is up to no good. The chancellor is playing nice, but bro is definitely plotting something, and Hainail is right in the crosshairs. The prince is laying it on thick, claiming the emperor wasn't actually sick. It was something else. The chancellor is totally shocked, but tries to play it cool, questioning what the prince means. The prince reveals he's come to seek the chancellor's counsel, which feels super sus. Like what's really going on? The chancellor looks rattled, but insists the emperor's condition was a natural decline. He's hiding something. However, the prince drops a bomb. He already told the emperor everything, but his father intends to bury the matter. The chancellor looks like he's about to faint, and honestly, I don't blame him. This is getting intense. He lets out a sigh, looking completely defeated, and we can see the weight of the situation crushing him. But it's the little detail of his hand. He's clutching something, and it looks like a piece of fabric. No way, it's the same fabric from the handkerchief Hainail received. Everything is connected. The prince is a master manipulator, and he's clearly using the chancellor's secrets to his advantage. Our girl is in deep. The prince asks if the chancellor knows about the imperial curse, and he confirms he's heard of it. But it's what comes next that's wild. Prince Kylo straight up reveals he intends to weaponize the curse against his enemies during the New Year's ceremony. He's planning to destroy his standing with the people before the ceremony, but the chancellor is playing it cool, nodding along. The prince asks if the chancellor has figured out who's aligned with Kylo, and the chancellor admits every servant could be a pawn. But it gets worse. The chancellor reveals his wife's maid is also in league with Kylo. No way is anyone safe. The prince casually notes the third prince is proving more diligent than he expected, and honestly, that's a terrifying observation. This dude is building an army, and our girl is stuck right in the middle of it all. The chancellor's got layers. He's clearly playing a long game, but is it to help Hainail or just himself? However, the prince isn't worried, and is confident in his ability to manipulate everyone around him. The prince is a menace, and honestly, I'm stressed for Hainail. This is a dangerous game. The chancellor proposes they expose the third prince's transgressions to the crowd, and honestly, it's a brilliant, ruthless move. He believes publicly shaming the third prince will force the king to take action, but it's a seriously risky play. The prince is all smiles, nodding along, and I swear he's enjoying the chaos he's creating. He and the chancellor share a look, and it's clear they're in cahoots, plotting something big. The prince directs the chancellor to take the lead, and for a moment, I thought the chancellor was going to object. But he accepts, and they both move to meet the third prince and his wife. It's a power move, pure and simple. The prince grabs the chancellor's arm, and the chancellor doesn't even flinch. These two are connected. He says a blessing, wishing grace upon them, but it feels more like a threat than a prayer. Cut to a few days later, at the New Year's ceremony, and everything is gorgeous, but I'm bracing for impact. This whole scene feels like the calm before the storm, and I have a feeling our girl is about to be thrown into the fray. Okay, So everyone's gathered, and they're straight up offering their lives to Trikas, the new ruler of the north. They're praising Dryheim, but it feels off, like a creepy, forced devotion, and honestly, it gives me chills. They're praying for Dryheim to protect them, hoping for no misfortune, but this whole ceremony is making my skin crawl. But the real power move. The Chancellor and the Prince are definitely orchestrating all this, and it's terrifying. Okay, so everyone's freaking out because Lutz Viantate, the second prince, just arrives on the scene. This dude, Syrian, is straight up trying to get a magical star pendant from our girl, but he's giving her the side eye. He's about to splash her with something. No way! Like, what is even happening right now? The pendant gets transferred to Lutz, and it's like, a curse is activating on him. It's intense. Everyone's yelling that he's not a man, but a monster tainted by a fall curse. Talk about dramatic. But hold up, our girl is asking if he has the item. She's playing it cool amidst all the chaos. They're both staring at each other, and you can see the pendant glowing on his chest. It's a power move. She's getting closer, and he's clearly not expecting this. Honestly, what is she planning? We get a close-up of the star pendant on their chests. It's a key element for sure. Our girl is making a bold move, and Lutz is totally caught off guard. This is getting good. Okay, so Lutz is promising to spare her pain. Like what? This dude is a menace? He starts pulling a thread from the pendant, and it's actually piercing her skin. No way! It looks like he's trying to extract something from her, and she's gulping it down. So unsettling. Our girl clenches her fist, trying to stay strong, but it's clearly hurting her a lot. He asks if it hurts, but she straight up lies and says she's fine. Queen move, honestly. Lutz is getting closer, and it's all intense staring and tension. Bro, this is a power play. He's pricking her again, drawing more, something from her, and she's trying to hold it together. But wait, she's clasping his hand, and it looks like she's taking control of the situation. She's looking him dead in the eye, and it's clear she's not backing down, even if it's painful. However, it seems like she's using his own magic against him. This is about to get really interesting. She declares that curses have always been passed down through blood, and she's offering her energy in return. Talk about a power move. Suddenly, drops of water are falling on this dude, and he looks totally shocked. Like, what's happening? Someone is accusing the second prince of hiding wicked instincts and deceiving everyone. Major bombshell alert. A regal figure claims holy water will reveal the prince's true nature, but Lutz seems totally unbothered, honestly. We get a glimpse of someone's face, and they're clearly unimpressed with all the drama unfolding. Lutz grabs our girl, pulling her close, and she looks up at him. It's a super intense moment. But then, Lutz whips his head around, and it looks like he's about to smack someone. No way! He's scowling, and it's clear he's not happy about whatever's going on. But our girl isn't fazed. However, she's unfazed and looks straight into his eyes, challenging him. She's a total badass. Lutz is staring back, and you can see the gears turning in his head, like he's calculating his next move. This dude, Lutz, is straight up losing it, yelling at his father about knowing the truth. But someone else is shouting that Lutz carries a vile curse in his blood. Major accusation? Another noble claims Lutz isn't a hero, but something much darker, and everyone is reeling. Someone whispers to another that they thought the curse was just an old myth. Oops. Lutz demands his son Kylo return to his seat, and honestly, he's radiating power. Our girl is squeezing Lutz's hand, and he looks down at her. It's a supercharged moment. But then he turns back towards whoever was speaking, and he's furious. Lutz is clearly trying to intimidate whoever is questioning his lineage. This is escalating fast. However, our girl is meeting his gaze, challenging him right back. She is fearless. He stares back, calculating, and you can tell he's trying to figure out what she knows. Lutz demands to know who suggested the third prince gifted her herbs. He's suspicious, to say the least. Lutz's advisor, Kylo, calmly reveals the third prince did give her a medicinal blend, and our girl confirms it with a nod. Lutz is floored. He can't believe the third prince would offer her something, and his face shows it. Our girl's advisor, however, subtly flinches, and Lutz immediately zeroes in on her reaction. Something's up. Lutz presses her, asking if she knows what he means, and she looks totally caught off guard. She's clearly shaken, and Lutz is starting to connect the dots. No way is she telling him everything. But she recovers quickly and asks him what he's implying, playing it cool, but it's a tense standoff. Lutz's advisor is now clearly unnerved, while our girl maintains eye contact with him. The drama is building. Lutz is starting to suspect the third prince's gift wasn't so innocent, and honestly, it's a smart move on his part to question it. He's piecing everything together. and our girl's reaction proves she's hiding something. This is getting good. Lutz straight up asks if the late crown prince's condition worsened after exposure to the incense. He's going for the throat. His advisor confirms it did, adding that such a potent herb could be toxic. But our girl is not having it. She accuses him of making an absurd accusation, but Lutz isn't backing down. He's got a theory brewing. Lutz demands to know if the same incense was used in his residence, and honestly, that's a low blow. The advisor looks terrified, but Lutz stands perfectly well, claiming he's unaffected. Is he playing it cool, or is something else happening? Lutz asks why this dude would even try to orchestrate something like this. He's demanding answers, and we love to see it. Our girl insists it's not as if her brother's death would grant him the throne, and the look on her face is icy. She's got a plan, and it's clear she's not afraid to throw shade. This confrontation is fire. However, Lutz isn't fazed and his eyes are locked on hers. This dude is a master of manipulation. He's questioning everything, and she's desperately trying to maintain control. But it's a power play for the ages. Someone's whispering about a curse and who's next in line for the throne. Things are getting messy. This dude is begging his mother to stop, but she's not listening at all. Talk about a tense moment. He pleads with her to tell them the truth, but she flinches, and it's clear she's hiding something huge. Our girl demands to know what he's saying, but honestly, it's too late. The damage is done. Okay, so our girl is making a huge announcement. She's going to have a baby with someone other than the king. Everyone's at this fancy ball, totally oblivious to the bombshell that just dropped, just mingling and chatting. The queen is publicly humiliated, tears streaming down her face, while our girl just stands there, stoic as ever. Seriously, the queen is wrecked. Close up on the tears, it's intense, and she looks completely heartbroken. More queen crying. Honestly, it's a lot of tears. She's really falling apart in front of everyone. The scene cuts to opulent furniture, a silent moment before things escalate, like a calm before the storm. Suddenly, this mysterious dude arrives, and everyone's attention snaps to him. He's making a grand entrance. Bro. He casually says things took a turn, and someone worries the king will just brush everything under the rug. AGIN. Someone else chimes in, saying they should continue the conversation since the high priest is still around. But, honestly, things are about to explode. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. The high priest straight up nods at our girl, like he expected this whole mess to happen. Everyone takes a step forward, staring at the high priest. What's he hiding, seriously? The high priest asks how she managed to not react to the holy water, and it's a legit good question. He's all, you didn't even flinch. And our girl just gives this super smug look. She says she understands what he means, and the king's brother is not buying it, I can tell. Our girl tries to play it cool, but the brother calls her out, demanding to know why he should trust her. She drops a bomb. The high priest never approved Prince Kylo's request for the holy water, no way. She whispers that she already knows the truth, and this scene is getting so intense. The high priest is like, the holy water Kylo used, it wasn't from the temple. Huge reveal! The brother is fuming, demanding a reason to trust anyone, and honestly, this is a disaster. The king's brother demands Kylo bring Princess Hynel with him, and honestly, it's a power move. Hynel responds immediately, and Kylo seems intrigued by her reaction. Bro. The brother is visibly suspicious, questioning what Hynel is scheming. She's playing a dangerous game. But then, Kylo freezes everything with a single command, and the room goes silent. No way! The brother is shocked and asks what Kylo is doing, but our girl just gives this unreadable look. Hynel smirks, asking if he thinks she's the key to everything. She's totally messing with him. However, she quickly turns her gaze to Kylo, and something shifts in the atmosphere. It's intense. She asks Kylo to bring Hynel with him, and her voice is dripping with hidden meaning. Seriously. And the brother is completely thrown, questioning what's going on. This is a total mind game. Hynel gives the brother a sweet smile, but her eyes are cold. She's a master manipulator, straight up. Kylo starts walking up the steps, and Hynel follows right behind him. It's a power couple moment, honestly. This dude, the high priest, is muttering under his breath, and it's clear he's not happy about anything. The brother warns Hynel to stay away from the temple, but she seems unfazed, like she knew this was coming. Hynel insists Kylo genuinely seemed to want to help her, and the brother is not buying it. Total tension. He explains Kylo will pry into their secrets, but they can't risk hers being revealed too, no way. The brother gives this intense side eye, and Hynel just nods, playing the innocent card perfectly. They keep walking step by step, and the brother is clearly analyzing every move. It's so stressful. But then, the high priest straight up scratches his own hands, like something is seriously wrong. He's convinced neither Kylo nor himself can speak plainly and honestly. That's a huge red flag. The panel cuts to empty space, and it's like the calm before the storm. Something's about to go down. Kylo's chillingly calm, and the high priest is losing it. Something's definitely off with this guy. The high priest asks what Hynail's maid is up to, but Kylo's eyes are narrowed. He's totally suspicious. Kylo gives a small smile, saying Hynail saved him, but his expression is sending shivers down my spine. He starts sliding into his chair, looking so regal, while the high priest just stares. It's a power move, honestly. The high priest gets an update. All the knights are informed, which means Hynail is being watched closely. He orders them to keep Hynail under surveillance, making sure she doesn't try to escape. No way she's getting away that easily. But bro, Kylo's got a glint in his eye, like he's planning something big, and it's kinda scary. He's thinking about Hynail's maid, and it's clear he suspects something. This dude is always one step ahead. Hynail's maid bows and leaves Kylo's chambers, saying her goodbyes. She's playing it cool, but our girl is definitely suspicious. She thinks she's escaping unnoticed, but Kylo calls her name Dia Vaughn and grabs her wrist. No escape for this one. Dia looks shocked, questioning what's happening, and Kylo just tightens his grip. It's intense. She realizes she's been caught and murmurs about avoiding the same fate as someone else, hinting at a dark past. Dia cautiously takes steps away and Kylo's grip doesn't loosen. This dude is relentless. Kylo demands to know what Dia was doing, and honestly, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Dia tries to claim she was just delivering a message, but Kylo isn't buying it. She's a terrible liar. He asks if she was spying, and Dia denies it, but her face says otherwise. She's so busted right now. Kylo reveals he already knew she was eavesdropping, and that he let her get away with it for now. He's playing a dangerous game, and Dia looks terrified. This is about to get real. Kylo straight up explodes, demanding proof of whatever Dia's accused of. This dude is not playing around. Suddenly, someone yells that men are trying to drag Dia away, and it's chaos. She's fighting them off. Dia struggles and squirms as they try to haul her off, but these guys are strong. She's losing the battle. However, Kylo's men intervene, pulling Dia from their grasp, and it's a total power move. Okay, so this noble lady is straight up confronting her husband about having an affair, and she's not holding back at all. She's laying it all out there. How could he possibly understand her life when he's always had everything handed to him? But he's all confused, like he has no idea what she's even talking about, and she's clearly losing it. Our girl announces she's going to have a child with someone else, and the betrayal is hitting him as hard. She's making a power move, declaring her kid won't be tied to his lineage, and honestly, it's iconic. The scene cuts to a lavish party, and everyone is chatting, but the tension is THIK, you can feel it. She walks into the party, radiating confidence, and all eyes are on her, which is exactly how she wants it. She's absolutely glowing, but there's sadness behind her eyes, hinting at all the scheming she's doing. Everyone is whispering about her, and she's clearly putting on a show for them, playing the part of the wronged wife. But she's determined to create a new future for her child, and she's not letting anyone, especially her husband, stop her. This dude's husband is shocked, but our girl is all, oh, you have no idea, and is sharpening something, a needle. She's got this icy smirk and is clearly plotting something, and honestly, it's terrifyingly awesome. Meanwhile, a young girl is flinching as someone calls her a dirty rat at the party. So rude. Everyone is snickering and talking about this girl, and our girl overhears, pretending to be shocked but secretly loving the drama. She's playing the victim perfectly, with tears in her eyes, but those eyes are so calculating. She's a master manipulator. She's blushing, acting all innocent, but then, WHM, she's making a dash for it, leaving everyone in the dust. She's running through the gardens, and it looks like someone is trying to trip her with a thread. No way! She's dodging, weaving, and escaping, and honestly, her determination is inspiring. She clutches her dress, and something clacks shut. She's locking herself away, and things are about to go da-dooin'. She's completely disappeared, and it's like, okay, what is she planning now? This is getting intense. Okay, so everyone's gossiping about her being a princess with a common mother, and she's loving it. She pretends to be hurt by the whispers, but it's all an act. She's playing them like a fiddle. Suddenly this dude, the prince, shows up and asks her to dance, and she totally flinches. She tries to play it cool, but you can see she's surprised, and he's offering her his hand. He extends his hand and she hesitantly takes it, and honestly the tension is THCK. They step onto the dance floor, and she's all smiles, but it feels calculated, you know? She's giving off major I'm better than all of you vibes, and bro, I am HR for it. They're framed in a gorgeous doorway, and it's like a perfect yet sinister painting. But wait, this dance is clearly a power play, and she's definitely taking the lead. She's smiling, but her eyes are saying something else entirely. This is a game, and she intends to win. She tells the prince the ball was overwhelming, but it's totally a subtle flex. Our girl knows how to work a room. She casually drops that Count Phil wasn't even there, and it's clear she's making a point about who matters. Her companion points out she rarely attended events before, and she smoothly implies things are different now. She's playing a new game. The other woman agrees it must be exhausting, but our girl doesn't even flinch. She's handling it all with a smile. However, the conversation is clearly about more than just the ball. They're sizing each other up, and it's intense. She's all smiles, but her eyes are calculating, and this whole exchange feels like a power move. She's subtly reminding everyone she's a force to be reckoned with, and honestly, it's brilliant. The woman seems to realize she's underestimated her, and it's a satisfying moment, honestly. But the conversation is far from over. She's definitely trying to figure out what our girl is up to. And this dude is definitely not expecting the level of shade she's throwing right now. She's all, "Oh, I'm so careless," as if dropping her fan is a total accident, classic misdirection. But then she asks someone to fetch it, and it's clear she's setting a trap for someone. Someone is clearly watching, and they're picking up on the vibes. This is getting good. This dude is straight up obsessed with her, saying she gets more enchanting every time he sees her. His companion points out Count Phil has been making moves, and this dude is now T-happy. They start scheming to use the maid who always follows her, but honestly, so predictable. But wait, his companion calls him out on it, and this dude is getting defensive. He tries to play it off, but then starts talking about how homely she is. Talk about a mood swing. She overhears, and bro, the look on her face is icy. This dude is about to regret everything. The tension is building, and she's clearly not amused. This is about to escalate, and we are HER for it. Someone asks what all the gifts are, and our girl straight up says they're from admiring noblemen. She's playing it cool. She laughs, claiming they're just easy to control because she's a shunned princess. But honestly, it's a power move. But she admits one noble does see her as she truly is, Count Phil, and that's what really matters to her. Her companion overhears and is clearly judging the situation, but our girl doesn't seem to care. She continues to play the part of the aloof princess, brushing off the attention with a dismissive laugh. However, she's clearly using these gifts and the noble's affections as leverage. This is a long game. She's subtly reminding everyone she's not helpless, and that she's got her own plans brewing. And the maid is picking up on everything, watching our girl with a mixture of awe and something else. Our girl is fully aware of being observed, and she's using it to her advantage. She's a master manipulator. She's basically telling us she's playing everyone, and honestly, we wouldn't have it any other way. She grits her teeth, clearly steeling herself for whatever's about to go down. She's not backing down. Suddenly, a door swings open, flooding the room with light, and she's clearly startled by whoever's there. It's a servant, and she's dropping something, a tray, maybe? It clatters to the floor. But our girl doesn't even flinch, maintaining her composure despite the interruption. She's a pro. Okay, so our girl is still stuck in this messed up situation with the Emperor, and everything feels super ominous. She's at the castle, and honestly, it looks like a fairy tale if fairy tales were about to go horribly wrong. The Emperor is in bed looking all weak and pathetic, and a maid is clearly worried about him. He reaches for her, but she flinches. Something is definitely off with this dude. Someone rushes in asking if he's okay and calls for the Empress, but the maid tries to stop them, screaming Lutz, because she knows something is wrong. The Emperor is freaking out, calling Lutz's name, and it's clear he's remembering something awful. He's straight up panicking, eyes wide, and it's a total mess. This dude is not okay. But wait, it turns out he's having flashbacks too, something happening to Lutz. No way, he's remembering a terrible accident, and our girl is about to have a serious problem. Lutz asks if she called for the Emperor, and bro looks way too intense. The Emperor tells her to sit, but then drops a bomb. He wants to know what she wanted to tell him. She says yes, and then straight up apologizes to Lutz, which is super weird. Lutz is getting the cold shoulder. The emperor admits he's kept him at a distance his whole life. But here's the kicker: the emperor reveals the imperial curse frightened him more than anyone knew. Our girl is reeling, and it's clear this whole situation is about to explode. No way, he's been hiding something massive this whole time, and it involves the curse? The emperor's confession is heavy, and it's like a total shift in the power dynamic. And honestly, this is getting seriously complicated. What does the curse have to do with anything? She's speechless and Lutz is looking on, clearly confused. This is a mess. The emperor reveals he thought the curse would end with the first prince, but Kylo killed him instead. He says the curse is destined to endure, and then drops a bombshell. How very unfortunate for our girl. This dude is smirking, and it's giving major villain vibes. The emperor confesses he left the first prince to live out his days as a ghost of war, cold-blooded. He then asks if she abandoned her mother for the same reason as the curse, and it's a seriously loaded question. Lutz is shocked and raises an eyebrow, but the emperor brushes off his apology. The emperor turns his back, completely dismissing Lutz. This is brutal. But wait, Lutz isn't backing down. He grabs the emperor's sleeve and refuses to be ignored. The emperor's grip tightens, and it's clear this is a power play. The tension is insane. And honestly, this whole situation is a disaster. Lutz is clearly outmatched and our girl is stuck in the middle. Lutz straight up tells the emperor he won't stay silent this time. Our boy is Dom playing nice. The emperor just stares back, and it's seriously unsettling, like he's not even processing it. He drops a huge confession, he blames himself for everything, and finally wants to name Lutz as crown prince. But Lutz isn't having it. He's not falling for this sudden turnaround, and calls the emperor out on his manipulation. He vows not to be fooled again, and his expression is intense. This dude means business. The emperor insists things are different now, that he intends to set everything right. Sketchy? Much. However, Lutz doesn't believe him, and the emperor's expression is unreadable. The tension is killing me. The emperor clarifies he's changed, and isn't the man Lutz remembers. Is he being genuine? Lutz turns away and the emperor is still trying to convince him. This is a seriously awkward power play. But the emperor's face is like stone, and he's definitely hiding something. No way this is over. Okay, so the emperor's servant brings him a drink, and it looks suspiciously pink. The emperor confirms it's a contraceptive, a medicine to prevent pregnancy, and Lutz is absolutely floored. Lutz demands to know why the emperor is taking this, and honestly, the emperor's face is unreadable. He explains he's been taking it because he doesn't want an heir with Lutz's mother. Cold-blooded. Lutz is reeling and bro is not okay with this. It's a total betrayal, and the air is thick with tension. The emperor tries to justify his actions, claiming he's protecting the empire, but Lutz isn't buying it for a second. He accuses the emperor of using his mother and manipulating everything, and he's absolutely savage. Go off, Lutz. But the emperor just calmly counters that he only did what was necessary, and he doesn't regret it. Lutz is furious, and straight up vows to make the emperor pay for everything. This is about to get messy. However, the emperor just smirks and says he's already planned for this. This dude is always 10 steps ahead. Lutz demands another examination, refusing to believe the emperor's diagnosis. He's not going down without a fight. The emperor hesitantly agrees, but bro is clearly stalling in second, guessing himself. Something is definitely up. But the doctor delivers the devastating news: our girl can't have children anymore. And Lutz is absolutely shattered. Lutz explodes, demanding to know what the emperor did, and honestly, the emperor's face is a masterpiece of smugness. The doctor explains he's been examining her since she arrived in Tricus, and Lutz realizes the emperor orchestrated this whole thing. Lutz is beyond furious, but the emperor insists he did what was necessary, and doesn't regret a thing. Cold. Lutz vows revenge, promising the emperor will pay for his betrayal, but the emperor just laughs it off. He claims to have already accounted for this outcome, and Lutz is losing it. This dude is playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers. But the emperor is visibly shaken, hesitating as he speaks, and it's clear even he didn't expect this to go down like this. Our girl is reeling, and honestly, this whole situation is a mess. She's devastated, and Lutz is about to unleash hell. The emperor dismisses everyone, and Lutz is about to leave when the emperor suddenly stops him. Wait, what? But the emperor doesn't want Lutz gone, he wants her to stay. This is so sus, and our girl is shocked. The emperor demands everyone halt, and it's clear he's about to do something completely unpredictable. No way! He's asking for a moment alone with her, and Lutz is losing it, but the emperor is dead serious. This is getting intense. Okay, so our girl is laying down the law. Her kid will have a different father, and she's making moves to ensure it. She's headed to the palace, and the architecture is absolutely stunning, like something out of a dream. She arrives and the palace is even grander up close, seriously opulent. Talk about making an entrance. This dude, the emperor, is already throwing shade with a bow and a super formal greeting, but she's not having it. Another man, the prince, welcomes her, and he's giving off major soft vibes like a total sweetheart. He offers her his hand, and it's a power move, but she straight up ignores it. She's playing a different game. She walks past him, and he's clearly taken aback, but she's meeting with the emperor and another guy. No way she's stopping for pleasantries. The emperor starts talking, but our girl cuts him off, declaring they aren't there to discuss old business. She's here for a reason. She's asserting dominance, and honestly, this dude had it coming. He knows why they're really there. The tension is unreal. She's ready to rewrite the future, and the emperor is definitely feeling the pressure. This dude is dropping bombshells. A maid has been lacing her tea with herbs for ages, and the court physician thinks the damage is already done. Oh no! They've come seeking a cure from another noble, hoping he can help. He's inspecting the herb, looking super serious. This is intense. He casually drops the pouch, like it's nothing, and our girl is shocked. But then he asks if he can proceed, and she gives the okay. What's happening? He tells her to rise, and she does, looking hopeful, like maybe there's a chance. She's desperately hoping this noble has a cure for whatever the maid did. The noble is deep in thought, and honestly, we're right there with her, waiting. He's still thinking, and the suspense is killing us. What will he decide? He takes her hands and straight up, golden energy starts flowing between them. It's a legit power transfer. She feels this warmth spreading through her, realizing this is what they call divine power. No way. But the energy surge is too much for him. He flinches, eyes squeezed shut, and looks like he's in pain. He recoils, and she's totally shocked, asking what's wrong. This is a sudden turn. He slaps her, whoosh, and she's sent reeling, absolutely stunned by the attack. He's gripping his hand, looking all messed up, while she's clutching her cheek, completely bewildered. She cries out, "Your Eminence." And honestly, we're right there with her. This dude just lost it. He's clearly struggling with something, and the power transfer is backfiring. It's a mess. However, the energy is clearly affecting him more than her, and he's clearly not okay. This dude is straight up losing control. The divine power is too much for him to handle, and it's chaotic. He's grabbing her chin, and it looks like he's about to kiss her. But then, a thread cuts across her skin. Another thread appears, slicing her cheek, and our girl is totally caught off guard. What is happening? A woman rushes forward, yelling if she's okay, while another man, looks like the emperor, is trying to help her. He's cradling her, but she's clearly in shock, and the woman is looking at him with so much concern. The emperor demands to know what he's saying, and this dude looks seriously conflicted. It's intense. She's crying, asking what he means, and honestly, we're all wondering the same thing. What's going on? He's stammering, saying he didn't mean to, and she's just staring at him, totally devastated. Ouch. The woman tries to apologize, but the emperor cuts her off, looking absolutely furious. This is escalating fast. She's breaking down, tears streaming down her face, and we're feeling so bad for her. This is a mess. He's demanding answers, and she's just sobbing, and straight up, this situation is a disaster. So, this advisor is spilling everything. Apparently, Princess Hinale has divine power, and it might be suppressing something within her. He's saying this power could be what's keeping her bloodline in check. It's super vague, but she's totally freaking out. The emperor is demanding to know what's going on, and this advisor is backtracking, saying he can't be certain. Seriously. But then the advisor reveals the true nature of the princess's power, and it sounds like it's deeply connected to her lineage. He starts to explain as he steps forward, but the emperor is cutting him off, looking totally unimpressed with this whole situation. Our girl is sobbing, realizing the weight of all this, and honestly, it's a lot to take in. She's devastated. He says this power might even be what's keeping her bloodline from acting up. It's cryptic, but it's clearly a big deal. The emperor is looking so tense, like he's processing something huge, and you can tell this is way more complicated than it seems. And then, the advisor just stops talking, leaving everyone hanging. What a cliffhanger. She's crying, and he's just staring at her, and straight up, this is a seriously heavy moment. We need answers. This dude is straight up handing over a gorgeous clear quartz to the emperor. It's a gift for his highness. The emperor asks what it is, and bro freezes. This is getting intense. He reveals it's clear quartz, and our girl looks shocked, like she can't believe he's giving it to her. He's literally placing the quartz into her hand, and honestly, the way they're looking at each other is giving me butterflies. She's questioning if she can even accept something so precious. But he's all, of course you can. He explains he set it aside a long time ago just for her. This guy is seriously swooning her. The advisor is presenting the quartz, and he's smiling all smug, like he knew this would happen. But seriously, this whole exchange is so tender, and it's a total contrast to the chaos from before. He's offering the clear quartz, because he remembers her showing interest when they last talked about it. She's so touched, thanking him profusely, and honestly, the way she looks at him is everything. But this dude's face, he's twitching, and it's giving off major, I have a plan, vibes. He's playing it cool, but bro is clearly calculating something. This is about to get complicated. Okay, so our girl is plotting big time. She's determined her kid will have different father this time around. She's meeting with the emperor, and his advisor asks if he remembers the third princess of Sal. The emperor seems a little thrown, but he asks what she wants to know about her, and the advisor starts to explain. The emperor's looking fancy, sipping tea, all composed, but he's clearly remembering something, and it doesn't seem good. The advisor keeps talking about the third princess, and the emperor's grip tightens on his cup. He's getting agitated. And then, no way, he straight up breaks the teacup. This dude is hiding something serious. We get a close-up of his eye, and you can see the turmoil brewing, the memories flooding back. The advisor reveals she wants to help the third princess escape someone, and it's clear who that someone is. Our girl is setting things in motion, making sure the third princess gets away from this dangerous situation. She's risking everything to protect her and change the future, and honestly, it's a power move. He questions if they weren't making their own choices, but bro is clearly hiding something. Hey GE. The blonde princess is shaken. She's hearing something, and it's messing with her. She's clearly distressed, clutching at her clothes, and this dude doesn't care at all. He straight up tells her he doesn't follow her meaning, and you can see the anger simmering under the surface. Then a total shift, and he declares she's the one by his side now. He's laying it on TSK, saying whatever choice he made in another life, he chooses her this time. But the princess is conflicted. She clenches her hand, clearly struggling with this declaration. She can't just stand by while Mai suffers in her place, and she's determined to do something about it. The scene goes dark, and it sounds like the Cheter is already repeating his cruelties. And now, we see the Cheter looking absolutely terrifying, and it's about to go to W. This dude is all, fine, I'll do it. But he's clearly annoyed and sighs dramatically. Talk about a mood. He says if her heart is troubled, he'll remove the source of her unease altogether. Okay, that's ominous. We cut to Mei in a dungeon, and it clunks as if her fate is sealed. No way, this is good. Someone delivers a tray with a peach and some sort of pink mush to her cell, and it's so weird. Mai looks up, confused, asking what this meal is for. She's rightfully suspicious, honestly. Someone explains that by Princess Hynale's command, she's now getting 1 meal a day. So Hynale is involved. Mai is totally thrown, and bro is just standing there, shrouded in shadow, watching her reaction. She's clearly questioning the motives behind this, but Hynale is playing a dangerous game. It's a power play straight up. Hynale is making a statement, and Mai is caught in the middle. But, is this a way to help Mai or just a twisted show of control? We're about to find out. Mai is eating the peach, looking almost pleased. But it's a total setup, and she knows it. Hynale appears totally smug and asks if Mai likes the fruit. She's playing with her up. Mai plays along, saying it's delicious, but her eyes are saying everything. Our girl is not falling for it. Hynale casually mentions the peach is laced with a sleep aid. Okay, so she's drugging her? Mai pretends to be shocked, but she's clearly acting, and Hynale is loving the performance. Hynale says she just wants to see Mai healthy, but it's obvious she's controlling every aspect of her life. Mai asks about the pink mush, and Hynale reveals it's a medicine to calm her nerves. Yeah, right? Hynale claims she's just concerned, but this whole situation is messed up. She's straight up manipulating Mai. Mai accepts the medicine, but she's totally calculating, and we know she has a plan brewing. Hynale smirks, thinking she's won, but little does she know our girl is about to turn the tables. Mai straight up tells Hynale she knew he'd come. Talk about a power move. Hynale's smiling, but it's totally forced, and he flinches as he hears something. He asks if she's saying she expected this, but she just casually confirms it, and bro is shook. Then Dea drops a bomb. She reveals Prince Lutz was going to order Mi's execution. Heinel's reaction is priceless. He looks genuinely stunned, and Mi is totally playing it cool. But Heinel quickly recovers and explains he pleaded with Prince Lutz to spare her, which okay, that's something. He announces Mai will be leaving soon, and Dia looks relieved, but honestly, it's kinda sus. Dia thanks Heinel for his mercy, bowing low, but she's clearly reading between the lines. Heinel's still got that creepy smile, and Dia's expression is unreadable. This whole scene is giving me chills. Mai is bowing too, but she's totally calculating. Our girl is playing a long game, and I'm here for it. Heinel lays down the law. Mai is exiled from Tricus and can never return to Saul. Talk about a harsh sentence? Dia's devastated, totally crumbling as she hears the news, but Heinel's all smooth, like he's doing her a favor. Dia tries to protest, saying she doesn't belong here anyway, but Heinel cuts her off. This dude is controlling. Heinel wishes her good health, sounding totally insincere, and Dia, for some reason, thanks him for his kindness. But wait, Dia whispers, "What a fool," and Snenkiars, revealing she's been playing a game of her own all along. She's clearly not buying Heinel's act, and honestly, good for her, she's seeing through him. Mai bows, pretending to accept her fate, but her expression is unreadable. She's definitely plotting something. Heinel turns away, and we get a glimpse of his elaborate braid, while Dia continues to silently seethe. Dia promises she'll never forget this kindness. The sarcasm is thick. Mai's exiled, Dia's scheming, and Heinel thinks he's won. Oh no bro, this is just getting started. Dia's got this ice-cold stare, and straight up declares that a bleeding heart is why she's betrayed time and time again. This dude, Heinel, is clutching his head, looking totally wrecked as he scoffs at Dia's good health wish. Dia stands there, regal and untouchable. She's owning this whole situation, and I am living for it. But, despite everything, Dia's promises are laced with sarcasm. She's not letting Heinel off the hook, not even a little. Our girl is figuring out how to combine her power with this dude's curse, which is intense. She's all poised and elegant, but you can tell she's trying to process what's happening. This dude, the prince, is listening intently, a serious look on his face. He's actually listening to her plan. He's grinning, like he's got a mischievous idea, and asks her what they need to do. Bro straight up beams at her, and then, wait for it. He says they need to be joined in flesh? No way, this is getting steamy fast. Our girl is totally blushing, completely caught off guard by this suggestion. But honestly, this is exactly what she signed up for, manipulating this dude into fathering her child. The title card hits us with the core of the plot. Her child will have a different father. We get the creative team info, setting the stage for what's coming next. More scheming and romance. He's laying out the plan. She's been drinking cursed tea, and that's why nothing's worked before. But he's not mad, he wants to try again. Properly this time, which is intense. She clasps his hand, and you can feel the electricity between them. It's happening. He leans in close, and our girl is totally flustered. Her heart is seriously pounding. They're practically nose to nose, and she's questioning if this is just another excuse from the high priest. He confirms it was an excuse, and honestly, we love a man who admits his schemes. The tension is unreal, and she's so close to him, but still trying to keep her cool. He's totally playing her, and she's realizing it, but she's also into it. This dude is smooth, straight up, and she's losing all composure. She's reeling, questioning everything, but he's got her exactly where he wants her. He's declaring he wants her, and it's a total power move. She's speechless, obviously. The room dissolves into a pink haze, and it's giving major romantic tension, like seriously intense. They're leaning in for a kiss, and the word "casses" is flashing everywhere. It's so extra, but we're here for it. He goes for it, and she flinches. Ouch, that's gotta sting, even if she kinda wanted it. The kiss deepens, and she's totally lost in the moment, but her hands are clenched, mixed signals much. He's pulling her closer, and she's practically melting into him. This dude is relentless. We get a close-up of his lips, and he's smirking. He knows exactly what he's doing, and it's working. The kiss continues, and she's finally starting to respond, but it's still a little hesitant. Baby steps. He's got her pinned, and the kiss is getting more passionate. But is this a trap, or is he actually into her? He pulls back slightly, looking all smug and honestly. Our girl looks totally shaken. What a cliffhanger. He's all, "You say that every time, then do the opposite." And she's visibly annoyed. Like, girl, he's got you figured out. He leans in, grinning, and straight up says it's unavoidable. Talk about a confession. She's lost in thought, surrounded by flowers, and he asks how she can resist him. Smooth talker much. He reaches out and Ev grabs her hand, and it's a total power move. She looks stunned. Close up on his hand gripping hers. This dude is not playing around, and she's totally captivated. He caresses her face and she's giving him a look. Is she giving in, or is this a trap? She's looking up at him, lips parted, and he's smiling. She's falling for it. No way! He tells her not to worry, and it's a little too convenient. Something's definitely up. He's smiling down at her, and it's a dangerous look. Bro, what are you planning? Another close-up of her hand, and it's getting squeezed. She's trapped, and honestly, it's kinda hot. She calls him a liar and her glare is intense. Our girl is not impressed with his games. He stirs in bed, all innocent like, but she's clearly seeing right through his act. Smooth move, bro. She's leaning closer, voice barely a whisper, demanding to know what he's hiding. The tension is real. He tries to play it off, claiming he's just tired, but she's not buying it for a second. He's all smiles and sweet talk, trying to charm her, but she's not falling for it. She's on to his tricks. She accuses him of lying again, and he just smirks. This dude is seriously pushing her buttons. She's questioning him about his trip, and he's dodging the question. Something's definitely up. He insists he was just checking on the border, but she's not convinced. She's digging for the truth. She demands he tell her everything, and he finally cracks a little. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. He starts to explain, but she cuts him off, demanding to know who he was with. No way he's getting away with this. He's requesting Dea be watched once she's released. He's playing the concerned citizen, but we know better. She's clutching at his collar, demanding answers, and her grip is tight. She's not holding back. She's bathed in sunlight, looking all ethereal, but it's a bittersweet moment. Something big is happening. Sparkling dust trails her, like she's leaving something behind. It's a magical, dramatic exit, honestly. A few days pass and it's the day of Kylo's execution. No time for happy endings, apparently. Someone is setting up the gallows, making sure everything is ready. It's grim, but efficient. We see the stands filling with onlookers, and she's among them, looking regal. She's there to witness this. She's watching the executioner prepare, and it's clear she has a plan. She's not just a spectator, bro. He thinks he's getting away with it, but our girl is about to turn everything upside down. She's a force of nature. The execution is about to begin, but honestly, this feels like a setup. Something's definitely off. Someone asks if she's sure she wants to witness this gruesome sight, like, does she really want to see this? But she straight up says she's waited so long for this moment and wants to be by his side when it happens. She's radiating confidence, and honestly, this dude had it coming. She's a queen. She's declaring she'll be by his side, and it's all very dramatic. But also, what is she planning? Okay, so things are bleak. A few days have passed, and we're straight up at a funeral for our girl's husband. The estate is massive and gloomy, like the perfect setting for a revenge plot. Honestly, everyone's gathered around the coffin, dressed in black, and it's super somber, but our girl is playing the grieving widow. Inside the coffin is the husband, looking peaceful, but let's be real, he brought this on himself. She's giving him the most fake sad look ever. This woman is a master manipulator, I swear. But then this dude, the enemy prince, shows up, looking all brooding and intense. He's staring right at our girl, and it's giving major "I'm watching you" vibes, which is kinda hot. Not gonna lie. Two other women stand beside her, both looking equally heartbroken and sophisticated. It's a whole mood. She's plotting to get with the prince and have his baby, but little does she know, he's already got his own plans. She's been putting on a show, weeping for her late husband, but now she's eerily calm. Everyone's noticing. Someone is definitely wondering what the Empress is scheming. And the Chancellor looks like he's about to have a breakdown. Okay, the rain starts coming down hard as our girl looks out, and she's totally lost in thought. White lilies fall around her, which is a little on the nose with the whole mourning thing, but whatever. It's been days since the funeral, and everyone's waiting for something. But there's no word from the prince. She's standing in a dark hallway, and honestly, it feels like she's planning something big. The Chancellor is still stewing, and he looks like he's about to unravel the whole kingdom. Major stress. She's staring off into the distance, and it's clear she's not grieving anymore. She's calculating. But the Chancellor is definitely onto her, and he's trying to figure out what she's up to. This is getting intense. She's playing the long game, and it's awesome. The Chancellor straight up asks if she regrets anything, and our girl doesn't miss a beat, saying absolutely not. This dude, the prince, nods along, looking all mysterious and brooding in the dark. But another advisor jumps in, revealing the empress has no intention of giving up the throne easily. The prince smirks, and it's a little unsettling. He's clearly playing a game of his own. Someone's getting impatient and asks why they're standing around, but the prince shuts it down quickly. He declares their main task is proving the late king was murdered, no time for distractions, apparently. He glares at whoever questioned him, and it's intense. This dude means business. He demands an update on finding proof, and honestly, the pressure is on. The chancellor reports they've tracked down the missing handmaids from the night of the incident. They're interrogating them now, and expect a useful testimony soon. But something tells me it won't be that simple. Someone finally asks if there's news from Sile, and the chancellor looks uncomfortable, to say the least. He starts to answer, but then the prince interrupts, requesting the report directly. Bro is not messing around. The prince starts skimming a ridiculously long document, and the chancellor is visibly sweating. Something's up. He's flipping through the pages so fast, it's a blur, but he stops on one section and his expression darkens. The prince suddenly rips a page from the report, and it's intense. What is he hiding from the chancellor? He continues reading, completely ignoring the chancellor's growing frustration. And it's straight-up power move. The chancellor tries to take the document, but the prince pulls it away, and honestly, this dude is icy. He's studying the report with a focused intensity, and we can see he's found something major. The tension is building. The prince finally looks up, and his expression is unreadable. He's definitely keeping secrets, and our girl is right in the middle of it. He's clearly plotting something, and it's a little scary. But our girl is playing with fire, so she knew what she signed up for. The prince straight up tells the woman she lived a life of stubborn endurance. Talk about a weird compliment. She's kneeling, looking wrecked, and insists he can't possibly help her now, but she's clearly desperate. This dude's gaze is intense, and he asks if she really thinks he can't offer assistance. He's playing mind games. The chancellor cuts in, saying she has no information on the situation in Tricas, and definitely no way to help. But our girl shocks everyone, claiming she can contact Princess Hynale. She's not messing around. The prince raises an eyebrow, skeptical, and demands to know if she's certain. He doesn't believe her for a second. She stares him down and confirms she's absolutely sure. She's got a plan, and it's unfolding. The prince smirks, and the narration hints Princess Hynale longs for the days when things were different. Intriguing. And now, the screen fades to black. Cliffhanger alert. What is she planning to do with Hynale? No way. This is getting good, and we're left hanging, wondering what this whole thing means. The prince is all smirks and confidence, straight up threatening someone. It's intense. The woman falters, clearly rattled by his power, but she's trying to hold it together. He declares he's coming for Hynale soon, muttering it like a promise. Bro is serious. She reaches out, grabbing his arm in a desperate attempt to stop him, yelling for him to wait. But he just looks down at her with a confused huh. Like she's interrupting something important. He pulls away, and she's left stunned, realizing she couldn't stop him. No way this is good. The prince is leaving, and she's totally freaked out, questioning what just happened. Our girl is reeling, realizing she's messed up, and it's all starting to fall apart. However, she's not giving up. She's determined to fix things, whatever it takes. She's got a plan brewing, and honestly, this is about to get wild. She's begging him to stay, questioning if he truly means she can live in his country home. It's a total plea, but this dude just gives her a cold, dismissive look and a little ski. Talk about a power move. She flinches, clearly taken aback by his icy reaction, and honestly, we feel for her. He takes a step forward as she continues to plead, and the tension is building. This is gonna be a wild ride. Okay, so someone is straight up sabotaging the mining operation with explosives, and this dude is reporting it to the king. They investigate, and the explosives aren't from Tricas, meaning someone from outside is causing trouble. He's clearly hesitant to say this, but they trace the explosives back to Count Phil of Saul, a total power player. The queen, who is ICAF, is listening, and you can tell she's not thrilled by this news at all. Look at that necklace. She's got serious wealth and influence, and she's definitely not someone to mess with. The king asks for clarification, and this dude is visibly sweating, trying to deliver the bad news. But the king pauses. Count Phil's name sounds familiar, and he's starting to connect the dots. He's remembering something, and it's a major realization because he knows this count from somewhere. Our girl is playing the long game, and this reveal is likely part of her plan to shift power dynamics. No way, this is getting good. It looks like someone's past is about to come back and haunt them. Okay, so the king realizes Count Phil used to be his tutor Kylo, and things are starting to click. The queen is straight up furious, gripping her chair, and is wondering what Kylo could have possibly done. She's convinced Kylo acted on his own, but she's determined to find out the truth, no matter what. Meanwhile, someone is summoned, and they look stressed as they ask why they're here. It's a noblewoman, and she's clearly fretting, twisting her hands in her lap. Something is off. The queen's got a plan brewing, and it's a dark one. She's determined to get answers from Kylo. But the queen is convinced something possessed him to do this, and she's gonna figure it out. She declares she will have the truth from him soon enough, and honestly, that's a scary promise. The scene shifts to a shadowy, mysterious space, and it's giving off major bad vibes. But then, bright sunlight streams into a room, hinting at a new investigation, and our girl is about to make her move. This dude, the prince, wants to discuss what happens next. Smooth move, trying to stay calm. The queen's relieved he's okay, but she reveals she suspected something was wrong all along. She lets out a breath, and then drops a bomb. She told him about the situation with the throne. He believed she had no intention of passing the crown to him, and she casually confirms it. But she's playing 4D chess, explaining she told him what she advised, hinting at manipulation. Oh no, this other noble is losing it, straight up enraged that she's favored others. She scoffs, claiming she never mentioned Count Phil, and is clearly hiding something. The queen expects Her Majesty has already figured out who set off the explosives. She warns him to stay away from Kylo, and honestly, good advice. That guy is trouble. The prince agrees, promising to heed Her Highness, and our girl is playing everyone perfectly. He believed her lies because the queen hadn't visited him since the funeral. A huge red flag. She fidgets, realizing that isolation fueled his trust, but now things are about to change. If the queen discovers who supplied the explosives, she'll pay him a visit, and he shrugs it off. However, he suspects Her Majesty is just as suspicious of Kylo, and he's totally right about that. He figures she'll confront Count Phil to confirm the deal, and if Phil confirms Kylo was the buyer, it'll only confirm her suspicions, and she looks shocked at the realization. She warns him to stay away from Kylo, and to come to her or the Chancellor if he needs anything. He nods, agreeing to heed her warning, and honestly, our girl is a master manipulator. He stares off into the distance, clearly plotting something, and it's kinda scary. But whatever he's planning, it's probably not good, and we're left hanging with this intense cliffhanger. He asks what she means, and she straight up says it was Hynel's wish. Hynel wanted him to be generous. But the woman doesn't believe her, thinking she's just being nice, and honestly, she's not wrong to be suspicious. Our girl lays it on thick, claiming if she were in his position, she wouldn't be so generous, and it's a total power move. However, she adds that she would have sought retribution for what he did to Hynel, and the woman's jaw drops. She's clearly shocked, and our girl stares her down with this intense gaze. No way she's backing down now. The woman finally relents, agreeing to lift whatever restrictions she had, and our girl's playing 4D chess right now. She nods, acknowledging the order, and the prince is totally in control of the situation. But she then says she'll be sure to properly thank Princess Hynel when she next sees her. It's a promise, and it's chilling. And honestly, the way she says it is sending shivers down my spine. This is gonna be good. She receives a letter detailing explosives sent to the third prince, and immediately starts ripping it up, no hesitation. The woman explains the third prince didn't specify how he'd used the explosives, so she suggests the emperor ask him directly. Our girl crumples the letter, and announces she'll pay Kylo a visit before long. She's taking matters into her own hands. She stares off into space, muttering Kylo, and it's clear she's seriously upset and planning something drastic. She tosses the crumpled letter aside, and the woman asks if she's truly resolved to ruin herself. It's a valid question. The woman demands to know why he'd do such a thing, and our girl is absolutely seething with rage. She grits her teeth and straight up calls him that wretched man. Yikes, the tension is TSHK. She's absolutely furious, and you can see the anger boiling over. This is about to get messy. However, she's clearly trying to compose herself, and the woman looks deeply concerned about what's happening. But our girl is not backing down, and she's radiating pure, unadulterated fury. This dude is in trouble. She's staring intently at someone, or something, and bro, her eye is gilabudin. She sneers, and honestly, it's a look that could kill, super intimidating. She realizes Kylo has a weakness now, and it's like a light bulb goes off in her head. She's formulating a plan. Our girl fully unveils her plan, and it's absolutely ruthless. She's gonna exploit Kylo's weakness for sure. Okay, so our girl is straight up smirking, and it's kinda terrifying, honestly. She's dropping bombshells about explosives going off in Trika's minds, and it's clear she knows something. But it doesn't stop there. She immediately suspects someone is connected, and is laying a trap. She asks if she's mistaken, but it's a rhetorical question, because she's already decided this person is guilty. The title card hits us with the drama, "My child will have a different father." Things are getting messy. She's thinking about the queen digging into her past, and it's stressing her out, because this is a power play. She realizes the queen is trying to paint her as an accomplice to Chater, which is a bold move. Our girl is looking distraught, clearly realizing how deep this conspiracy goes, and how much is at stake. She's totally cornered, trying to figure out what the queen is up to, and it's a tense moment. Everything is still and quiet. Tea, cake. But the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. She reveals she and the emperor haven't spoken since she arrived, and then drops a bomb. She's summoning him tomorrow. The queen smoothly asks for our girl's presence at this meeting, but it's a trap, we all know it. The queen is totally fishing for information, implying our girl is hiding something, and honestly, the vibes are bad. Our girl tries to play it cool, but the queen's stare is intense. She's not buying it for a second. The queen casually says there's no need to worry, then asks for answers, all while giving this super unsettling smile. She starts to respond, but then freezes. She's realizing how much the queen already knows, and it's stressing her out. Our girl clenches her hands, because she knows the queen is expecting her to reveal something, anything. She admits she needs time to prepare, because this is way bigger than she thought, and she needs a planned stat. But the queen isn't letting her off the hook. She wants answers now, and our girl is totally cornered. She starts to speak, but it's just she's buying time, and this whole situation is a total mess. Our girl straight up declines whatever the emperor is asking for, and the queen is not pleased. She's radiating power. She begs his pardon and bolts, leaving the emperor and queen stunned. Talk about a dramatic exit. She rushes through the gardens, clearly needing to escape something, and the speed is intense. She's sprinting for the palace, and honestly, we're rooting for her to get away. She's now inside, hurrying down a grand hallway. The tension is building with every step. She knocks on a door, hoping Your Highness is inside, and the sound echoes in the silence. She wonders where he could have gone, but then hears footsteps. Someone is definitely close by. Another set of footsteps approaches, and she's clearly on edge, trying to figure out who it is. She asks if Your Highness is inside again, but there's no answer. This is getting creepy. She's totally freaking out, wondering where he is, and it's a cliffhanger. What's going on? This dude, a servant, bows deeply and asks our girl what she wants, total formality. She explains she came to see Prince Lutz, but he's out with the Chancellor. Bad timing. Another woman tells her Lutz is with the Chancellor, and our girl just thanks her. She seems a little shaken. But then, this servant is totally checking her out, and his gaze is super creepy, honestly. He invites her to wait inside, and she accepts. She's playing it cool, but we know she's stressed. She agrees to wait, and the servant is giving her a look that says, "I'm watching you." She's inside, and this servant is still staring. Seriously, this dude needs to chill. She's giving a small, polite smile, but we know she's strategizing. Our girl is a pro. The doors close with a click, and she's now trapped with this weirdo. What is happening? She staggers back. Clearly something just happened and she's reeling. What did that servant do? Our girl is straight up spiraling, thinking she messed things up by just trying to help Lutz. She crumples, and it's heartbreaking. She fears she's done more harm than good. No way! Tears well up, and she's a mess, sniffling and desperately asking herself what she's supposed to do. Cut to the next day, and the atmosphere is tense. This isn't going to be a good conversation. She's sitting across from Prince Lutz, but he's giving her the cold shoulder, major distance between them. He's totally avoiding eye contact, and the silence is deafening. This is awkward, to say the least. Lutz looks away, and we can practically feel the tension building. What did she even do? The panel focuses on the chair, hinting at the heavy weight of the situation. Something's seriously wrong. And honestly, this is a disaster. She's officially in trouble with Prince Lutz. Lutz is laying down a serious guilt trip, claiming her absence leaves him free to say whatever he wants. Talk about manipulative. He asks if this was Kylo's doing, and our girl is waiting for him to implicate his brother. She's playing him. Lutz swears he'd never sabotage her efforts, but she doesn't buy it for a second. She's seen this dude's schemes before. She reveals she came to hear him say exactly that, but straight up doesn't believe him. Burn. Our girl admits she suspected he was lying, and she's totally disgusted by his audacity. She's not falling for it. She maintains her composure, pretending to believe him despite knowing he's full of it. She's a master manipulator. However, she's secretly pondering who really could be responsible, and her suspicions land on the second princess. Oh no, she lays it all out, believing the second princess is the one pulling the strings. And let's actually flinches? He's shocked, and she's watching his reaction closely. This is a huge development, and we're on the edge of our seats. But the scene cuts off right there. Seriously? We need answers, and we need them now. Let's straight up declares he trusts her judgment, which feels off, honestly. He announces no one else is joining them, and they're about to begin. Sounds ominous, right? But Let's says it, and then the scene changes to a blinding light. What is happening? We're suddenly in a grand hall, and Let's finishes saying they can begin. But it feels like a trap. This dude is livid, straight up threatening whoever he's talking to, saying they've pushed his patience since the start. He's addressing Haineal, but does it with a total shrug, like she's nothing to worry about. But then another man arrives, and is he angry, demanding to know why anyone would address his wife informally. Haineal's husband glares, his eyes glowing gold, and it's clear he's not messing around. Haineal's husband flinches, seemingly caught off guard by the intensity of this dude's protective rage. He lets out a sigh, a little ha, and then straight up scoffs, dismissing the other man's anger. He glances over, a chilling look in his eyes, and decides to play along for now. Haineal's husband nods, accepting whatever this is going to be, but we know he's still simmering with fury. And honestly, this dude had it coming. Mess with someone's wife, get the wrath. Okay, so a letter arrives requesting a purchasee, and it's under the second princess consort's name. Suspicious. Our girl is all, you've come a long way, your majesty, trying to be polite, but bro, the vibes are OFF. She's addressing someone as Haineal Plaquet, a name the man clearly recognizes, and it doesn't make him happy. He asks if she's expressed a desire to leave Tricas, and Haineal's husband just stares, like he's piecing something together. Then, boom, news drops about explosions in the Tricasian mines, and Haineal's husband's expression darkens even more. He smirks, taking a sip of his drink, and it's clear this dude is connecting the dots, and it's not good. He's straight up playing it cool, but we know he's furious, like, plotting revenge cool. But Haineal's husband isn't letting him off the hook, demanding answers about the mines and the letter. The man responds with a simple, but it's loaded with meaning, like he knows exactly what's going on. And honestly, this whole conversation is a power play, and our girl is caught right in the middle. Haineal's husband asks if the explosives came from Count Phil, and this dude straight up smirks, like he's got all the answers. He asks if Count Phil sold them the explosives, but the Count just gives him a cold stare. No way is he cooperating. The Count throws shade, saying Prince Kylo asked for discretion, but the king is already privy to everything. Haineal's husband asks if he should be held accountable, and the Count just shrugs. Talk about playing it cool. The Count declares he wouldn't have bothered visiting if his intent was to pin Kylo's misdeeds on Haineal. He straight up admits he's here because Haineal has become an eyesore. So petty, honestly. But Haineal's husband isn't backing down, and he's clearly not buying the Count's excuses. The Count says he wants to see Kylo's misdeeds pinned on Haineal, and this dude is definitely the villain. He repeats that Haineal is an eyesore, and it's clear this whole conversation is just a power play. However, Haineal's husband remains unreadable. What's he planning to do next? The Count demands Kylo let Haineal go, and bro doesn't even flinch. He's playing it so cool. He implies exiling her would actually benefit the king, but Haineal's husband just stares him down. Haineal straight up refuses the proposal, declaring she won't be used as a pawn. Our girl is a savage. Kylo grins, clearly enjoying her defiance, and says it's been a while since he's had such agreeable company. He lets that hang in the air for a beat, then just stares, leaving everyone speechless. But the tension is broken by another man entering the room, and everyone's attention snaps to him. The newcomer's presence is ominous, and the king looks like he's seen a ghost. The man doesn't say a word, and the silence is deafening. What's going on? Kylo casually remarks that he's been waiting for this particular guest, and it's giving me chills. Haineal's husband looks shocked, and honestly, this whole scene is a setup. Something big is about to go down. Kylo smirks and drops a bombshell. He's been investigating Prince Kylo's finances? Hyneal's husband visibly flinches, and the Count looks like he's been slapped, but Kylo doesn't stop there. He claims he found irregularities and took the liberty of digging deeper. This dude is playing chess, not checkers. Kylo reveals he has the Imperial financial records, and the Count starts sputtering about a lack of evidence. But Kylo just casually throws the records onto the table, and the Count's face drains of color. Major oaf. He explains the financial trail was unexpectedly convoluted for the prince, and the Count is not handling this well. Kylo says it took effort to prepare his findings, and honestly, he's enjoying this way too much. The Count is speechless, and his face is a masterpiece of suppressed fury. This is getting good. But Kylo just keeps talking, completely unfazed, while the Count practically vibrates with rage. No way. Kylo is straight up toying with him, and Hyneal's husband looks like he's realizing he's in way over his head. Kylo demands to know what discrepancy the Count is hiding, and the pressure is on. The Count stays silent, playing innocent, but Kylo isn't buying it for a second. Kylo drops another bomb. He discovered records showing the Count himself sold explosives. He points out the transactions should have been sanctioned by the state, but apparently, even the officials were in the dark. Kylo suspects a much deeper conspiracy, and honestly, we're right there with him. The Count looks completely rattled, trying to regain composure, but it's too late. Kylo has him cornered. The Count gulps, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation, and Kylo just watches him sweat. Kylo glances away, seemingly bored, but bro is a mastermind. He's playing the long game. He's totally enjoying watching the Count squirm, and our girl is giving him the side eye. But Kylo's gaze snaps back, and he's clearly got more secrets to reveal. This is getting wild. Kylo is straight up washing his hands of Hyneal's husband, saying she'll return to him anyway. Confidence level maximum. He declares it's best he distances himself from this whole mess, and honestly, we get it, this dude is a headache. But Kylo's gaze is intense as he thinks about Hyneal, and it's clear he's not completely letting go. Okay, so things are heating up. A few days later, and the power dynamic is totally shifting. Everyone is realizing the Empress and Kylo have lost the support of the nobility, and it's happening fast. Specifically, those involved in shady mining deals are about to feel the burn, which is honestly amazing. This couple is chilling, totally unfazed, because they know the Empress influences Guan. But get this, another character is straight up declaring their downfall is inevitable, and it's so satisfying. He's practically gloating, saying once the tribunal reveals their crimes, the throne of Trickus will be H.I.'s. Meanwhile, the Empress is a mess, completely broken down by the news. It's a sad sight, but she brought it on herself. And then we get a glimpse of Kylo, equally distraught, but honestly, no one is feeling bad for him right now. He's clutching his head, clearly realizing everything is slipping away, and it's beautiful. Our girl is playing the long game, and it's working. This dude is about to lose either we age it. He's comforting her, telling her he did what he could, but honestly, it feels super manipulative. Someone asks if her ex has tried to contact her, and she admits he hasn't. But then she straight up says she's been waiting for him to reach out, which is a total mood. Kylo nods, seemingly unfazed, and declares things will quiet down, meaning they'll have more time together. Our girl is playing this so well, pretending to be vulnerable while actually scheming. She's confessing she's been waiting, but also subtly reminding him of the ex. It's a power move, and Kylo is totally falling for it, believing she's pining for him and his attention. He thinks he's winning her back, but bro is so clueless about what's really going on. She's leaning into his embrace, acting all sweet, while secretly plotting the downfall of everyone around them. Seriously, this woman is a mastermind. She's got everyone wrapped around her finger. Kylo points out she hasn't left the palace since arriving in Trickus, and is genuinely concerned. She plays coy, admitting she's unfamiliar with Trickus, and mentions how warm Sal used to be. He explains Trickus isn't known for warmth, but offers to show her hidden, charming spots. Our girl is totally beaming, accepting his offer, and Kylo is already picturing their romantic getaway. However, she quickly clarifies she'd actually prefer a quiet picnic. A total bait and switch. Kylo is stunned, but honestly, a picnic is perfect for trapping him in a vulnerable situation. She casually drops that she cooked for him once before, and it was apparently quite delightful. And that's it. She's got him hooked, remembering her kindness and wanting more. This woman is seriously playing 5D chess while everyone else is stuck on checkers. She's leaning in, looking all sweet and innocent, while Kylo is completely captivated. Kylo's all in, promising not to be disappointed, and she straight up seals the deal with a promise right back. He's totally smitten, hoping everything goes well, but our girl is already planning her next move. Suddenly, she's cast out of the manor. No warning, no explanation, it's brutal. She's absolutely losing it, demanding to know why this dude is being so cruel. She's furious, shouting about being cast out with no warning at all. Can you believe the nerve? But honestly, this feels like a setup, and it's about to get wild. We get a quick shot of the manor, and it's gorgeous, but our girl is clearly not welcome anymore. No way! She's being dragged away, and she's still screaming for answers. Kylo watches her go, looking conflicted, and you can tell he's starting to suspect something's off. However, he's already making plans to find her, and this whole situation is about to explode. Kylo's all high and mighty, telling her she's being ridiculous, and he's not leaving her penniless. But she fires back, demanding to know what grievance she could possibly have after everything. She's sobbing, begging him to remember she knew he was a married man from the start. The drama is real. Kylo's losing it, calling her out in straight-up tasks, like he's the injured party here. She's pleading with him, saying she gave up everything, but he just looks away. And then, bam, he's declaring she knew perfectly well he was married, acting like she's the one who did something wrong. He claims he paid her well for her company, like she was just some service, and honestly, it's infuriating. But she's not backing down, insisting she deserves more than just money after sacrificing so much. Kylo just scoffs, saying she's trying his patience and threatening to have her dragged out again. This dude is wild. She's absolutely devastated, tears streaming down her face. And it's clear this whole situation is a mess. Okay, so Kylo's men are trying to grab our girl, but another dude jumps in to protect her. What a scene! Everyone's yelling, "My lord," at this new guy, and it's clear he's someone important. We get a close-up of this dude, and honestly, he's gorgeous, but looks wrecked. He sighs and apologizes to her for everything she's endured because of him. Major guilt trip incoming. Kylo's men are still holding her, but he starts walking with the new guy, leading the way. She's clutching his arm, looking totally lost, while he pulls her forward. The power dynamic shift is real. A close-up on her face shows she's still crying, but there's a glimmer of hope in her eyes. He declares he's wandered aimlessly for too long, but no more. Sounds like a total commitment. We get a super intense shot of his eye, and you can tell he's got a plan brewing. He's owning his feelings and ready to make things right, but Kylo, he's probably plotting revenge. He asks if what she said about escaping with just the two of them is true. Talk about a bold move. He flashes her a smile, and it's kinda unsettling, like he's already planned everything out. He says they can slip away to the north, and our girl looks totally stunned by this offer. He's straight up admitting he's been wandering aimlessly, but now he's ready to commit. This dude is intense. This dude is straight up grabbing our girl, but she's not having it, judging by that face. She's a former princess, so she can't just kick him to the curb like she did Isabel, apparently. She tries to retreat, but he's already got her cornered, and things are about to get messy. He's decided the only solution is to make it look like an accident. No way is that happening. She's pleading with him to stop, but he's not listening, and it's starting to snow, which is ominous. He's turning her toward what looks like a cliff, and honestly, this dude is terrifying. She's screaming for him to stop, but he's pushing her closer and closer to the edge. It looks like someone else is running toward them, but will they get there in time? Oh no, she's falling. But wait, someone's moving fast to try and catch her. Everything's sparkling and blurry. Did he save her, or is this just a flashback? Cheetah rushes toward her, sounding totally panicked about how she found him out here. She straight up calls him out, saying she didn't come to see him. She came to save Mai. He tries to smooth things over, saying it doesn't matter. All that matters is she's here. But she isn't buying it, and refuses to let him flatter himself, because she's not here for him. Then, this dude drops a bomb. He claims she's the only woman he's ever needed, only her. His confession is intense, and honestly, it's kinda creepy how obsessed he sounds. He's practically begging for her attention, but our girl is clearly not impressed. Cheddar is really laying it on thick, but she's unmoved, and it's so satisfying. She's totally shutting him down, refusing to acknowledge his feelings, and good for her. He's spiraling, but she's standing firm, because she doesn't need his empty declarations. Cheddar is losing it, ranting about how she was always his, and how another guy took her away. He's screaming about her being his from the start, and it's honestly kinda terrifying, bro. He's spiraling so hard, shouting about how he'll pry this wretch away from her, no matter what. But then he remembers something. He rushed here without bringing enough men to back him up. Oops. He's begging her to just listen, but his hand is shaking so badly it's kind of pathetic. He's desperate, but our girl isn't giving him anything. She's completely shutting him down. He's still rambling, claiming he came too fast thinking only of Mai, and now he's screwed. Cheter's still refusing to acknowledge him, and she's totally unbothered by his meltdown. She's not even looking at him, and he's starting to realize he messed up big time. And now she's pleading for something. But what could she possibly want at this point? This dude, Kale, straight up grabs Mi's hand and is trying to pull her away, but she's resisting. He tells her he needs her help, and she's looking totally freaked out. What's going on? Kale flashes this intense grin, and it's giving major villain vibes, honestly. Suddenly, another man appears, looking furious, and he's yelling at Kale to let Mi go. Kale whips around, and it's a full-on standoff, with Mi caught right in the middle. No way. He's threatening to kill Mai right in front of this other guy's eyes, and it's seriously escalating. Mai is screaming for him to let her go, but Kale isn't backing down, not even a little. This other guy, he's looking absolutely livid, and his eyes are flashing gold. What's his deal? Kale's tightening his grip on Mai, and she looks utterly terrified. This is a disaster. But the other guy's clearly not messing around. He's ready to fight for her, and things are about to explode. Mai nods, agreeing to go with Kale, but she's clearly hesitant. This is a wild move. Suddenly, another man appears, and he's not happy about Kale grabbing our girl. He's demanding she be released. Kale doesn't even flinch, threatening to kill Mai right then and there, and honestly, the audacity! Mai is pleading with Kale, begging him to let her go, but he's just tightening his hold. So frustrating. This new guy is furious, eyes glowing gold, and he's ready to throw down. Finally, someone with a backbone. Kale squeezes Mai, and she looks absolutely terrified, but the other man steps forward, ready to fight. But then, Mi declares she trusts him, her highness, and bro, the relief on his face is instant. He wraps her in his cloak, shielding her from the snow, and she's leaning into him. Major power couple vibes. Kale is absolutely seething, watching them, and his smirk is giving off serious villain energy. They walk away, leaving Kale behind, and our girl looks so relieved. Thank goodness, that was intense. He's telling Hanale to step closer, demanding it, but she's hesitant and questioning if it's enough. She takes a step forward, then another while Kyle watches. The tension is insane. They finally reach each other, and Kale praises Hanale, then orders her to lower her head. So creepy. Suddenly, the other man dashes forward, hugging Hanale tightly. A total rescue mission. Hanale's clinging to him, and he's holding her close, protecting her. It's so sweet. Mai is hiccuping, clearly shaken up, but insists it's okay and vows to protect them. Hanale continues to step forward, seemingly drawn towards the drama. What is she planning? She takes another step and another, drawing closer to the pair. This is a power move. No way. She's stepping into the middle of their conflict, and it's about to get even more complicated. But honestly, this is Hanale. She's playing everyone, and we're here for it. No way, this dude is reaching for Hanale in the snow like he can just have her. But Hanale is smiling, a genuine, sweet smile. What is she up to? She's looking directly at Mai, and it's clear she's making a choice, a serious one. Hanale takes Mi's hand, and honestly, Kale is losing it. This is a power move. Okay, so our girl is wandering in a blizzard, straight up risking her life. It's intense. The story credits roll, showing who's behind this whole production. But honestly, we're here for the drama. The landscape is brutal, mountains covered in snow, and the wind is howling seriously. She's stumbling through the storm, and the wind is practically knocking her over. It's a tough scene. Then, out of nowhere, this dude, the prince, appears, looking all broody and powerful in the snow. He calls her name, Hanale, and reaches for her, stepping forward like he always does. He asks why she's still at this place, saying it only holds painful memories for her. Ouch. She's kinda lost for words, not sure what to say, and he's already wrapping her up to keep her warm. Our girl admits she's got a lot on her mind, which is an understatement considering she's reliving a past life. She reveals this is where she died, by the hand of Cheter, and now he's the one who found her. The irony! She says she feels no relief, even though she's back at the place where everything fell apart. The prince counters that her heart still carries more than she lets on. Deep, bro. She just breathes out a shaky eye, and he immediately pulls her into a tight hug, sheltering her. We get a close-up and she reveals she was pregnant back then. No way! This is huge. She's straight up devastated, saying that child was innocent and didn't deserve their fate. But though she's taken her revenge, that child will never return to her. This is heartbreaking. She's spiraling, stating because of her, her own child was denied life, and the guilt is crushing her. He holds her tighter as she confesses. The truth fills her with sorrow and guilt. Seriously. The wind blows around them, swirling snow everywhere as they stand there, frozen in grief. They're both just silhouettes now, swallowed by the storm, and it's a super intense moment. Okay, so the conversation shifts. Another woman, Trikas, is brought up, and our girl is Sichok. She reveals this dude was secretly selling weapons and explosives to Trikas. No way. Betrayal level expert. She remembers he slipped away from the manor without a trace, and wonders if he was connected to the Empire. Suspicious much. The other woman confirms that he was totally involved with Trikas, and our girl is reeling from all these revelations. Our girl confesses she, too, was fooled by his charm and thought he was a good man, but clearly she knows better now. But here's the kicker. She heard he was involved with Trikas all along, and she's absolutely devastated. She's processing everything, realizing she misjudged him completely, and honestly, it's heartbreaking to watch. The woman explains he was selling arms and explosives through shady channels. This dude was straight up a villain. She's clearly shocked and upset, tears welling up as she finally understands the extent of his deception. And the woman just watches her, a quiet look on her face, as our girl grapples with the truth. It's a tense moment. Our girl declares, as his wife, she'll take the blame for everything. Talk about a power move. She's trying to stay composed, but you can see the pain in her eyes, honestly. The other woman drops a bomb. Shatter Phil has vanished completely, like poof, gone. She reveals a tear slips down her face, and it's clear this news hits her hard. But wait, there's more. The vast fortune he left behind now belongs to her. She's processing this, a tiny smile playing on her lips, and it's kinda unsettling. She's clearly calculating something, a glint in her eye. This is a whole new level of strategy. The woman continues, explaining everything now falls to her, and our girl just listens. She's completely composed now, a cool mask over her emotions. She's a different person. And honestly, this is the moment she truly takes control. No more tears, just plans. She's playing it cool, telling the other woman she only came to Trikas to visit him. Smooth, our girl? But she adds she hasn't the slightest idea where the Count is, and honestly, the shade is real. The woman asks her not to say such things, and our girl just stares her down. Total Ice Queen vibes. She's clearly fighting back tears, but insists she's returning to the Count's estate immediately. She's saying it all so calmly, but then admits she came to Trikas solely to see him. This is getting intense. The other woman's looking at her with suspicion, but our girl maintains her composure. She's a pro. She's turning to leave, and for a second, it looks like she might actually go. But then she stops. She straight up says she doesn't care what happens to the Empire. She just wants him. No way. And then, she delivers the final blow. She never considered him anything but her husband. Ouch. She's leaving now, and the other woman is left speechless. Our girl just dismantled everything. She's smiling, but it's a little unhinged, honestly. Like she's enjoying this chaos way too much. He's decked out in fancy garb, and she's looking at him with this intense gaze. It's a power move. She reveals it's been a long time since she's been back to Seoul, but she's definitely not nervous about returning. But she admits she couldn't bring herself to send him back alone. She's got a plan, we know it. The carriage is rolling, and she's thinking about visiting her mother. She's playing the dutiful daughter card. She wants to see her mother again, which feels loaded. Something's definitely brewing with that reveal. She's lost in thought, and the palace is coming into view. This is a huge moment for her. The carriage continues, and she's reminiscing about her past. This is a flashback waiting to happen. She's staring out the window, lost in memories. She's definitely plotting something big. She's back in Seoul, and honestly, this feels like a trap. Someone is about to get played. A few days pass, and our girl is rolling up to what looks like her mother's palace. It's grand, to say the least. The carriage stops, and a line of people greets them. She's making an entrance, and she knows it. She's escorting this dude, the prince, into the palace, and he's reaching for a door handle. He opens the door with a click, but honestly, this feels less like a homecoming and more like a setup.